So, dear friends, please take your seats little by little. We will start maybe a few minutes later, but we better find those seats because we have online presentation soon. Dear friends, guests, please take the seats available. We have those names for the speakers of the first panel. We will then change them, but please, if you could take your seats, I would appreciate greatly. We are still waiting for President Svetlana. We have few people at the gate entering the parliament. So, oh my God, President, sorry. Taip. Okay. Okay, so Mike, great, wonderful. I think we can start. Gerbiami Ukrainos.
Dear speakers of the Ukrainian and Lithuanian parliaments, Prime Minister, President Svetlana, Mike Carpenter, fellow ambassadors, parliamentarians, fighters for freedom from different countries, welcome to Vilnius. Let us please observe a minute of silence for all those who died for Ukraine's freedom. Thank you. We have convened for the third Kalinausko conference at a time of fierce war in Ukraine. We have convened for the third Kalinausko conference at the time of a fierce war in Ukraine, which is fighting for the future of Europe. Ukrainians sacrificed their lives for the freedom of all of us for a democratic world. We're in the times where Russian Putinism has crossed all possible boundaries to become our common enemy. However, Ukraine has been under attack not only of Putinism but also of Lukashism, which is equally involved in the criminal war and will have to be held accountable. The falling Putin's regime will be very weak after this war, and on the other hand, we will be much more united and stronger. This is why, before beginning this conference, I would like to raise one fundamental question. Is it not time to take advantage of the weakness of today's regimes and to tear Belarus off from the sliding annexation and occupation, giving its people their own choice of their own future in democratic elections? Free Belarus should indeed become one of the most important sanctions against criminal regimes. Today we need to help not only Ukrainian people, but also the Belarusian people. The autonomy of these nations will be an essential geopolitical fact affecting European security and an example for Russia, meaning that the so-called Russian world is merely an imperialistic fiction of the Kremlin, and that it is time for the Russian people to assume responsibility and recognize their boundaries, at least in Europe. Accordingly, it is time for the Belarusian people to make a clear geopolitical choice, one that their neighbors made a long time ago. To open our event, I give the floor to the esteemed and beloved Ruslan Stefanchuk, chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, who, like Kalinowski, at some point in history, is now fighting together with other national heroes for our common freedom.
Шановні учасники цієї конференції, шановні і дорогі моєму серцю,
Ladies and gentlemen, organizers and participants of this conference, Madam Speaker Victoria, Prime Minister Ingrida, Svetlana, dear members of the Lithuanian Parliament, our friends of freedom. This forum is named after Vincent Konstantin Kalinausko, one of the leaders of the January uprising in 1863-64 in the lands of the former Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth. The rebel units under the Kalinowski's command were mainly located on the territory of modern Belarus and took to arms against the Tsarist army. Today, our Ukrainian nation is fighting for its freedom and for the right to exist. We have our common neighbor who neither wishes to be free nor lets others to be free. But we are all born in Ukraine with a gene of freedom rather than slavery. And that is why we're willing to pay the highest price for this freedom. We are not fighting for the first time against the insidious and ruthless Russian aggressor, but perhaps for the first time we are supported by the whole united Europe and all the powerful democracies in the world. We're not alone. For this, I would like to thank the many people who are present at this event. Thank you for everything you have already done and for everything you are doing for my country, my nation. Thanks to our joint efforts, we have achieved a lot, but it is insufficient. Russian invaders are killing our women, children, grandparents, the disabled every day. They are destroying our cities to deprive us from our homes and are polluting our fields to deprive us of food. In March this year, I plan to send letters to the parliaments of the world calling for the recognition of the Holodomor famine of 1932-33 as a genocide of the Ukrainian people by the Stalinist regime. Even in the worst dream, I could not imagine that in March 2022 we would have to document the facts of the genocide of the Ukrainian nation by the Putin's regime. Now or never. We must unite all our efforts and do our utmost to finally eradicate the source of fear, threat, war and death, which once again demonstrated to the world its true face by launching an unjustifiable aggressive war against peaceful Ukraine. I call on you to build coalitions between parliaments and governments to defend our freedom and our common right to existence. I'm very grateful to our Lithuanian friends, Andrius Kubilius and Žygimantas Pavilionis, for the initiative to establish a parliamentary network United for Ukraine. Such coalitions can and must already work on the introduction of a no-fly zone over Ukraine, the creation of effective air defense, the consolidation of compliance with the established international security rules, ensuring the viability of major cities, among other issues. Let us work with our friends in the European Union to ensure decisive support for Ukraine's status as a candidate for the EU. Let us work together so that European countries, European businesses do no business with Russia as an aggressor country. Let us stop any business transactions, including imports of oil and gas from Russia. This oil and gas has been stained with the blood of innocent Ukrainian children killed by Russian invaders. Everything I said is not just about Ukraine. This also applies to the whole free Europe if it wishes to be free in the future. Finally, I would like to address our Belarusian sisters and brothers. Every day, planes are coming out of your territory, rockets are being launched from your territory that kill our children. The shock that Kyiv survived and the hell experienced by towns and regions around Kyiv was also the responsibility of the Republic of Belarus. It was from its territory at night that the Russian invader came to the north of our state. Brothers and sisters of Belarus, don't remain silent. You know what we have to do. Living in slavery is not a life. Force Belarusian troops to defend your freedom. It's high time. It will determine the relationship between our nations for the future generations to come. Silence is not an answer. History is made now, and we know that history does not forgive crime. We must defeat the common enemy and guarantee peace, stability, security, and independence for the whole region, for the united and free Europe. I wish you all peace and welfare. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm grateful for the Speaker provided for us to meet for us here in the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Now the floor goes to the Madam Speaker.
Garbus konferencijos dalyviai ir svečiai.
Distinguished guests, Mr. Stefanchuk, Madam Prime Minister, President Tsikhanouskaya, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, members of the Seimas. It's been a year since the first Kalinausko Forum was held, bringing together politicians and diplomatic experts from all over the world to discuss the democratic future of Belarus. The year was full of disturbing signals and events. I'll bring your attention to at least some of them. The first one was an unprecedented act of state of terrorism when an aircraft flying between two European Union capitals was forced to land in Minsk, and the subsequent detention of Belarusian activists, instrumentalization of irregular migration at the EU external borders, making use of people and human suffering for political purposes. Further repression in Belarus, where the total number of political prisoners exceeded 1,000. Russia obtained a firm foothold in Belarus, thus making all the situation resemble nothing more than a creeping Anschluss. And the last one, establishing bridgehead in the territory of Belarus in Russia's war against Ukraine. From the events just listed, it might seem that the future of a democratic Belarus, at least in the near future, remains vague, to say the very least. But we cannot give in to indifference, neither can we let ourselves to be discouraged, because there are some signs that make me feel optimistic. Firstly, the democratic opposition in Belarus has not been broken. It continues to operate here in Vilnius, in Warsaw, other capitals, and of course in Belarus itself. Over the past year, Belarusian politician opposition leader Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya has worked tirelessly trying to convince the world that the Lukashenko regime did not represent the people's opinion and that further pressure and sanctions against the regime were needed. Secondly, despite the Russian missiles, bombs and tanks that have been destroying Ukrainian cities and killing people for almost a month now, Russia has still failed to enslave Ukraine. On the contrary, today the spirit, the will and the unity of Ukraine is stronger than ever before. Ukraine has already won in this regard and sent a very strong signal to the Belarusian people about their right to self-determination. The same thing that Konstantin Kalinausko spoke about to the people of Belarus. Let us remember that he preferred the good traditions of democracy, tolerance and freedom in the commonwealth of the two nations over national oppression and cultures dominated by the Imperial Russia. Today, this idea by Kalinausko is relevant again. It is no coincidence that Belarusian volunteers fighting on the Ukrainian side formed a battalion named after Konstantin Kalinausko. One thing is clear, the victory of Ukraine will also be the victory of the Belarusian people. Thirdly, the democratic world is more united than ever. Much to Putin's dismay, it was him who united the world. The divide and rule approach turned into start the war and unite. We all know that a united democratic world can do an awful lot. I believe that the 24th of January 2022 will go down in history as the threshold from which we will count the return of democracy's global leadership. This may also serve as a starting point for the future of Belarus. This will not happen on its own, however. In my opinion, it will depend on a number of conditions. First, I'll refer to unity once again. It's important to keep it in the long run. I am sure that the Kremlin regime is now building on the fact that the unity of the West will begin to crack, especially because of the rising prices on energy resources and political cycles, which democratic states will soon inevitably enter. We therefore need to maintain our strategic patience and continue to show unity both in words and in deeds. The second condition is our support for Ukraine and its victory. I will say this again, the future of Europe is determined in Ukraine. Therefore, we are helping ourselves today by helping Ukraine. There are many forms and ways of support, but now I'd like to touch upon the two that have been debated most in recent days. One way is to provide support for Ukraine and to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I'd like to remind you that last week the Seimas adopted a resolution calling for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. This must be done in order to stop the mass killings of civilian victims, to establish humanitarian corridors to provide assistance, and to protect critical infrastructure, such as nuclear power plants. We believe that this decision must be taken first and foremost by the United Nations, or, if it is not in the position to do so, we need to establish a coalition of states that are willing and able to implement it. I'll be frank, I do not think that there is a quick solution to this issue. The world might be inclined to think that too few children and women have died in Ukraine, too few cities have been destroyed, or too few refugees have fled the country. If we do think that the tragedy is too small or that the risk involved is too high, we can certainly take another step and give the Ukrainian people a European hope. We therefore propose that Ukraine be granted the status of a candidate country of the European Union as soon as possible. A democratic European Ukraine would be its greatest victory and the utter horror of the Russian and Belarusian regimes. Thirdly, although all eyes of the world are now on Ukraine, it's important not to lose sight of the democratic situation in other parts of the world. It's only natural that Lithuanians are mainly concerned about the situation to the east of us. I have already spoken about Belarus. In the new circumstances, we should reassess the ways and forms of support for the democratic forces of Belarus. I very much hope that the participants of the Kalinausko conference will talk about that. However, there are other countries such as Georgia, Moldova and Armenia, to name but a few. In this context, the EU strategic policy for the Eastern Partnership is even more important. It is necessary not only to continue it, but also to give new impetus and set clearer strategic objectives. I therefore call for a new ambitious political agenda for the EU's Eastern Partnership policy countries to deepen their political and economic association and security integration with the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt that you will dwell a lot on these issues, so I will not go any further and stop at that. Once again, let me welcome you in the Seimas and wish you a rich and fruitful debate. And Żywe Belarus! Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I would like to give the floor to our Prime Minister, who has not missed any meeting or event. Шановні Руслане, шановна Світлана, dear Victoria, colleagues and friends, this year Konstantin Kalinausko Forum happens to come at a particularly poignant time. We have long lived under a looming premonition of an impending tragedy, but many did not expect or did not want to believe that a gruesome open war could indeed take place in the 21st century Europe. It's been about a month ago now that Russia launched a brutal and cruel assault on Ukraine. The truth is, however, that Russia's war against Ukraine started much earlier, 8 years ago to be exact. Keeping a close eye on the regimes in Kremlin and Minsk, we saw, and those who didn't, I hope, have finally come to see that dictators, if unchallenged, continue to thrive and become a bigger bully. The suffering they cause is relentless and growing. They have killed and trampled both their own people as well as the hated nations they shamelessly and blatantly choose to call brotherly. We have long been ringing the alarm bells about the red lines crossed and their bottom reached, but it is obvious that bloodthirsty dictators have only sneered at our statements and toothless sanctions, as they seem to understand only the language of power. This power today is represented by the heroic freedom-loving nations, the Ukrainians, the nation that shows to the world that evil and cruelty are not omnipotent and that terrorism must be countered and freedom defended at all costs. Today, Ukraine is fighting bravely not only for itself but for the whole free world. This is a struggle, in fact, a global game changer, and in the end, Ukraine will win. Otherwise, it will not be the end. It may seem a banal truth, but it is a truth that I hope the whole civilized world has finally come to see. But while the eyes of this world are naturally and inevitably focused on the struggle of good and evil in Ukraine, we must not forget the other unfinished struggles. Last year, I spoke in this hall that the struggle of Lithuanian, Belarusian and Polish hero Konstantin Kalinausko would be alive until all three nations are free, until Belarus is free. Konstantin Kalinausko fought with a weapon in his hands, but he also fully understood the essential thing, that the most important revolutions must take place in people's minds and hearts. We already witnessed the revolution in the minds and hearts of Belarusians back in August 2020. The revolution in Belarus was suppressed but not defeated. Kalinausko's struggle is alive in their hearts of the Belarusian people, but not yet won, however. Today, the dictator of Belarus, a coward who calls himself the president of Belarus, has not only imprisoned or deported his free people, he betrayed his nation definitively and irreversibly, turning Belarus, not the real, but one he is still trying to keep in a clenched fist, into an ally of the Kremlin's aggression and a bridgehead of Russia's war against Ukraine. Not long ago, a whole of the world was amazed seeing Belarusians stop at red traffic light in the heat of the protests, or take off their shoes and lay the newspapers before stepping on a public bench. Today, rockets are flying from Belarus onto Ukrainian children and women, hospitals and schools. Lukashenko has let Kremlin occupies and hoping for his own survival. And he keeps praying that Putin doesn't send Belarusian troops to fight the Ukrainian brothers, not because he is opposed to the war waged by Russia, but for the fear there will be no one left to defend him against his own people in Belarus. The 24th of February, the day when we woke up to a new reality, also happened to hit the calendar as the day of mourning for Russians and Belarusians around the world too. The 24th of February is the day when the comfortable illusion of neutrality was shattered. All the nations of the world had to answer the question of what they choose. It hurts, but the vast majority of Russian citizens remained passive even after the brutal war broke out. Intimidation of the all-encompassing propaganda apparatus are clearly showing results. Oman's severe repressions have silenced Belarusians too, but only in Belarus, not in the free world. The free people and the leaders of the free Belarus did not hesitate to choose the side of truth and good, for they understand that the war leaves no time for hesitation and doubt, and that standing aside is no longer an option. It is imperative to make a decision that will determine for a long time to come whether the Belarusian nation will be the one that embodies a struggle for its freedom alongside Ukrainians, or the one personified by Lukashenko trying to please a more powerful master and already to condemn his own nation to shame and suffering as a result of that. I'm glad that today the hearts of our nations, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, and free Belarusians are beating as one. Ukrainians' pain is our pain, and we're celebrating their victories as our own too. Ukraine is fighting for us all without sparing itself and sacrificing everything it has. We must do the same, because it is the struggle that makes us strong, that makes us worthy of our own freedom. In Vilnius, Warsaw, and other capitals of the world, Belarusians, along with Lithuanians, Poles, and all the people of the free world, took to the streets again carrying flags of a free democratic Belarus to support Ukraine and also to show that this war by the regimes of Putin and Lukashenko is not the war. Belarusians who have fled the terror of the regime are resolutely helping Ukrainians and contributing to the Ukraine's victory in this war. They are opening their homes to Ukrainian war refugees in Lithuania and in their other countries. They are donating money, food, and basic necessities to Ukrainians. Free Belarusians are fighting every day, not only the fight of Ukraine, but also that of their own, patiently repeating to everyone, I'm a Belarusian, but I'm not a part of Belarus or served by Lukashenko. Me and you, a fellow Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Westerner, we are all of one blood. Freedom flows through my veins just like through yours. That is why the mission of our democratic Belarus is gaining an ever greater importance today. And today, as we support Ukraine and its freedom, it is crucial not to forget all those who are striving for free democratic Belarus. The Western world has long talked about fundamental democratic values and the value of freedom, and now it has the opportunity and the duty to demonstrate, not in words, but in deeds, that these values matter more than material comfort and routine patterns of operation. Putin's aggression and Ukraine's pushback, stronger than many have expected, has shown the world that dictators are oftentimes but giants with feet of clay. They are more vulnerable than they want to appear. Let us come together and speed up the agony of dictators. Let us accelerate the victory of a free Ukraine and a free Belarus. A glory to Belarus and Ukraine. Thank you.
President Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, we have always believed in you, so the floor is yours now.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Madam Speaker, dear Prime Minister, Chairman Stefan Tuk, friends of Belarus. Now, in times of war, I particularly appreciate your work for Ukraine and for Belarus. And I appreciate that you accept Belarus as a part of the European family. It's critical today. This forum is named after Tarptautinis Kalinausko, the leader of the uprising against the Russian Empire. 160 years ago, from prison here in Vilnius, before execution, he addressed our people. Go and fight for your human and national rights, for your faith, for your native land. For I say to you from beneath the gallows, my people, you will only then live happily when no Russian remains over you. And hundreds of thousands of people heard these words, and stood up to fight against tyranny and oppression. They were murdered, and their uprising was stifled in blood. Today, 160 years after that, the Russian tyrant is trying to murder away a whole nation, Ukraine, the people who had chosen freedom and sovereignty. And we Belarusians understand it actually. Ukrainian and Belarusian fates are interconnected now. Should Ukraine fall, there will be no future but slavery inside the Russian Empire for Belarus. There will be no peaceful future for Europe either. When Ukraine wins, we'll have a chance to return to the European family. In 2020, people in Belarus stood up to fight for their human rights. Like Kalinausko, our freedom fighters called people to rise against the dictator, and people showed to the whole world that Belarusians, in their majority, are against the regime of Lukashenko. In 2022, our country is de facto under military occupation. The regime is selling Belarusian sovereignty at this very moment. This new reality transformed our struggle from the fight for democracy to the fight for Belarusian sovereignty and against Russian revanchism. On February 27th, despite 18 months of devastating repression, tens of thousands took to the streets to protest the war. We know that more than 900 were detained, tortured with gas, beaten to unconsciousness. Some got their bones broken, and none got medical help there. Yes, now we are in wartime, and that adjusts our goals and our tactics. Cyber partisans blocked Russian transports by hacking railway systems. Activists destroy Russian military equipment. Citizens, very often mere teenagers, report the positions and moves of Russian troops in Belarus. Those who are caught are tortured in prison. Our real heroes, Belarusian railway workers, just 2 days ago completely disrupted the railway connection between Belarus and Ukraine, so that trains with Russian equipment couldn't be transferred to Ukraine. And it's crucial for us to let Ukrainians and the whole world know Belarusians stand with Ukraine, while our country is under occupation. Belarusians also fight for their freedom and their future, both on Belarus and on Ukraine's territory. A Belarus battalion named after Tarptautinis Kalinausko was formed to defend Kiev. 200 people are already fighting and 300 are being trained. One of our compatriots lost his leg near Bucha. 2 other young men have been killed. Our medics work there as well. And 2 weeks ago, we agreed with Minister Baerbock that Germany will provide Belarusian medics with a field hospital. Also, our independent journalists work in Ukraine. Seeing what the Russian tyrant is doing to our sister nation, Ukraine, all Belarusians are shaken. Belarus has lived too long outside the geopolitics, making no choice or not willing to make one. The war pushed Belarusians to come to this choice. Belarusians in Belarus are united in support of Belarusian independence and opposition to the war. Even before the war started, only 11% of Belarusians agreed that our soldiers should be sent to Ukraine to support Russia, according to polls from Chatham House. Now, there is only 3% of them. Even Lukashenko's supporters are against war. And we are hearing reports of discontent among the nomenclatura and the army. People understand that they don't want Belarus to become a pariah like Russia. And perhaps this is the reason why Belarusian regular troops refuse to cross the Belarus-Ukrainian border. And also notice that Belarusians are fleeing for Europe, not for Russia. Europe means safety for them, Russia means war. We see the spark of pro-European moods among Belarusians, and this inspires me a lot. The main lesson all of us should learn that dictators cannot be re-educated and definitely cannot be appeased. The tyrant Lukashenko enjoys his personal impunity, and believe me, he will try to fool you again and pretend to be a peacemaker. Lithuania understands it better than anyone else does and sounds the alarm for the whole world. Ačiū, draugai. We watch with admiration how your diplomacy is advocating in the rest of Europe for harsher sanctions against Kremlin and Lukashenko's regime. Your support, Lithuania, stretches out now not only to our fight for democracy, but to our fight for sovereignty itself and for our European choice. And we urge other states to follow your example. We are all in the same boat, after all. And there are several steps I ask you to take to support this course. I call on you to make a determination that Belarus is a country under de facto occupation and demand that Russia withdraw its forces from Belarus, respecting the constitutional clause on the pursuit of neutrality. We need to stop this shameful participation in the aggression against Ukraine that threatens the interests of entire Europe. I call on you to stop recognizing the regime in Minsk as legitimate or legal. Its full recognition is long overdue. The new ambassadors to Minsk shouldn't represent credentials to Lukashenko. Moreover, we need to suspend him from Interpol and all international organizations. I advocate for sanctions on Putin's regime to be applied to Lukashenko's clique. Belarusian state banks should be disconnected from the SWIFT network, and imports from the state enterprises should be banned. We need to make sure that Russian companies and banks do not use Belarus as a loophole. It's already happening. Half measures do not work. They only make things worse. On the other hand, we ask democratic governments to recognize democratic Belarus and support those who fight for freedom and independence. I also ask you to support Belarusian media, volunteers, and human rights defenders working from Minsk, Vilnius, Warsaw, Kiev. Belarusian civil society now helps Ukraine. Human rights defenders like Vesna, activists, solidarity funds like By Soul and Country to Live In, media like Belsat. All of them are constantly working to debunk Russian fakes, helping the refugees and assisting Belarusian soldiers who don't want to take part in it. I ask you to support initiatives popularizing Belarusian culture, language, and history, everything that strengthens Belarusian national identity. Ukraine is an example of how important it is to strengthen a unifying national identity. They are invincible and demonstrate incredible resilience in the face of terror. The success of Ukraine in defending its independence and freedom is our common interest. We all can make a difference starting today, in Belarus, in Ukraine, in Europe. To help Ukraine, more needs to be done to bring change in Belarus. You know, just like Tarptautinis Kalinausko 160 years ago, today in Belarus, prisons are full of freedom fighters. And one of them, my husband Sergei Tikhanovsky, sends poems and letters to us here in freedom. And his recent poem ends with a reference to the old biblical wisdom: faith without works is dead. His message to the fighting Belarusians is that faith in our cause dictates us to be free and consequently to fight for freedom. Otherwise, faith is dead. So let me readdress his message to you, people who have the power to stop tyranny. Faith without works is dead. Is your faith alive?
Thank you, President, Prime Minister, Madam Victoria, Mr. Stefanchuk. I believe that with your leadership, we will be able to overcome one or another regime. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vechorka to take over the chairmanship of this conference, and also would like to give the floor to Mr. Michael Carpenter for his keynote presentation.
very important discussion, and like to ask Ambassador Carpenter to start. Ambassador Carpenter is a big friend of Belarus, of Ukraine, of all the nations fighting for freedom for many, many, many years. And I must say that we always hear and always enjoy the wisdom of Ambassador Carpenter's words. Ambassador Carpenter was appointed as Ambassador of United States of America to OSCE, and right now fulfills his duty there. Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Franak, and thanks as well to Žygis and to the previous speakers, Excellencies. Thank both speakers, Prime Minister and Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who is truly not just the leader of free Belarus, but the leader of the global movement for democracy everywhere. You inspire us with your words. Thank you so much. And so does Lithuania. It's great to be in a country that loves freedom and is willing to defend it, and not just to speak words, but actually to take concrete action. That's what Lithuania has always stood for, and you're stepping up right now as well. I think it's fair to say, ladies and gentlemen, that right now the free world is under assault as we've never seen it in our lifetimes. And the gloves are off. We've reached a new phase in the conflict between dictatorship and democracy. It really is actually even more basic than that. It's a conflict between good and evil, truly. But it's necessary to look back a little bit in terms of what these dictatorships have done over the last decade and a half. We have seen them play this charade, frankly, engage in kabuki theater, where they have pretended to have the outward trappings of democracy, to be honest. They have had periodic elections. They have had so-called opposition. The Russian government even has a term for this, the systemic opposition. They have nominally independent media, a supposedly independent judiciary. And of course, we've all known that these are just elements of Potemkin democracy. And yet this kabuki theater has lasted for some time. And when you go to the theater, it's not just those who perform that confuse, but it's the audience as well that participates in the act. And for too long, the West has participated in this act of believing in this charade of democratic procedure that has masked tyranny underneath. And you've had theorists of tyranny, theorists of dictatorship, like Vladislav Surkov, the Kremlin spin master, who have said that actually their regime is the more representative one of the supposed will of the people, because it represents the soul of the nation, and it is unconstrained by the niceties of parliamentary debate or the scrutiny of the media or other forms of democratic procedure. It's an argument that we heard in the 1930s. It is, in fact, one of the defining features of fascism, that the leader speaks exclusively for the will of the people, combined with an embrace of violence and calls for national purification. But now the gloves are off. Now this argument can no longer be made. There's no more little green men in Ukraine. We all see them as Russian troops, regular Russian troops. In Belarus and Ukraine, there are no more independent media. No dissent is brooked. As Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya just said, Belarus is a de facto military-occupied country. Large parts of Ukraine are as well. And they are ruled by repression, fear, censorship. Those are the realities of what make these regimes function today. In fact, the border between democracy and dictatorship right now is only about 40 kilometers from here. And it runs all the way to the 38th parallel and the East China Sea. That's how extensive it is. But on the flip side, the good news is that in 2014 in Ukraine and in 2020 in Belarus, we witnessed two remarkable revolutions in one. Two revolutions in the two countries, but also twin revolutions in each of those countries. Because in both, we saw an outpouring of civic consciousness, unlike any that we had seen in the recent past, and an outpouring of national solidarity. It's reminiscent, in fact, of the Polish, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and American revolutionary hero, Tadeusz Kościuszko, who famously said, quote, "There is a time when you have to sacrifice everything to have everything saved." And that motto that he embodied for your freedom and ours was passed on to Konstanty Kalinausko, the namesake of this conference, who carried it forward to future generations. It is that spirit that has been exemplified by Belarusian leaders and by Ukrainian leaders today. It is that spirit of fighting for freedom against tyranny that animates this global movement that we must all support today. And I want to make it very clear what the other side feels about this moment today. I want to quote for you a statement that was made by Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov on the 10th of March, when he said, quote, "We were told Ukraine was ours, and we will deal with and resolve the future of Ukraine," end quote. And I've said this in the past, but Ukraine is not his, Ukraine is not Russia's, Ukraine does not belong to any other country, and neither does Belarus. It belongs to the Ukrainian people and the Belarusian people. It is outrageous that we would have a minister of foreign affairs in the 21st century, in the year 2022, making this kind of a narrative. But sovereign nations cannot be bent to the will of a tyrant, and the United States and other freedom-loving nations will support them no matter how long it takes. I will finish with a few words about what we are doing, because, again, actions are more important than words. You have all seen the administration has approved another $800 million in security assistance for Ukraine. This includes Stingers, javelins, machine guns, grenade launchers, ammunition. It's $2 billion since the start of 2021. Almost $300 million in humanitarian support. Additional deterrence for this region to support our allies, to support defense and deterrence capabilities, and additional sanctions on the forces of dictatorship, which are crucial in Russia, in Belarus. And we will continue to stand with Belarus as well, because these are twin fights. They are inseparable. We will continue to put pressure on the tyrant in Minsk. We will continue to call for the release of all political prisoners. We will continue to demand and document and build cases against those who torture citizens in Belarus. And we will hold out hope and the resources so that one day when we have a democratic Belarus, we are prepared in full to support its freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Carpenter. Thanks to the United States of America for supporting Belarus democratic movement for so many years. Belarusians really feel it. Belarusians really see it. And according to multiple poll surveys conducted even before war, Belarusians don't have negativity towards United States compared to Russia, where it was cultivated for many, many years. Belarusians feel close and they feel your shoulder. You said very important words about isolating Lukashenko, dictatorships, but also supporting the alternative voices. Because these voices, they move country forward. And we, right now, we see how Lukashenko and Putin transform their countries into pariah nations, we should make sure that at some point we, Belarusians, will be able to take control of our beloved nation and lead to the right direction, and to keep Belarus on the side of truth, on the right side of history. And right now I want to pass the word to our great speakers and great friend of Belarus, Laima. For so many years you were with us. Laima Andrikienė is the signatory of Lithuanian State Restoration Act. I suppose it was here in this room, in this place. And since the very beginning, the Belarusian democratic movement also enjoyed your support, your experience, your expertise. You were our advocate on the international arena, in the international organizations, and we are excited to hear your thought, your view on the situation.
Ačiū labai, Franek.
Thank you, Franek. Your Excellencies, colleagues, I am pleased to see the Friends of Free and Democratic Belarus who have gathered to Kalinausko Forum in Vilnius. I'm grateful to the organizers of the forum, first and foremost to Žygimantas Pavilionis. From the 24th of February this year, we have been living in a new reality. Russia's aggression against free and democratic Ukraine has opened eyes to the West about real intentions of Putin. The war has made us look into our own situation. We started to reassess our own strategies and tactics. In the recent weeks, Lithuania has been sending a message to its allies, both in European Union and NATO, that we have to move from the deterrent strategy to defense strategy, which implies major spendings for defense, but also in integrated anti-missile defense systems and many other things that we won't be talking about during this conference. From the very beginning of the aggression against Ukraine, President Zelensky has repeated on numerous occasions what Ukraine needs is a no-fly zone over Ukraine. The Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Lithuanian Parliament on the 14th of March and later other committees of other parliaments have said that there is a need to establish a no-fly zone over Ukraine in order to ensure security over humanitarian corridors, to be able to save women and children, to be able to supply food and medical assistance to the besieged cities that are under constant shelling by the Russian army. There is also a need to establish a no-fly zone over nuclear power plants. We know that there are approximately 15 nuclear reactors in Ukraine. We do remember the disaster of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, but have we learned the lessons? Have we learned the lessons from the Budapest agreement and the lessons of the NATO summit? Currently, the future of Ukraine and Europe is being decided in Ukraine. It's the Ukrainian nation that fights for our future. Therefore, I am talking to you about Ukraine, but in fact, I am talking to you about Belarus, because without free Ukraine, there will be no free Belarus. Today, Belarus de facto is not a sovereign country. It de facto is an occupied country. We have the president that is illegitimate and whose master sits in the Kremlin now. It was him who allowed the territory of Belarus as the bridgehead for the attacks of the Russian army. The Lukashenko regime has taken hundreds of freedom-loving and freedom-defending people to prisons. It is the Lukashenko regime that tries to stifle free word in Belarus. It was the Lukashenko regime that allowed the Russian authorities to bring their nuclear weapons to the Belarusian territory. What we need is to ensure that Ukraine is a winner in this situation. We cannot win democracy. We cannot afford this. Today, our front line is in Ukraine. We know that Belarusian men are fighting also against the Russian aggressor in Ukraine, just like Lithuanian men. To conclude, I'd like to say that we have to do with the military criminal Putin. If Putin remains in power, there will be no peace and freedom in the world. Therefore, I call on everyone, whatever tactics we deliberate, whatever action plans we draft, we have to join our efforts and to make this war a new beginning, because this war can bring some positive things. European security architecture can be different without the blackmailing from Russia. We can ensure better future for Georgia, Moldova, and the suffering Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Laima Andrikienė. Thank you for your words. Definitely fight for democracy and independence is interconnected, and now it's the same. I'd like to ask to join this discussion our Ukrainian colleague, Emina Japarova, first Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Emina, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, dear friends, dear participants, dear Madam Laima, Ambassador Carpenter, dear Žygimantas, and all those who are behind my screen. I'm very happy to join the discussion, even though I regret that I cannot be physically there. But I remember my feeling that I brought from Vilnius a couple of months ago when I participated in the pre-party, as we call it, to the Summit of Democracy that the United States was promoting. And there was a meeting of democratic, let's say, forces throughout the world, as Minister Landsbergis said, that all freedom fighters gathered in Vilnius a couple of months ago. And I had this very strange feeling that, you know, we've been discussing human rights values, human rights, democratic values. And the feeling that I had was very strong, that we've been trying to furniture one of the rooms in a burning house, because we've been fighting for 8 years with regards to the occupied Crimea and Donbass. And this call for action we tried to alarm for 8 years. And unfortunately, the worst fears that we had have been now accomplishing in my country through the war, through this barbaric and unprovoked war that Russia launched. Let me start with the morning headlines in the Ukrainian news. Ammonia leakage on Ukrainian chemical plant in the city of Sumy caused by Russian shelling. Russian occupants steal 5 ships loaded with tons of grain from Berdyansk, a city on the coast of the Sea of Azov. 8 people killed following Russian shelling of one of the malls in Kiev. UN says 902 civilians killed since the beginning of the Russian war against Ukraine, but acknowledges that the confirmed number is higher. Pentagon says that Putin attacks civilian infrastructure and civilians in Ukraine. And these are the morning news headlines. And every morning we start with the same headlines, still experiencing this shock of war. For 26 days in a row, my country has been suffering from the most absurd development which could take place in the very heart of Europe in 21st century. Russia's Putin regime, guided by his own perverted and marasmatic view of the world, launched an unprovoked war against Ukraine. In fact, it launched the war against human values, against our right to live and exist as a country. Thousands of lives lost already simply because one dictator, hiding in a bunker far away from his own citizen and even government, decided to make his revanchist dreams true. His fear makes him even perform a theater, as the one that we saw on Russian TV when he made up the meeting with the stewardess, as if he was at this meeting, but this was a penny cutting of the Russian TV. Millions left their homes, and the fate of entire Ukrainian nation is actually under risk, and I'm not exaggerating. And this is not a statistic or a number that I can perform you at this speech, but every life and every lost life and every cracked life is a tragedy. A story of a girl from the town of Bucha near Kiev who has lost her arm but stayed strong and showed fortitude is a tragedy. The heroic death of military medic Olga Semidyanova, a mother of 6, who was killed while saving the lives of Ukrainian servicemen in a battle with Russian occupants, is a tragedy. The heroic death of a mother in Zolochiv, Kharkiv region, who covered her 4-year-old daughter with her body during artillery shelling by Russian occupants, is a tragedy. The death of a pregnant woman and her unborn child, whom we all have seen on photos following Russian deliberate bombing of maternity hospital in the city of Mariupol, is a tragedy. And I remember the comments, very cynical comments of Minister Lavrov, who said that these are the fake photos, and something that he vocal to my minister in Antalya during the dialogue under the mediation of Minister Chavusoglu. Putin is conducting the act of genocide against the people of Ukraine, and the very cynical here is that he actually covers up his crimes by the manipulating of the very notion of genocide. For years, we informed on the atrocities committed by Putin army and their mercenaries in Ukraine, in my homeland, Crimea, and parts of Donbass. For 8 years, we told everyone that Russia would not stop, and we asked for help. We urged to impose the most severe sanctions on Kremlin regime to limit his capacity to continue external aggressions. But symbolic restrictions and political statements and notorious, serious and grave concerns that we've seen in statements, in resolutions, in speeches, have convinced Putin that he is free to do as he wishes. Russian gas and oil continued to flow to market, filling the pockets of Russian elite, strengthening the Russian budget and thus the Russian army. Kremlin has been preparing for war. My home Crimea, formerly a favorite touristic destination for millions of people, was turned into Russian military base. The illegal armed formations in Donetsk and Luhansk were fully integrated into Russian military infrastructure and structure. The Black Sea and the Sea of Azov became a harbor for Russians and Russian warships. And we sincerely regret that Lukashenko regime in Belarus became Putin's faithful accomplice in this horrific war launched against Ukraine. Since the very first day of war, the Russian troops have been actively using the territory of Belarus and infrastructure to carry out offensive against Ukraine. This includes deadly Russian missiles launched from Belarus on Ukrainian cities. Bomber planes take off from Belarusian airfields in Varanovichy, Luninets, and Lida to strike at peaceful Ukrainian cities. Russian military units enter Ukraine crossing the Belarusian-Ukrainian border, carrying death and destruction. The attack on Kiev, which continues until now, became possible only because Kremlin received Lukashenko's consent on the use of Belarusian territory. One of the heaviest crimes committed by Russian occupant as a result of the complicity of Belarus was the armed seizure of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. This terrible event, as well as the seizure of the biggest in Europe Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Energodar, puts the world on the edge of a new global radiation catastrophe that could be more devastating than Fukushima and Chernobyl. It's six times bigger. Russia has become the first country to deliberately target a nuclear power plant in war. At the moment, we have no information confirming direct participation of the Belarusian troops in the Russian aggression, but we cannot rule out such a possibility. Without Belarus engagement, the war would be very different from what it is taking place now. And we need to be very clear on that. It should come as no surprise that Belarus was one of the 4 countries, along with Syria, North Korea, and Eritrea, which joined Russia during the vote in Anga and its resolution aggression against Ukraine dated 2nd of March 2022. And let me stress that we actually distinguish Belarus self-proclaimed authorities and the Belarus society, which we are convinced in no way supports aggressive actions against Ukraine. And Svetlana Tikhanovskaya had a wonderful speech saying so in confirming these words. Full responsibility for the situation in which Belarus finds itself today lies solely with Lukashenko regime. Belarus' involvement into Russia's war against Ukraine leads to devastating economic consequences, which will be paid by ordinary Belarusian people and citizens. Almost the same severe economic sanctions have already been imposed on Belarus as on Russia. Russia, which is on the brink of default because of sanctions and the withdrawal of hundreds of Western companies from its markets, will no longer be able to keep the Belarusian regime afloat. The time will come and Lukashenko will leave, and the people of Belarus will also gain freedom and enjoy human rights and fundamental freedoms in a democratic country. It is very symbolic that I say these words here at the forum dedicated to Tarptautinis Kalinausko, the name of whom in modern Belarus is associated with struggle for independence and formation of the modern Belarusian nation. It is no wonder that in 2022, Belarusian volunteers in Ukraine, in my country, named after Tarptautinis Kalinausko a separate battalion created to protect Kyiv and its satellite towns. Belarusians taking part in repelling Russian aggression are heroes that our country will never forget. Ukraine alone will not be able to dismantle the totalitarian regimes established in Russia and Belarus, and we need strong, systematic, and comprehensive support from our partners throughout the world. And after the first several days of the war, Western countries have realized that they have underestimated Ukrainian resolve to fight and to defend itself. If only we had support demonstrated currently a little bit earlier. So this feeling that we are one step late is still here in Ukraine throughout its society. This would make us stronger, better prepared, and probably less vulnerable. Today, we appreciate the unprecedented sanction already imposed on Russia, making it most sanctioned country in the world. This must severely undermine its capacity to sustain military offensive against Ukraine, as well as the change Kremlin's expectation on what it can reach by pursuing the war. Still, there remains a lot to be done. Until the European states stop paying billions of euros for Russian gas, oil, metal, minerals, and coal, the dictator regime in Russia and Belarus will have necessary resources to continue a war of aggression against Ukraine and continue suppressing their own citizens and continuing threatening other countries which do not give in to their blackmailing. Until Ukraine's sky is closed for Russian military aircrafts, dozens of civilians will die every day throughout the country following inhuman bombardments. Until deputinization of Europe takes place and Kremlin loses its ability to influence decision-making process in European states, the ghost of future war will remain in place. And to conclude my speech, I want to stress that as far as I am from Crimea, and I had this feeling back in 2014 when I was a journalist, traveled Crimea back and forth, and having this feeling that Ukraine and international community, enabled to give a proper response to aggression. And as Ambassador Carpenter said, there is a fight between good and evil. And we actually have this same feeling that we've been fighting against pure evil. And our inability to stop this evil actually caused this very war. And my message is that if we are not able to stop this evil here in Ukraine, we will have a very harsh consequence. I think that this may be directly compared to what we had in our history back to the beginning of the Second World War, when Hitler was appeased by, let's say, Western countries, when Sudeti and Anschluss of Austria was actually an attempt to reconcile the aggressive nature of Hitler's regime. And actually, there is no difference between Hitler and Putin today. So my message is that we have to think proactively, not to be one step late. Thank you so much.
Dear Mrs. Japarova, thank you so much. On behalf of Belarusian Democratic Forces, let us reiterate our full solidarity, full support. From February 24, every single Belarusian, single activist, volunteer is fighting also for Ukraine. We reoriented all our initiatives, all our media to help Ukrainians because we understand very well how much important your work is. And believe us that we will do all possible to stop Lukashenko's troops, Lukashenko's forces from entering Ukraine. We are working every day with mothers, with conscripts. We are trying to convince Lukashenko's nomenclatura to not become accomplice as Lukashenko became already. And definitely Putin prepared Belarus for this war too. The destroyal of civil society in Belarus that started in 2020, it was a sort of preparation for this. Therefore, you can't see many voices and you can't see many rallies in Belarus cities. You should understand very well, since you are from Crimea, because it was deliberately destroyed. All those voices are either in prisons or in exile right now, but we're still fighting and you see it every day. Thank you again for joining this conference. I'd like to invite here David McAllister. He's also online, will join us, I guess, from Brussels or from Germany, I don't know. David is with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Hello. Good morning.
Hello, David. David is the person who greeted Svetlana Tikhanovskaya in Brussels just a few months after the uprising started. It was one of the most important visits of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya to European capitals. It was a very important moment, very important speech, and you hosted the discussion at the European Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee, and this speech and this debate became the basis for further policy of the European Union and entire world towards Belarus. Thank you for that, and please, what's your view on the current situation? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your kind words. And first of all, warm greetings to all of you from the European Parliament in Brussels. I have been listening very carefully to the wise words that have been spoken this morning. I was very moved by the speech just now of Minister Japarova, and also, of course, once again, the inspiring words of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. If you look at the list of the participants of this morning, one thing is clear, that the coalition of supporters of a free and democratic Belarus remains strong. And I would like to acknowledge once again the Lithuanian leadership in mobilizing international support for the democratic forces in Belarus. So well done, and thank you so much that Lithuania is playing this very constructive role. As many speakers this morning have already pointed out, unfortunately, Belarus is now part of this war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, an unprovoked and illegal attack. And I can remember when we last met to discuss issues around Belarus, exactly in this format. The situation, of course, now has changed dramatically. In his efforts to cling on to power in the face of widespread opposition in Minsk and all around the country, Mr. Lukashenko embarked on a campaign of repression and terror against his own people. As previous speakers have pointed out, especially Svetlana, it was his revenge for daring to demand change in Belarus based on democratic choice and the respect for human rights, freedoms, and dignity. Now it is clear that Mr. Putin extracted a very high price for this support for the Belarusian dictator. And that price is the sovereignty and independence of the Republic of Belarus. The first step were the agreements on political and economic integration between the Russian Federation and Belarus. And now, indeed, the territory and infrastructure of Belarus are being used by the Russian military to attack Ukraine and especially the capital, Kiev. It is particularly shocking that Russia and Belarus, countries that suffered unthinkable losses during the atrocities of the World War II, are now bringing death and destruction to their peaceful and democratic neighbor, Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians are leaving their country. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to leave their homes, and many more are living in fear of their lives due to the brutal and indiscriminate attacks against Ukrainian cities. The regime of dictator Lukashenko is making Belarus pay a heavy price for this war. Several packages of restrictive measures have been adopted by the European Union in response to electoral fraud and extensive human rights violations in Belarus. And now Belarus is also subject to targeted restrictive measures in respect of actions undermining or threatening the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine. These, as you all know, include measures such as asset freeze and travel ban and entity and strong trade restrictions against key industries in Belarus. I want to be very clear here, and I think we have cross-party consensus in the European Parliament. All this is the direct responsibility of Mr. Lukashenko and his regime. I would like to commend the tireless work of the leader of the democratic forces in Belarus, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, and all her team. She has become the internationally recognized face of Belarus. She has legitimacy to speak for the Belarusian people that the regime has lost a long time ago. Svetlana, it is important that your voice, along with other political activists and human rights defenders, continues to be heard internationally. This also brings hope and encouragement to the majority of Belarusians who still believe in a democratic future of their country. A final point. What is the European Parliament doing as regards Belarus? The European Parliament is continuing its close engagement with the democratic forces in Belarus. On the 24th of November last year, Svetlana addressed the plenary of the European Parliament. It is the strongest recognition of her leadership and her struggle that our institution can give. Our parliamentary delegation for relations with Belarus is one of the most active ones at all. While we have no institutional counterpart in Minsk for the time being, the democratic forces of Belarus are invited, and we give them the political platform that has been denied to them in their own country. Colleagues, our efforts, as everywhere, are now understandably focused on Ukraine. But we must keep in mind that Belarus is a victim of the same aggression against the desire to live in a free, in a democratic country whose future is determined by the people. The Belarusians have already been subjected to imprisonment, torture, intimidation. The Ukrainians are now fleeing bombs and destruction. It is a crucial time for us in the European Union, in the United States, and other partners. We are facing an unprecedented attack against our direct neighbor, which has direct repercussions on our countries as well. And more broadly, it is also an attack against our fundamental values and our vision of the global political and security architecture. Here in Brussels, the European Council will be dealing once again with the dramatic situation in Ukraine. Today, the foreign and the defense ministers are in town to discuss further steps. Important is that we continue to show unity to face this huge, enormous challenge. This is not a war of Russia against Ukraine. This is a Russian attack on the way we live in Europe, on our democratic values, on democracy and the rule of law. And that's why fighting for the freedom of Ukraine, fighting for peace, is something we owe to the Ukrainians, and we also owe to the Belarusians our continued support for the democratic opposition led by Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Zivi Belarus and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. Thank you for your words. I think the key word is unity. This is something we saw in 2020 in European Parliament first, then on the government level of all EU countries, and then we saw the unity between EU, Canada, United Kingdom, United States, Norway, Switzerland, and many other countries joined the sanctions, the pressure, the recognition of democratic Belarus, and this unity gave us energy to continue our fight, which continues right now already in the form of fight against occupants. Let me pass the word right now to Mr. Pavel Fischer. Pavel Fischer from Czech Republic, he is chairman of the International Relations Committee of the Senate. Pavel Fischer is helping Belarus, also met Svetlana Tikhanovskaya in Prague, Czech Republic. Personally, I met Pavel Fischer when was working at the Radio Free Europe, and Pavel understands very well the importance of supporting free media and free voices. Pavel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, dear Franak. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very dire moment for us and for freedom-loving people. And I am honored to speak here at this prestigious conference because we see how tough the challenge is. I will quote three of you. You spoke before me. I very much like the expression of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya speaking about dictators can't be re-educated. And this is my first quote I would like to build my short reflection on. Yes, if we observe how closely Putin and Lukashenko inspire each other, we are puzzled by this approach of à la carte, when they make their own choice in terms of governance. This is not only a humanitarian crisis, this is not only a political crisis, this is a crisis of sovereignty of citizens of Ukraine and of Belarus, and of Russia, by the way. This is a crisis of governance. If we observe how eager was Vladimir Putin to impose neutral status to Ukraine, and how eager was Lukashenko to leave the neutrality for Belarus under the commandment of Russian leadership. This is something puzzling, because we see an approach of institutions and of state sovereignty only à la carte, driven by the will and by the choice of very special leaders that we speak about today. My second quote goes to Ambassador Carpenter. Thank you very much for your very clear message, because you spoke about a theater in which kind of Potemkin world we are observing. But I agree with you, we are not only spectators, we cannot remain in the audience as bystanders, we are actors. And this is my question mark, how are we acting in these times? We cannot be limited only in the bystander position, even though it would be a great pleasure for Lukashenko or for Putin that we stay in such a position. And my questioning is, do we do enough? Not only within UN, within OSCE, where Russia is not anymore part of the solution, but part of the problem. But do we do enough also in our own countries and within the perimeter of our alliances, be it NATO or European Union? because we are passing very tough test. We like to speak about values, but we pass a very tough test, and I will explain why in my third point. Because Ukraine became today battlefield, combat zone, in which courage, heroism, spirit, fortitude, valor, bravery or heroism of our friends and allies are manifested in a very clear-cut way. This tough test is not only for us as citizens, for us as institutions or states. This tough test is not only for alliances, but this is also a test for private corporation, for banks, for institution in business, for stakeholders and shareholders of this huge business we speak about. Is it some reason to remain engaged in this huge conflict we speak about? Can we put in brackets business that it can remain neutral in this clash of civilization? Can we put apart companies who received so much of subsidiaries from public institutions in free societies that they are not responsible of? They are not co-responsible. Can we just close the eyes that many of our bankers or international corporations explain or shy away their business still ongoing with Russia or be it with Belarus? And I think that there is a huge call, because many private companies like to show their social responsibility. But this is ridiculous if we speak about war, about victims, about criminals of war. Where is their social responsibility? Yesterday night, I opened last edition of Values, written and approved by Nestlé company, based in Vevey, Switzerland. They have all the reasons to be happy in their business worldwide. They profit from the Switzerland society guarantees, education, banking system, you name it. And if you read the values, they edited last year, 2021, you will not discover the reason why they are still operating in Putinist Russia. Just have a short reading and you will discover very quickly that there is no justification for this. Maybe there is a short-term profit justification, but this is nothing if we put it with the bravery of our Ukrainian friends who are engaged and who are ready to die. I think that the consumerist approach of so many private companies is a shame to us. And I think that as public actors and public institutions covered by parliamentarian immunity, we have a responsibility to call to each of them to be accountable to us and to our state institutions, even if International Criminal Justice Court already stated about this war, there is no reason to stay and remain neutral. This is a shame. And this is a question of loyalty. And this is maybe a question if there is not a selling off of our own values that we should be respecting in this extreme test that we are ongoing all together in Belarus, in Ukraine, and in our own societies. So this is my last quotation of today. I very much pay tribute to Ruslan Stefanovic, the speaker of Verkhovna Rada, who spoke about freedom and slavery. Yes, we have still the choice. And the choice is ours. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Pavel. I'd like to invite here American Congressman, Republican Victoria Sparks, born in Ukraine, became the powerful voice in advocating for Ukraine, in explaining what is Putin's Russia, and mobilizing political forces in the United States and worldwide to give the proper, strong response to this invasion. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief so we can catch up with time, but it's my pleasure being here. I went to 3 candles, bipartisan candles in the last month, and I can tell you one thing, that Putin's aggression didn't just unite NATO and European Union, but actually did unite United States Congress. And that is a very diverse group of people. We almost unanimously passed a resolution in support of Ukraine that I co-led with Chairman of Foreign Relations Committee, Chairman Meeks, and we're working on a bicameral basis with Senator Lindsey Graham to really support investigation and war crimes that happen in Ukraine, and they just passed unanimously the Senate. So there is a lot of support, and I want to reassure you that United States Congress and people of the United States are very disturbed, but also very strong in support of our NATO allies and very strong in support of Ukraine, because they find this fight not just for them, but for the values, for freedom, for all of us. And I have no doubt that they're going to win this fight, and I think United States can provide a lot of things that, for security of Europe, but also I'm glad to see that Europe is looking into that and take a very proactive approach, and we can be partners, allies. And then one thing I would like to ask for you also to look in your energy security. I think United States can be a great ally on energy security. We have a lot of opportunities, we have a lot of politics, but politics change in the United States, and it will change in the positive direction. So I think we can be strong on that and help Europe to be very independent and have a strong energy securities, which will going to be led by very democratic countries. I think it's extremely important. So it's my honor and pleasure being here, and I hope we'll have more collaborations, and I appreciate it. And may God bless Europe and the people of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Thank you for this brief but important, strong words. I think that we will have chance to discuss it in the second part of this debate. I'd like to invite here Rasa Yuknevichina. Is she? Rasa, good morning. Rasa is helping Belarus, Ukraine, for so many years, and we were together in so many difficult challenges, and always Rasa was given proper response to Lukashism, and even when Belarusians were giving up, Rasa's voice was heard. It was in media, it was in meetings with Belarusian politicians, democratic forces, human rights defenders, and you gave us energy, which is perhaps the most important thing we need. That's actually not only for Belarusians, but also for Ukrainians right now. Energy and hope, because we are on the right side and in the right fight. Rasa is the vice chair of European People's Party. Congratulations. European People's Party, yes, in the European Parliament. And please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Franak. Thank you, everybody. Atsiprašau, lietuvių pasirašiau angliškai savo tezes, so I will speak English. After 24th February, there is no doubt that only Ukraine's victory in Russia's war, Putin's war against it, would bring about fundamental changes for the whole European continent. Many pointed out this morning that there is no separate path for free Belarus or for free Moldova, Georgia as well. That there is one common path for all of us. It is European continent without Putin. European continent without Putinism. Putin must first be contained, isolated. It is like sepsis treatment. I am a medical doctor by my profession. The first thing to do is to isolate the source of the infection and protect other parts of the body, healthy body, which is Ukraine and the rest of the European continent. I am deliberately putting Lukashenko after Putin because it is the same tumor with the center roots in the Kremlin. For 2 decades, I tried to correct colleagues in the West when they repeatedly said that Lukashenko was the last dictator in Europe. Yes, he is a brutal dictator, he is terrible, but he is not the last and was not the last many decades ago, and not the most terrible. It has long been clear that Putin is the scariest of all. So I am surprised why so many are surprised now, what's happening. Ever since his services, Putin's services, have blown up Moscow and Volgodonsk to get Putin elected in 1999, not investigated yet until the end. At this moment, there is nothing more important for Europe, including both the EU and non-EU countries on this continent, than to win the war declared by Putin. I don't believe it when it is said that we can't help Ukraine militarily because it could provoke a war of a bigger scale. If we don't stop this cruel aggression now, we will have to stop him in the suburbs of Brussels in the future. It is a message from me and my friends, colleagues in European Parliament every day, especially for those from the countries they still use narrative not to provoke Putin more. It is important that Western countries have united and announced unprecedented sanctions for Russia. But Europe has to commit in a very clear way that the sanctions will stay until the very end, until the last occupier leaves Ukrainian soil. Now it is crucial to contain Putin and his regime, including imposing a total embargo of oil, first of all on oil, but later on gas, because Europe is currently the biggest source of Putin's income. According to our own calculation, every day, Europeans pay enough money to buy 200 modern Russian tanks. On EU candidacy status for Ukraine, I strongly believe that Ukraine will win. It has signed its membership into our European family with its blood. The European Parliament is extremely united in its support for Ukraine, including for its candidate status. Support for Ukraine's candidate status is laid out in European Parliament resolution. However, the decisions are made by the Council, the member states. I have a simple message for Prime Minister Rutte of the Netherlands, who is visiting Lithuania today. Do not be afraid. Europe will not be the same again. Move beyond the outdated notions of long and complicated procedures. Ukraine needs the candidate status now. It is the nation that defends the whole Europe, and it defends you, Prime Minister. If a raped woman would approach you for your help, would you reject her plea because she is dirty, covered in blood, stressed, not good looking? Would you say to her, "Don't ask me to help you. You are not ready yet. Our procedures are long and complicated." The Ukrainian people are dying today for Belarusians and for Russians, by the way. Even for those who line themselves in horrible configurations of letter Z, holding portraits of the war criminal Putin, for the cleansing of their poisoned brains Ukrainians fight today. If not for them, then for their children. The beginning of the end of Putinism has begun. Deputinization will be very painful. We have to be ready for that. But Ukrainians are not afraid. The European Union needs to be fearless too. Slava Ukraini, живе Belarus!
Thank you. Thank you, dear Rasa, and for your support and for your words. It's also important and inspiring to hear Slava Ukraini and Живе Belarus together. This is what really shows this understanding that the problem, the context of the problem is the same or at least similar. And we are sure that Belarus will not be forgotten. That's very, very important for us. And we all understand that this putting together, you know, our two struggles, they can look different, but basically they're the same. It's crucial for our joint common victory. Now I'd like to invite here Anna Fotyga, member of European Parliament. Do we have Anna here?
Yes.
Online. Anna was, Mrs. Fotyga was 1 week after fraudulent elections in 2020 at the European Parliament. Anna Fotyga spoke about Belarus, and she was one of the very first who emphasized the risk for Belarus sovereignty. In the speech, I remember you said that it's not about democracy only, there is a big risk that Lukashenko will trade sovereignty, which he finally did. And now we are facing what we face and what you predicted 1.5 years ago. Ms. Fotyga, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Wieczorka, and allow me first to thank my Lithuanian friends for organizing this conference. I try to participate since the earliest day. I think it is extremely important to bring expertise and to discuss among friends of free Central and Eastern Europe, including countries like first and foremost Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, and others, of course. Let me, actually you started already what I wanted to eventually develop further, Mr. Wieczorka, so allow me to continue. First, I really salute Ukrainian people and under leadership of President Zelensky, the Ukrainian army, and each and every citizen for their defense of Ukraine. It is really amazing what you do. And today, hopefully, we start very important week because this conference is just in this series of events with President Biden visiting Brussels, then my country, Poland, in Brussels, meeting during the NATO Extraordinary Summit, and then European Council as well. We have a unique chance to further strengthen unity of the collective West in responding to the war on Ukraine. I would like to remind that this war started in 2014. with unbelievable atrocities of Russian Federation, of Putin's Russia in Crimea against Crimean Tatars and others as well. In eastern part of Ukraine, I sponsored some time ago a series of seminars and conferences, one of them on atrocities by Wagner Group. Actually, everybody started to listen after atrocities in Africa. The news about Ukraine were not as properly taken as they should have been. Unfortunately, it was the report Isolation several years ago already submitted somehow to the International Criminal Court. Hopefully, during procedures, we'll be able to return to this. And now, after February 24th, we are able to amend also the lukewarm approach of the collective West, in my opinion. And we already see very visible signs. They are not enough. Raza, other colleagues well enumerated this. I also salute the Belarusian people for their direction, because when I listened some time ago to speeches of Belarusian opposition speaking about possibilities, hope for democratic change in their country, I already at that time felt challenge may be bigger. Not only Lukashenko challenging sovereignty of Ukraine, but Putin's Russia willing to turn also Belarus to long-standing policies of external aggression. Because what we see is not only necessity to change the regime in Russia, not changing Putin, it should be much deeper, much bigger change. And actually, it is not only dictatorship versus free world. It is long-standing neo-imperial policy willing to reverse change in whole region and Ukraine with atrocities, illegal, illegitimate, full-scale aggression now that was sentenced by the UN International Court of Justice to be stopped immediately, not ultimata against. We have to do at most to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Anna Fotyga, and for your support and for these words. I'd like to invite now Dr. Niels Schmidt, who represents German Bundestag and who is spokesperson for foreign affairs for SPD party. We hosted Niels a few weeks ago in the office of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya here in Vilnius, and there it was time before war. You know, our life actually divided before February 24 and after February 24. Back then we discussed the referendum, the possible risks for Belarus' independent sovereignty, and perhaps no one expected such development as we have right now. We discussed actually the deployment of nuclear nuclear weapons on Belarus territory, and now it becomes so real as so possible as never before. And we are really thankful for you because you raised this issue in Germany and all over Europe. Thanks for this. And thanks, General, for speaking out for Belarus and Ukraine all the time, every day. Niels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Franek. Dear friends of Belarus, dear colleagues, let me start by thanking the organizers for holding this event, the Kalinausko Forum. I'm very pleased to be part of this panel and to speak up for democracy and the sovereignty in Belarus. I would like to make 3 points this morning. The first one is about Belarus. Democracy, freedom, and human rights are at stake in Belarus. And the brave Belarusian people is fighting a fight that is not only for Belarus, it's for Europe as well. And that's why we have supported the Belarusian opposition from the very beginning after the rigged elections. And that's why we continue to support the democratic movement in Belarus. We know that it's very difficult to give direct support inside the country, but we still have channels to do that together with Svetlana's team. But we also need to support the Belarusians in exile. And I believe that we are also in a long game with the fight for democracy in Belarus. And I want to be very clear about the referendum. It's illegal, and Lukashenko has no legitimacy whatsoever to govern this country. This must be very clear. And that is also why the newly elected German Bundestag has decided to suspend the workings of the so-called German-Belarusian Parliamentary Friendship Group. So this term, there will be no Parliamentary Friendship Group with Belarus, as there will be no friendship group with Russia, of course. And this is a very clear signal from us parliamentarians in Germany that we are on the side of democracy and that we cannot have a normal relationship with the parliament in the case of the Russian Duma that has supported an illegal and criminal invasion of its neighbor country. The second point I would like to make is that it's not only about Belarus. So we are seeing the birth of a nation in Belarus, of a free and democratic nation. Of course, this is a tremendous event in the course of European history. But what Lukashenko does in Belarus is of major relevance to European security as well. So there is a real threat of Russia deploying nuclear arms now in Belarus, which would once again, of course, change the security environment for the eastern flank of NATO and for NATO and Europe as a whole tremendously. And so we need a stronger NATO and a stronger protection of the eastern flank with further deployment of troops and weaponry in the eastern flank, including the Baltic states. Germany has increased its troops, a number of troops in Lithuania already, and I think there's more to do on that account, especially after the war in Ukraine. A third point I would like to make is that there is a common cause of Belarus and Ukraine. This is the European perspective, the adhesion to European and universal values of human rights and democracy and rule of law. And so Belarusian and Ukrainian struggle for independence and sovereignty and for freedom is very much intertwined. This is the same fight they are in. Ukraine with much more suffering, but we should not forget about the suffering of the Belarusian people as well. And as much as we do have to document war crimes committed by the Russian forces, as much do we need to continue to document human rights violations undertaken by the Lukashenko regime in Belarus. This is, as I've said, the same struggle, and both Belarus, democratic forces in Belarus, and the democratically elected government in Ukraine are defending European values. That's why both need our support. In the case of Ukraine, of course, also through arms deliveries and sanctions. And if there is a bright spot in this very dark history that is going on right now, then it's the solid, very solid link, transatlantic link we've seen over the last few weeks. US and EU, including the UK, are standing together with with President Zelensky and with the Belarusian opposition. And we have also seen that the non-military power of the European Union is quite huge. And this has also given us the possibility to do so in the future, closing loopholes in the sanctions regime of the European Union against Belarus is also part of the game, I think. And so we are in this together. We are supporting Ukraine and Belarus because they are fighting the same combat. And I can assure you that attention will not be lost on Belarus, which is very important because we will need some staying power as well, not only when it comes to Ukraine for evident reasons, but also when it comes to Belarus. And I and a lot of friends of Belarus in the German Bundestag will continue to support democracy and freedom in Belarus. Thank you for having me, and have a nice conference.
Thank you, dear Dr. Schmidt, and thanks to Germany for the support. You're right that there are many also non-military tools that can help Ukrainians and Belarus still to be used. In terms of Belarus, what's important? Aha. Okay, so I was informed by Žygis, very important, that it's night in Washington, D.C., and Steve Nicks is so brave and so dedicated and so supportive that he joined us this time. And Stephen Nicks, Eurasian Director for IRI, worked with Belarus, Ukraine for so many years, lived in Ukraine for many years, is joining us, and we will be, and also Stephen Nicks and IRI are supporting this conference, an organization of this conference, and we are very grateful for your practical help, but also for your political advocacy you are doing for our region in the United States and worldwide. Thanks for supporting as well Lithuania and Lithuanian efforts and Lithuanian leadership, along with Poland. And Stephen, please, floor is yours. We are excited to hear from you how you see, what are you doing, and what can be done better to support voices from Belarus, but also from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Panik, for that kind introduction. I hope that you can hear me. Thank you, Žygis, so much for organizing this important Congress. I want to remind everybody, where are we today? We are in 1939. Indiscriminate bombing of civilians, military incursions, countries occupying other countries, millions and millions of refugees. This is where we are today. I've heard many wise words spoken earlier today. Let me try to add to them. I want to support the remarks of Svetlana Tikhonovskaya when she links Putin with Lukashenko. They are forever intertwined. They are intertwined in this conspiracy against Ukraine and the Western world. They are complicit in war crimes. The two of them belong in the docket in a criminal court in Hague. But before we can try these two monsters as war criminals, we have to defeat them in the battlefield. So a couple of quick points. I want to say that in terms of concrete action, I'm going to repeat a phrase that Speaker Stefanchuk and Congressman Sparts will understand. Ni slovom, a делом. Not words, but deeds. I continue to hear discussion of possible European sanctions against Russian oil and gas. I continue to hear discussions among US and European allies about a no-fly zone or the provision of aircraft to Ukraine. But it's important for us to understand Putin does not react to discussions of sanctions. He reacts to the implementation of economic sanctions. Putin does not react to discussions of military assistance. He reacts to the provision of military assistance. What is IRI doing to assist? We also are very active. Ni slovom, a делом. I'm not here with you today because I've been in Washington to assist a member of the Ukrainian parliament, to take her around to our Congress, to make Ukraine's voice heard in terms of both sanctions and military assistance, and to amplify the great work that Congresswoman Sparts is doing on the Hill. It's critical that these voices be heard. So we've been helping MP Ustinova in Washington. IRI is bringing another delegation to Washington from the Verkhovna Rada starting this Friday, where we will continue to amplify the voice of Ukraine in Washington. I'm going to quote two individuals, and then I'll conclude my remarks. I'm going to first tell you about a meeting that I had with the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church at that time. This was in 2015, at the height of the fighting in Donbass, when I met with Patriarch Filaret. He said to me, Mr. Nix, right now, Ukraine is fighting Putin, but we're really fighting Europe's war, the West's war. If you do not help us stop Putin now, eventually you will be fighting Putin. Those words have proven to be very prophetic. We have another chance to stop Putin, and we can, and we will, if we do so collectively between Washington and Brussels. The second quote I want to share with you, I had the chance to meet with a group of members of the European Parliament last week. Gigas, you were there. You heard me quote Senate Minority Leader McConnell and his views on Ukraine. And he said it very distinctly. And these are not polite words, so I apologize. But Leader McConnell said, it's imperative that the United States and Europe give Ukraine all the assistance that it needs in order to kill as many Russians as they need in order to defend their country. That's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're in 1939. We're facing war criminals who will stop at nothing and will not stop at Ukraine. We have to stop them now. Collectively and together, we can do this. I'll conclude by saying thank you for your attention. Slava, Slava Ukraina, I живе Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for being with us. I'd like to invite now Ambassador Rasa Ostroskaite. Please help me. Good morning. Rasa became EU representative at OSCE in September 2020, just after all these things started. And Rasa was always with us, with Belarus, and now with Ukraine. And all the visits to Vienna, to other capitals were organized with your kind support. And again, Belarus protest, Belarus movement, Belarus democratic forces wouldn't succeed without your person and all people in this room room support. That's very important to understand, and let me reiterate again how thankful all of us are here, and to Stephen on the screen right now, and to Rasa and all politicians and government representatives, and of course diplomats working with Belarus in our region. Please, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Franek, and thanks a lot, Žygis, for both organizing this conference but also inviting me to join. I'd like to start with a quote of Alexander Solzhenitsyn. They're lying. They know they are lying. We know they are lying. They know that we know they are lying. We know that they know that we know they are lying, and they still continue to lie. Never did I think that we will be using these words in the context of EU statement to rebuke the statements of Russian and Belarusian representatives in the Permanent Council of the OSCE. But that's what's happening. Despite the naked aggression of Russia and Belarus being a co-aggressor, we still need to rebuke the awful lies that are being peddled in the Permanent Council. Ambassador Carpenter spoke about the kabuki theater. Sometimes I'm reminded of a theater of absurdity, where a super tragic event is being framed and projected through a meaningless plot and totally dislocated speech. I'm super delighted that you have invited the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada and Minister Chaparova to speak today, because we are inspired by Ukrainians, not just by Ukrainian military, but also by Ukrainian ordinary men and women who stand in front of this naked aggression, sometimes just draped in Ukrainian flag, and resisted, not only for the sake of Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence, but also who stand for our rules-based order. In the words of the President of the European Council, this is geopolitical terrorism, and that's the only word that I can say to describe the current situation. I'd like to echo the sentiments and words of quite a few. First of all, you, Franek, but also Pavel Fischer and Neil Schmidt, who said that we should, in this particular context, we should not forget about what's happening in Belarus, because clearly Lukashenko is taking advantage and continues his repressive actions against the population of Belarus. So I would like to focus and say a few words about the situation in Belarus and the actions that we undertake. And there we have total unity, and that's why I also acknowledge that it's not just the European Union, but also our transatlantic partners. So first on the repressive actions in Ukraine and in Belarus and what the OSCE has been doing to address them. We continuously bring the issue to the attention of the Permanent Council and also other bodies, relevant bodies of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Given the consensus nature of the organization, the OSCE's action is somewhat limited, but we have been able to use the tools of the OSCE. We have invoked the Moscow mechanism, the Vienna mechanism has been invoked. We also have the offers of successive chairs of the organization. Initially it was Albania, then Sweden, now currently Poland. We also have the expertise of OSCE institutions, ODIHR, the watchdog of elections, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, but also representative of the freedom of the media. Now, we have seen the massive human rights abuses that were documented in Professor Wolfgang Benedict's report under the Moscow mechanism. His recommendations and conclusions regarding the elections were very clear, but he also made a number of recommendations both to the international community, to participating states, and some of them have been followed up. For example, the number of accountability platforms that have been established. But clearly we also have seen that Belarusians, despite the pleas of the international community for Lukashenko and the authorities in Belarus to take up some of these recommendations, they have not been taken up. They have also not taken up the offers of the successive chairs of the organization to use the facilities of the chair to mediate between the opposition, the voices of Free Belarus, the human rights defenders, and that of the authorities. They also have not used and tapped into the expertise that are provided by ODIHR or by RFOM. And as a result, rather than seeing the process which leads to some kind of a change, we see more of the same. And as a result, a number of, actually quite a huge number of OSCE participating states, 35 to be exact, decided that they need to invoke the Vienna mechanism. And in the Vienna mechanism, they focused on 6 main areas of concern. The first one is, of course, the peaceful assembly, because there are massive restrictions on people to gather together, and if they do, they face abuse by the security forces. The second one is the media freedom. Clearly, there is no independent media in Belarus, so they simply are subjected to the same lies through the state-controlled media channels. The third one is torture. We have seen so many cases of torture, and that's why it's important that we continue pressuring Lukashenko regime, but also keep documenting these cases, so that torture case and those who are responsible for this would not escape impunity. The fourth one is arbitrary arrest and detentions, and we've seen so many people who've been arbitrarily arrested, detained, and imprisoned. The next one is targeting of opposition, and there we see the use of state media, but we also see channels of social media that are being used to target opposition, to use digital violence, if you will. And the last one is, of course, migration, and that we've seen also, particularly in Lithuania and in Poland, where there was politicization of both vulnerable refugees and migrants, and of course, concluding remarks of and impact on the human rights and abuse of the vulnerable status. Despite the fact that this mechanism has been invoked and the Belarusians did engage in the discussion, they even provided the answer, a 10-page response, but of course that was not deemed satisfactory. So the issue of Belarus and the situation of human rights in the country continues to be very high on our agenda. Now, if one looks at what's happening now in terms of political prisoners, where we have more than 1,000, where we have a number of media actors and journalists imprisoned, and the last was the call by the representative of the freedom of the media issued just last week, where she appealed to Lukashenko to release those who are illegally and imprisoned on trumped-up charges, the latest being the chief editor and marketing director for Nasha Niva, one of the main Belarusian platforms. We also seen that ODIHR was neither invited to give its legal opinion on the constitutional amendments, nor was it invited to supervise and monitor the so-called referendum, which of course renders the referendum to where it belongs, I mean, null and void. We also see the fact that despite all these measures, the voices of Belarusians in opposition cannot be silenced. And for that, I really have to thank Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and her entire team for being so active and really engaging with international organizations, the international community, and being so active also in terms of social media, pressing the message that it's not the Belarus that the Lukashenko regime it represents, but the right alternative voices that we need to continuously support. And of course, once Belarus embarks on this transition to democratic path, the European Union stands ready to support, and we have already signaled a number of ways in which both the EU would be willing to support the stabilization of its economy, reform of its institutions, and also making the living standards of regular Belarusian people go higher. Meanwhile, of course, we will continue to support the victims of oppression. Through the emergency measures, we also will continue to support independent media, and through the humanitarian measures, also the population of Belarus. I think it's also very important that we collectively support the accountability platforms, be that through the International Accountability Platform that was established by some EU member states, but also through the Office of the High Representative for Human Rights. I think it's important that we document, and those who are responsible for the atrocities that are being committed would not be allowed to escape the crimes that they have committed. And with that, I will conclude. Slava Ukraini and Živa Belarus.
Thank you so much for this detailed explanation what was done. A lot of things, and it needed a lot of patience and efforts of your personal work and other delegations in OSCE. Let me assure you that when Belarus becomes democratic, there will be a representative which will be responsive, which will attend all the meetings, which will not ignore any requests from Permanent Council, or will not hide behind lies and manipulations. There will be such day, and this is the day we are all fighting for. Now I'd like to invite here our last speaker for this part of the debate, Vytis Jurkonis. Vytis Jurkonis is a true hero for many young Belarusians. He trained activists, human rights defenders for 15, 20 years, I don't know, was I born there when Vytis was doing this? And Vytis was the person who helped and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and democratic leaders when they fled in 2020. He was meeting them, he was helping, he was arranging first contacts and helping to build international diplomatic work as well, and we are very grateful for this help. And right now Vytis is helping a lot to Belarusian refugees, to Belarusian repressed families, and of course advocating as the project director of Freedom House for human rights in Belarus, to keep it on the agenda, and your voice is always very important to us.
Thank you, Franek. Thanks, Žygis, the organizers, dear ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start with the quote that I did during the first Kalinausko conference when, in August 2020, when many were still trying to figure out what is happening. And back then I was saying, like, don't be afraid. Belarusians are not afraid, so Europeans shouldn't be afraid either. And during the second conference, Kalinausko conference a year ago, I spoke about the responsibility of being too formal, being not decisive enough, relying on selfies, conferences, and resolutions way more than on actions. And looking at what Svetlana Tikhanovskaya told about fate without work, and reiterated at some point by Steve Nicks, that not words but deeds. It reminded me of the very same Kęstutis Kalinausko, who had faith, who was praying, but also was doing a lot and was acting, not only praying. And it reminded one of my friends, Belarusian friends, Ales Cherkasin, who was killed in action fighting for Ukraine and fighting for Belarus in 2015. He was an activist of the Belarusian Christian Democrat Party. And back then already Belarusians were fighting, and we need to remember that. Unfortunately, today we are hearing more and more voices accusing Belarusians and Russians, for that matter, for not doing enough. And while there is some truth in that, there's another truth to be told. We did not enough either. Every one of us, we are guilty too, but that shouldn't be stopping us or paralyzing us. On the contrary, it should motivate us to do more for Ukraine, for Belarusians, for freedom, for democracy, and for ourselves. Tanks and bombs need to be stopped, no doubt. Support to Ukraine must immediately increase at all levels, but we cannot stop there. Human rights democracy, fundamental freedoms need to return back to the international agenda with full force. So, like, helping Ukraine is one thing. What I'm afraid that pragmatists and those who would be sitting at the negotiation table might eventually give up on Belarus, and the Russian troops are going to stay in Belarus, and the Russian activists are going to be left alone with Putin's regime. We cannot allow that. We need to reboot the international system. We need to help Belarusian and Russian activists not close the doors, because while Mr. Fischer was very right about the sanctions and the banking systems, we also need to improve our radar in terms of who is who, what is what in Russia and Belarus. While shutting down the banks of the oligarchs, crooks, we cannot be shutting down the bank accounts of the human rights defenders, activists, media folks who have accounts here. It's outrageous that there are some activists, like the one sitting nearby me, Anatoly Betko, whose bank account is being closed, while Mr. Vorobey bank accounts, or his firm, his company, or Abramovich has accounts still in Europe. And, there are a lot of legal arguments that, well, he has his citizenship and all of that. We need to improve our radar, because while Ukraine needs arms and guns and our full support, human rights defenders in the region need access to foreign banking system. Otherwise, they will suffocate. They will not be able to proceed with their work, and they will become dysfunctional if we are shutting their access to the international banking system. So during the first Kalinausko conference, we were speaking about stolen elections. And there were some arguments that we cannot be super decisive on this because there are on sanctions, because there are going to be alternative costs, and we are now paying way more. The alternative costs are much higher with all the support which is being provided to Ukraine, which should be increasing, but these are our alternative costs for not being decisive enough in 2020. During the second conference, we had massive repressions already, evidence of torture, even killings, and yet back then we were still not decisive enough. Today, we are already witnessed the hijacked airplane, the enforced migration, and finally war in Ukraine. Our Prime Minister is certainly right. I'm confident of that. Ukraine is going to win. But again, we cannot rely simply on faith and our belief in Ukrainians. We need to act and to help them do it. And plus, if we are not going to address the roots of the problem, meaning human rights, democracy, and fundamental freedoms, which are at risk, wars are going to repeat again and again. So my pledge is to make democracy not a buzzword, but a principle. Not simply a principle, a guideline, an inspiration of hope, but a principle of our obligation, which needs to be defended every single day. Живе Беларусь, and слава Украине!
Thank you, dear Vytis. And now I'd like to open the floor for all participants of the conference. If you want to speak, you can raise your hand, or you can make, this, or pose the question. Yeah, we will open the floor. I will just explain. So no problem. So you can do like this, like it's in many international conferences are being done. Just put the card here, or you can just raise your hand. It's not a big room, so we will see each other. So for first, I would like to invite Dovile Shakaliene to make remarks.
Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to see everyone here. Although the times are really dark, but we still fight for freedom and democracy. And although currently the war, the military activities are ongoing in Ukrainian territory, but nobody is fooled. This is a war for Europe. This is the war for democracy in Europe, for security architecture in Europe, and globally as well. Because if Europe is divided, if half of Europe is swallowed by Putinist Russian Empire, then there is no global stability as we knew it before. And I can only imagine how it breaks the hearts of representatives of democratic Belarus, of patriots of democratic Belarus, to see how the territory of Belarus is actually instrumental in destroying Ukraine. During the morning intelligence briefings, because I work in National Security and Defense Committee, it really is difficult to see that only because Lukashenko gave the territory of Belarus, the airstrikes in the directions of Kiev and Chernihiv are possible, and that's why they're so destructive. And even though Mr. Lukashenko still pretends somehow to try to sit on two chairs, let's not be naive. Belarus is a full participant in this war, and that means that our fight for free Belarus became much, much harder. On the second thought, what is really difficult in this time is for us to clearly acknowledge that yes, we could wish for people in Belarus, for those who are willing to live in democracy and freedom, to do more. But we in Lithuania are already one generation away from the situation when participating in protests would mean that we could be jailed, beaten, tortured, deported, and then that means that it's really kind of unfair for us to demand that of them. What we could do is actually give them more voices, to be their voices when they cannot. Blaming and shaming those who fight for freedom is not constructive. We definitely are experiencing the biggest shakeup of our democratic world since the World War II. But this one, in my opinion, is going to be even more difficult because a lot of us have really got used to living in safety, in democracy. We are not fierce anymore. We don't have enough fight in ourselves. If we are applying the rules of peace in the times of war, that means we have not realized what is actually happening today. And when I hear what is being said here in this hall, that gives me hope that the awakening is much swifter than it was expected. I've been saying for months that 3 criteria will define if this war will become the Third World War or if we will protect Ukraine. It's the unity of our answer, the swiftness of the answer, and the efficiency of the answer. If we can't close the sky over Ukraine right now, then we must make sure that Ukraine is able to do so. And next to that, we must make sure that the sanctions that are applied on Russian regime and Belarusian regime are so heavy that these regimes crumble, not just sway, not just try to repress their people even more, but crumble. That's our goal in the nearest future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dovile. Dovile is a member of Seimas of the Lithuanian Republic. I'd like to open the floor. You can ask questions, you can comment, you can disagree or agree with some other speakers, please.
Yeah, I am a member of Lithuanian Parliament at the moment, leading the EPP group in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and leading the Lithuanian delegation in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. I'm not sure Mr. McAllister is still with us. I wanted to ask, maybe I was listening to Mr. McAllister not very carefully, but I haven't heard anything about the possibility for Ukraine to get candidate status in the EU. under special procedure. I would very much advocate for it, as all my colleagues, because it is helpful even during the negotiations with the so-called negotiations with Russia. And I would be very thankful if you answered. Second point, Rasa Ostrowskaite and her quotation of Solzhenitsyn. We know they are lying, they know that we know they are lying, and so on. We all know they are lying, and I was witnessing the situation in Hofburg when ambassadors went out after Russian ambassadors started to talk. But nevertheless, we are in a very specific situation, both in the United Nations and the OSCE, not only because we know they are lying, but they are killing, they are committing crimes. I even would say genocide. What we are seeing now, it's genocide against Ukrainian nation. And as a representative of small country, Lithuania, I was obliged to ask for some suspension of Russia's voting rights in the OSCE. My colleagues in the assembly reacted in such a way that maybe member countries should decide. I don't know, rules are very specific. They have been made for other world, for rules-based world. But in this situation, I feel myself very uncomfortable. You, dear ambassadors, can go out of the hall. What our assembly should do, I don't know. Russia has its proxies there, a lot of them. But it's very strange to be in one room, one space with a killer who threatens us with a nuclear weapon. And we still are advocating for negotiations and dialogue. I heard it from many representatives in the assembly that we should continue some dialogue. So it's of course a too long question to you, Mr. Carpenter. What do you think as a representative of the very important member state? Thank you.
Thank you. We heard several questions. If David, Ambassador Carpenter, or Rasa want to react, perhaps David first.
Yes, thank you. I can be brief. I'll just answer the question about the position of the European Parliament on the possible candidate status of Ukraine for the EU membership. The European Parliament adopted a resolution on the 1st of March after President Zelensky's very inspiring speech to the plenary, where he was connected digitally. And the quote in our resolution is, the European Parliament calls for the EU institutions to work towards granting EU candidate status to Ukraine in line with Article 49 of the Treaty on European Union and on the basis of merit, and in the meantime to continue to work towards its integration into the EU single market along the lines of the association agreement, unquote. So that is what was adopted with a huge majority of MEPs. Once again, we as Parliament have been very clear that we call on the EU institutions to work towards granting EU candidate status to Ukraine. The heads of government, the member states have asked the Commission to speedily present the report, whether the conditions are met, and I hope that this report will be presented soon, and then it's up to the member states, a unanimous decision to decide. One thing is very clear: Ukraine is a country not only in Europe, Ukraine shares our European values. Ukraine is defending our European values in this war against Russia. And that's why I believe that we have to be very clear, crystal clear as EU to show this symbolic support to Ukraine. And that's why I also voted in favor of this resolution, that we should work towards granting EU candidate status to Ukraine. And it's up to the member states now to find a decision. Hopefully, the member states will find a united and unanimous decision soon.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. Now, Ambassador Carpenter, and then Emanuelis and Rasa.
Yes, so I think the question you've raised is an extremely important one, and one that we have discussed in the OSCE on a number of occasions. The rules of procedure allow for a country to be suspended with consensus -1. This was done when Milosevic was in charge of Serbia, and we expelled Serbia from the organization. At the moment, because we have two co-aggressors, Russia and Belarus, this is not possible. My own view and my own position all along has been that I cannot sit in the room with someone who represents a regime that is killing women and children and raining missiles on innocent civilians. I am not going to discuss with him. In the last Permanent Council, I referred to his language as exactly equivalent to the language of Joseph Goebbels. So I am not there when he speaks or when his representative speaks. Together with colleagues, and I'm looking at my friend Ambassador Ostrovskaite, we have on several occasions, as you noted, staged walkouts on the Russian ambassador before he began his horrid interventions. There are other colleagues in the room that believe in the value of dialogue, as you have said. Our job, our work as diplomats, is to further and further isolate Russia and Belarus in this forum and build more and more support for that among our colleagues. As you know, we have 57 participating states. We have Central Asian states, other CSTO allies of Russia. They are largely with us, sometimes through their silence, sometimes through other means of tacit support, quietly clapping on the margins to support the Ukrainian position. But our goal is to slowly but surely move them into our camps. They see what we are seeing, but they are sometimes not as brave in terms of taking that position. It is our work as diplomats to convince them that these horrific regimes, these barbaric regimes, have to be completely isolated. It's the least we can do.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now Ambassador Ostrovskaite, first just to continue.
100% agree with Ambassador Carpenter. Surprisingly, when we staged the walkout, and it was coordinated between the European Union and the like-minded, we still had quite a few participating states staying in the room. Not even the statement by the chair, where the chair called for the establishment of humanitarian corridors, received the full support. And I'm not just talking about the aggressor and the co-aggressor, but actually a number of other participating states, and the ones that were already listed by Ambassador Carpenter, were also refusing to join this call for the establishment of humanitarian. So that kind of suggests that it's, although privately they signal their support and understanding for the situation of Ukrainians, they would not dare challenging the official positions of the governments, and as a result, they're not joining walkouts, they're not joining joint calls for the establishment of humanitarian corridors, and they continue tacitly supporting the aggressor and the co-aggressor. So the idea of expulsion of the Russian Federation or suspension of the rights within the organization cannot be addressed. The only thing that we can achieve is further isolation through both coordinated actions of both of the like-minded, but also through coordinated actions outside of the organization and the international condemnation for the aggressive actions that they are undertaking in Ukraine.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Zinger is then Representative Sparts and then Senator Fisher.
Yes, thank you so much for all participants. I am here in this chamber from 1990. So we had an idea that it will be our last revolution, 1990, and we will have open blue sky above our heads. And my mother just next week will be 100 years old, and she spent 4 years in Nazi concentration camp, Stuttgart. And she told me yesterday, I never have an idea that you will face another war. So, but she told me not let them be alone about Ukrainians and Belarusians like today. My question will be to Ambassador Carpenter about last events. We just came back from a Council of Europe meeting, and I'm heading Lithuanian delegation, and we were successful to have 100% vote from 44 country delegation on expulsion of Russia, full expulsion of Russia membership. I remember our meetings with Vladimir Karamurza and Boris Yefimovich Nemtsov and John McCain here in this room, when our friends in Russia always were worried about human rights court decisions in Russia. Well, from the moment when Russia stopped to be a member, and I was one of the leaders to stop Russia in Council of Europe to be a member, and so the court ceased to have their possible implication for 18,000 cases in Russia Federation. Okay, most political cases were not fulfilled from Mr. Putin's side, but some low-profile cases were implemented. My question to you, we have now facing, remembering Madam Albright's idea, actually supported by Pelosi and other friends, bringing community of democracies and American leadership in front of community of democracies, more like 120, 130 free nations who should be united on other accords, other fundaments. Now is the time for United States to be a leader and reconstruct instead America first, instead Lithuania first, France first, solidarity first, democracy first ideas. It was done by President Biden. Done mostly by good intention, by words, but not deeds. How we can provide the real new civilizational step and unite our democracies together against two most terrible dictatorships, Russia and China. We have here next head of the mission of Taiwan. If you know, we did some steps towards Taiwan. So now we have Belarusians inside of our Vilnius community. We have here Russian opposition just running away. If last radio stations just evacuating from Moscow to Vilnius and Riga. How we can, being active place in Vilnius, how we can be together with civilized world, reshaping our democratic communities, being based on more clear action plan, not spreading peace for the world. I'm sorry, I just citing Soviet slogan, peace for the world, when they invaded Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zinkeris. Representative Sparts.
Thank you. I think, we need to have a broader discussion at some point, how can international institutions actually be functional, because we obviously see this major crisis they're not working and at different levels, and it is an important discussion to have how it can be restructured to be more effective. But I also wanted to, there are a lot of advantages to democracy, but there are some disadvantages because we don't have speed and agility, right? We do a lot of, politics, a lot of drama discussions, but when you have a crisis, your strategy, speed of your response and scale are extremely important. And I wanted to ask you as the leaders in European community, if you can work with some of them, your members, and particularly I think we have a member from Germany, my friend, and like the largest European economy. I think we have some representatives from France to really maybe lead on some humanitarian responses and help Poland to deal with this issue, because this is a dire situation. This is a situation that's going to affect the whole Europe and is going to be really a big problem if we don't take some steps much faster. I've been in Poland twice, and it's not getting better. It's going to get worse. So I think words are great, statements are great, but it's not a pick job. It's a huge war and a huge problem. So we have to have more actions. And I'll be from my side also put pressure on my administration. I think United States can really lead more on defense security, including for NATO, including for our eastern flank, and including for Ukraine with much more speed and agility. It's complicated too, but I think we can do more and help Europe to deal with that in a more effective way. I think we're going to have our president, so please, give him a hard time. I give him plenty of hard time, but Congress has been doing a good job. We're an independent branch. We're we're co-equal, first among equals. So we need to have accountability from our executive branch, but I hope you can also have the same accountability as the leaders in your country, and particularly help in, United States, for us to work with you and our NATO allies to work to help from the defensive aid, but also humanitarian aid. And in any way I can be helpful, I'd be happy to do that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fisher.
Let me just raise a rhetorical question to debate probably also in the corridors later on. And I join Ambassador Carpenter in his reflection on the place we should prepare for Russia in not only in international organizations, but also bilaterally. Let me just bring forward 2-3 examples from last weeks. We saw President Zelensky in his CNN interview that he reconfirmed his readiness to engage in direct talk with Vladimir Putin. On the other side, there is silence. Vladimir Putin put forward from the very beginning, from the 2014, his proxies from Luhansk and Donetsk, and refused any direct contact with Zelensky. So the very legitimacy of the president of Ukraine was from the very beginning undermined by this approach. And my question mark is, if there is no direct line until now between both, I dare to say leaders, both supreme chiefs, I mean Putin and Zelensky, we have to pay special attention to the very sovereignty of Ukraine, because Putin wanted to compromise it, to impede it, to hurt Ukraine in its sovereignty, to cripple down, to weaken Ukraine. And I think that we have to pay attention, if we agree with the American president that we face a war criminal in the person of Vladimir Putin, if those direct calls with him do reinforce or do not reinforce his status. I think that we have to pay special attention to this war criminal situation, which is now confirmed by international court, in order to probably discipline our leaders in European states and worldwide not to engage too far with Putin, and probably to imagine a channel of communication or a frame which is not red carpet diplomacy, but which is something different. With war criminals, we do not engage. So I think that we have to pay special attention to this very call of Vladimir Zelensky, who wishes to have a direct dialogue and who is still ignored. I think that this is the moment also to imagine how we should, on our side, ignore this criminal country in terms of international law. Thank you.
Ambassador Carpenter.
Yeah, thanks again for allowing me to take the floor just to respond briefly to my friend Emanuelis, who I think raises some really important questions that we have to think through going forward. So I would say a few things. I think, first of all, we have to seize this moment, because this is not just, as I said earlier, it's not just a fight against tyranny by democracies, but Putin and Lukashenko too have so broken all norms of international law and the UN Charter that you have any number of states in the world who are not democracies who see the threat to their sovereignty, to their territorial integrity, and to their independence. And so we actually have to build a much broader coalition right now, and I think we can. I think the ground is shifting. I think we have that opportunity. We just have to show leadership, and we have to bring those countries on board. But then, to your point, I think within the community of democracies, we also have a lot of work to do. And this is where, frankly, the bulk of the action is going to lie, because some of those non-democracies, they will be with us morally, but they will not put the resources and the fight into this effort. We have to do that ourselves. And so that is militarily, both building the deterrence on the eastern flank of NATO, but also, frankly, giving Ukraine more, the types of platforms that it needs to degrade what Russia is doing to Ukrainian cities. We know what platforms those are. We need to provide more of them and quickly. And we have the capability to do that. And that's really an effort that the community of democracies, especially in Europe and the transatlantic community, have to do. We also, as I said earlier, we have to make this a strategic failure for Putin, which means that we have to continue to augment the sanctions that are in place with more and more, and also with the export controls that are necessary so that his war machine is degraded. Not just degraded for the next few years, but degraded permanently so that this war cannot be launched ever again. And that's a long-term effort that we have to stay the course on. We have to strategically reorient how we look at the world and bring together, I mean, the good news in this horrific situation that we find ourselves in is that we now have this solidarity with the Australians, the New Zealanders, Singapore, South Korea, Japan. The Japan and Australian ambassadors, as Rasa will attest, have been vocal in the Permanent Council as observers to condemn what Russia is doing, and we have solidarity with them on sanctions. We have to do more, though. They're interested because they see the worldwide nature of this conflict, and we have to bring them in as our close allies. And then I think we just have to do a lot more in terms of supporting civil society in these two beleaguered countries where, you know, yes, there's a lot of brainwashing, and yes, it's difficult to counteract, but we have to find a way to get information in and support in to stand with those civil society groups. And I'm looking at Vladimir Karamurza at the end of the row of chairs here, who are brave enough to take a stand and who have the capacity to mobilize internally, but they need the resources and the wherewithal to do it. And so I think all of those lines of effort have to come together as soon as possible. We don't have time to spare.
Other questions or comments? We still have 5 minutes, I guess. Okay, then I will be wrapping up. Thanks to all participants of this brilliant and insightful discussion. First of all, I'd like again to congratulate Žygimantas Paviljonis for arranging and gathering this group of distinguished speakers. I think we all agree here that the fate of Europe and the world and democracy is being decided right now in Ukraine, but also in Belarus, and we should not forget about Belarus behind Putin's atrocities, because dictators, they want to hide their crimes. We should think how to make our measures, our steps more efficient, to isolate the dictatorships, to show that they cannot do the crimes how they do it, they cannot do and make and lie how they lie. Isolation must be efficient, so they cannot manipulate international organizations, they cannot disrupt international rules, laws, processes. We must make sure that civil society in Belarus, but also all those in Ukraine who fight for freedom, in both countries, they are supported. Because it's primarily the fight of people of Belarus and Ukraine for their freedom, but without the international support, it will be difficult to win. As Vladimir Zelensky mentioned yesterday, we are trying to make every country in the world the friend of Ukraine. I think this is also relevant for Belarus. This is what Svetlana Tikhanovskaya was trying to do for more than 1.5 years, to make sure that everyone understands that it's Putin, one, perhaps with his vassal Lukashenko, against the entire world. This is our goal, so they will not have possibility to confuse politicians and societies that there are two realities. There is no two realities. There is one reality, there are facts, and in these facts, these two men are aggressors, criminals, war criminals, murderers, and we should stop them together. We all agree, I guess, that information, support of media, support of national identity is important because it gives strength to nations, to Ukrainians, to Belarusians. It makes our nations more resilient. As Ukrainians show that this is the real power, how different media organizations, TV channels united in one big national broadcasting stream, you all could see, how all the artists united in supporting Ukrainian army and Ukrainian leadership. This is also inspiration for us Belarusians right now, and this is what dictators Putin and Lukashenko don't understand. They think it's still Soviet, a big Soviet nation, Russians, but of different sort, and this is mistake. This is his mindset. You know, he brought this mindset from the Soviet past. He didn't realize that time has passed, and there are absolutely self-sufficient, proud nations that want to be independent and free, and this is their right for self-determination, both for Belarusians and for Ukrainians. Again, thank you everyone. We are continuing our conference of Kalinausko. Now there will be a lunchtime, but also press conference. Thank you.
Yes, just maybe also organizational remarks. So you have this wonderful, bright freedom fighter whose name is Simonas. He will lead you to the lunch because it's complicated. It's a huge building, so please, follow him. Those who want to take some press engagements, we agreed in advance, please come to me. And just on this occasion, again, thank you so much for this first wonderful panel. I remember, Mike, when I met you in Washington, I begged you, please come to Vilnius. And he said, Žygis, when I come to Vienna, one of the first visits will be Vilnius. You did it. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the friends who took part in the panel. Thanks for Ukrainian friends who has now ear radar and they are now hiding themselves in Kiev. They couldn't listen to the last moments of our speeches, but we will continue. Next panel will be mostly on parliamentary cooperation. What can we do like parliamentarians? We will speak about this United for Ukraine network that we will actually launch tomorrow already. A lot of great parliamentarians from a lot of countries. And then third panel, where we have a lot of American friends, not only those like Steve Nix, who woke up in the middle of the night, but Karen Donfrit, a lot of powerful people, Damon Wilson, David Kramer, and a lot of others will speak with us. So please return to this room at 1:30. Okay, 13 hours, 30 minutes European way, and we will continue. Have a good lunch. Thank you, Mike, again. Thank you. Yeah.
Смотри, у них, особенно насчет очень четких цифр, у них есть одно опасение. Там больше человек, чем должно быть у нас. So that you, то есть мы послали увеличить там capacity, и они очень боятся, что если будет про эти цифры, потому что это не уменьшилось, даже увеличилось, что там придут и всех нафиг, ну, то есть, и сказали, что давайте принимать удар. Ну, я говорю, давайте хотя бы плюс Светлана сможет абстрактно коммуницировать, что,
даже не уменьшилось, даже увеличилось.
Что, в принципе, никакая консульская работа не остановилась, она чисто идет по правозащитной линии, но это помогает и большинство европейских стран, включая Литву тоже. То есть пришли какой-то вот текст, который
я переделаю то, что написал. Можем сделать не конкретную цифру, да, а сделать, например, что мы знаем, что вот количество виз по политическим мотивам не только уменьшилось, а немного даже увеличилось, несмотря на то, что штат очень хорошо и работает на изготовление.
Да. Как-то так сказали, что окей, давайте абстрактно.
Цифры не хотят давать вообще, да. А можно сказать, что это вот после там короткого разговора с премьером?
Hi, do you hear me?
Hi, Doina, I saw you. Do you hear as well? We don't hear you. Maybe just switch off the mic, switch on the mic.
Okay.
Okay,
Do you hear
great.
me?
Okay, wonderful. Best
Wonderful.
regards to sunny Moldova. Okay, we still have 10 minutes to go.
Yes.
We are preparing. Thank you.
I'll be here. Thank you.
So, dear friends, we are starting in 2 minutes. Please take coffees and waters. It's a slow gathering, I understand, after the lunch. Some our important guests, they have some bilaterals. Some of them are just first time in Vilnius. But I think that most of them will come back at 4 o'clock. Then we have again big names from Washington, D.C. speaking. So we will shortly start in 1 minute. Okay, friends, it's time to start. Well, I would call this panel as, practitioners of parliamentary freedom fight. And I would love, honestly, to make it practical and operational. I really believe in the power of parliament, though I'm a former diplomat, but this is maybe exactly because I believe that politicians matter. They write instructions to diplomats and not otherwise. So let's discuss what we as politicians can do to make this world better. Well, at least in this region where we live, in this region that is under attack. And trying to provoke you, I will put some ideas on the table, but I really hope that you will also be practical and we will really benefit from this discussion. So today we worked not so bad, and tomorrow we will launch formally this United for Ukraine initiative that, as we heard already now, unites more than 110 members of parliament from more than 27 countries, though that's tomorrow. So we are creating kind of, I would say, Ukrainian IPAC. I think that's good. We will use it not only for Ukraine.
How to join?
Just let me know. Yeah. Send me an email. So we will use it not only for Ukraine, but for freedom fight in Belarus, in Moldova, well, Russia, in that region. But we also have Anatoly Lebetka, who's been pushing me to ask actually you, would you be so kind to establish groups, parliamentary groups for, democratic Belarus in your own parliaments? Because of course we cannot have interparliamentary group with parliament that we never recognize, but we could have parliamentary groups that support democracy in Belarus. Just one of those things we could do. Well, we made also a great statement. We have we have 10 NATO member states. We have 24 signatures, more or less, coming closer to the closed sky over Ukraine, but we make it in a nice humanitarian way. So trying to build the pressure on this air defense in Ukraine. But maybe we could discuss also some other ideas, not only this, how we make it happen, but I heard from Latvia that Latvia is closing ports to Russian ships. So maybe we can go even further in discussing it with our governments. We also heard from Michal today that we as parliamentarians actually, what we can really try to do, let's fight for membership perspective, okay, candidate status. That is a difficult issue, I understand, but actually we did it with Michal ourselves, and we know how tough it was to convince Germans and French, but I think we have no alternative just to do it and think how we do it. But let's discuss it with all the challenges we have. And last provocative point, today I think we heard a very interesting statement of President Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who was, I would say, quite geopolitical. It was clear choice on Europe that I was not hearing so much before. It was, clearly for Ukraine, clearly against Putin. This is exactly what we want in order to save the country. So what can we do in supporting this European orientation of Belarus? Supporting political groups, leaders, Svetlana, we have powerful foundations present here, or maybe silently listening to us, but we know that we can do a lot. So we have also young Lithuanians supporting this idea, Vaidas Saugūnas. We have very strong and experienced fighters like Vinsuk Večorka, who created the National Front. You will tell us better afterwards. So let's discuss how to make this European direction of Belarusian society stronger. And now we will just start with great welcome words from European capital that will soon lead Europe after Paris. So the President of Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Ms. Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, just wants to send us greetings from Prague to create an atmosphere for our debate. So let's have that video.
Dear participants of the Kalinausko conference, when I originally started thinking about what my main message at this conference would be, I wanted to talk about the Eastern Partnership. I wanted to point out to the fact that since it was launched in Prague 13 years ago, this initiative has helped our Eastern European friends to pursue their path towards the European future. In the cases of Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, the governments have been active part of the process. In Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Belarus, it was mostly the civil society that profited from the partnership. Unfortunately, last month, the situation in Europe changed dramatically. The barbaric Russian aggression brought destruction, pain, and suffering to Ukraine and the Ukrainians, and to a lesser extent to other Europeans, including ordinary Russians. The goal of this horrible Putin's war is clear: to destroy the democratic and European ambitions of the Ukrainians and other nations in the region, which Moscow wrongly considers its sphere of influence. The aggression confirmed at least two things. First, all dictatorial and authoritarian regimes are inherently aggressive. How naive were some of us in Europe who believed that by doing business with the dictator, we can somehow keep him at bay. What we achieved was exactly the opposite, and Putin, with his kleptocratic friends, systematically dismantled all checks and balances that would limit their power. They turned Russia into a killing machine, all the while enjoying their lavish lifestyle financed from the lucrative business with us. Second, the idea of joining the European family of free and democratic nations is far stronger than we could have ever imagined. On the one hand, Kremlin was so terrified by the prospect of Ukraine being part of this family that it did not hesitate to start the most brutal conflict since the end of the World War II. Ukrainians, on the other hand, do not hesitate to sacrifice their lives and to fight bravely the aggressor because they believe in their right to choose their own future, the future which they very often express by flying the flag of the EU alongside the flag of Ukraine. The Ukrainians are fighting and often dying not only to pursue their dreams, they are in fact fighting to protect our own dreams, our own values, and our own sovereignty. Regardless of the situation on the battlefield, they have already achieved huge moral victory. a victory that will hopefully soon translate into victory of the other nations suffering under the authoritarian regimes, including Belarusians and Russians themselves. At this crucial moment, the European countries must mobilize all their capacities to support the pro-democratic and pro-European movement in the region. We must do all we can to translate the moral victory of the Ukrainians into the ultimate victory of democracy. Let me conclude by stressing that the great nations of this region have always shown their strong desire for freedom and dignity. The story of Vincent Konstantin Kalinowski and his uprising is one of the greatest examples. Last but not least, I would like to thank the organizers from the Lithuanian Seimas and Svetlana Tsikhanovska office for organizing this successful third year of the Kalinowski conference and for giving me the opportunity to addressing you. Žive Belarus! Long live free Belarus!
Wonderful, and I really feel that synergy with Prague, and especially with the presence of Pavel Fischer, who saved our souls by integrating us to NATO in 2002, NATO Prague Summit, and with President Havel did so much for us. So thank you, and now I'm turning, asking to take the floor my other good old friend, Michal Kamiński. You know, with you we did so much creating, contributing to this gold age of Lithuanian-Polish relations. Freedom was marching under our time. So what would be your practical suggestion now, facing those atrocities in the East? What we can do, to make the use of our time here better of this event, including?
Thank you very much, and I'm really happy that I can participate in this particular part of our conference when we are talking about the parliaments. Because from the very beginning of my quite early political career, I wanted to be a parliamentarian in a free country. It was in the middle of the 80s, I was 14 and 13 years old, and I was dreaming about being a free elected member of a future free elected Polish parliament. I never dreamed that I would have a chance to be a member of European Parliament, which I did for 11 years. But the parliament is really important. And somehow the war we are facing today is also the war about parliaments and about our basic institutions. Because what we saw just recently in Russia, we saw the lack of parliamentary institutions, which they turned to be just, Potemkin's villages of democracy, not real institutions. And on the other hand, we see a very lively democracy in Ukraine. You have a very politically divided Rada with strong opponents, even former opponents of President Zelensky, who are now unifying around their values. So the parliament is really important because it's showing to the people why we are different, because we have parliamentary institutions. We are able to check our authorities. We are free to change our government if we don't like the government. And I think that's one of the basic maybe, but still the rules we have to remember, because most of the problems we have is the lack of a modern society in Russia. There is a lack of a free society in Russia. And if you look at the history of Ukraine in the recent 20 years, you saw in 2004, millions of people went to the street to defend their freedom. They were defending just the political freedoms, not the national freedoms. The national freedom of Ukrainians are in danger today. But at that time, they were just protesting against the very bad government they had. And they succeeded. They changed the course of the country. They changed the course of the country again in 2014, when Yanukovych did what he did. So this is something which, as a parliamentarians, we can do, so we can talk, because even the name of the parliament is coming from the Latin word of talking, parlare. So we are actually, we are designed to talk as a parliamentarians. But sometimes we are also, we have to be ready to say that it's time for stopping to talk only and to do something. And what we can really do as a parliamentarians is to make a pressure for future membership and first the candidate status for Ukraine in the European Union. Because in this particular field, we as a parliamentarians in the national parliaments, we have our role to play. Because if it will be a resolutions, if we will have a resolutions of all 27 states of the European Union, that we as a national parliamentarians, we want to give Ukraine status of being a candidate to the European Union, I think it will have a significant impact on EU policies. They are underlining in the Lisbon Treaty, I was quite active in adopting the Lisbon Treaty to Poland and actually bring my career almost to an end. So I was fighting for the Lisbon Treaty in this regard. In the Lisbon Treaty, we are underlining the importance of national parliaments and the need of their cooperation with the European Parliament. So we can make it together with the European Parliament and all the national parliaments. We have to adopt as soon as possible resolutions calling European Union to open the doors for Ukraine. And I think it's something which is worth to do, and it's something which can also unify very different political forces around Europe from left and right. And at the end, because we are parliamentarians, so we can't be afraid of disagreeing. Please, let's remember, being able to discuss with each other, being able to, in a very peaceful way, to disagree is also a part of the parliamentary tradition, because in every parliament you have a government and the opposition. So the right for the minorities, I mean, all minorities you can imagine, is the very important part of our European and parliamentarian tradition. So I think it's something that I would like to underline. A couple of months ago, it was a very interesting article in the New York Times, and I fully agree with the main point of this article, and it will be the end of my speech, that in today's world, the main difference, the main line of division is not between left and right, not between conservatives and progressives. It's between the people who are for freedom, being conservative, social democrat, liberal, or being against freedom, being conservative or being left. So that the danger for a freedom could come from left and right, and the defense of the freedom is something which is absolutely more important than any political, ideological divisions we can have. We can disagree on taxes, we can disagree on everything you want, but we should agree on the basic values, because for these values, people in Ukraine are dying right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michal. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, you've been included into U4U network. And I noted one conclusion of this debate. So U4U have to fight for membership perspective or candidate status. I think that's doable. Let's note it. Well, now we turn to Moldova. We very much wanted Doina German, chair of the Committee of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova, to be with us. But knowing how difficult it is actually to travel, there is no flight connections now, and the situation is getting tense there. So my question to you, Doina, what can we do for Moldova today? Because it's actually the same fight. I was even thinking if we create that group, maybe we can, we can go to Moldova, from different capitals just to hear what's happening, because there is a chance that Putin will try to do something there. So please, Doina.
Thank you, dear Žygis, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address all of you today during these really challenging and very complicated times for all of us. And bearing in mind the unprecedented situation in the region and the humanitarian implication of my country, I'd like to touch upon some realities on the ground. Constantly, Moldova hosts high-level officials visiting our country. Today, for example, we are privileged to welcome President Duda, and these visits show a clear sign of friendship, support, and openness from our partners. And of course, this motivates us even more and makes us look to the future with responsibility and determination. Of course, Lithuania is one of the main supporters and in the European integration efforts of the Republic of Moldova. And it is also an example for Moldova, and a real example for Moldova of how, through political will and the right approaches, a path to European integration can be achieved. A model of development that we want here at home through consolidating democracy, fighting corruption, and reforming the justice system. Moldova now needs more than ever the support of our external partners to help citizens recover from the pandemic and economic crisis, and most importantly, to face the humanitarian crisis caused by the barbaric Russian aggression against Ukraine, forcing more than 3 million Ukrainians to flee their homes. Actually, thousands of refugees, and these are mainly women and children, are crossing the border from Ukraine to Moldova every day, fleeing the dangers of the Russian invasion. Moldova has by far the largest concentration of refugees per capita, and we are home now for more than 4,000 refugees per 100,000 citizens. And I'd like to say that since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, I have seen here in my country so much empathy and care from our citizens. The Republic of Moldova has been involved with body and soul to help and shelter refugees fleeing the war. And the prompt response of all the authorities led by President Sandu, the way in which businesses have shown solidarity, the efforts of ordinary citizens who share the little they have with those in need is very, very emotional. Moldovans make room in their homes to host families of refugees alongside their pets. And it is a test of humanity that Moldova is passing with dignity. Solidarity and courage are two pillars nowadays that determine positive, substantial changes, and courageous women in politics are an even more powerful driving force when fighting for democracy and freedom. And I am very proud of my country because we experienced this force and its changes through our president, Maia Sandu, through inspiration, courage, and solidarity. Our country was more than ready to elect a woman as president. Our people made history by electing the first ever woman president after almost 30 years of independence. And the vote for Maia Sandu was a vote for change, order, and welfare in our country. And this definitely sets a positive example to girls and women in the entire world and inspires them to pursue leadership roles. And I truly believe that we must stand in solidarity with each other as nations, as women, with women who are fighting for peace, for human rights, for justice, for democracy and equality. Strong women, courageous women like Maia Sandu Victoria Militi-Nielsen, Ingrida Simonite, like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, can lead nations on a one-way road to democracy. Solidarity is what enables us to be stronger and to succeed, because united we stand, divided we fall. Thank you ever so much. Moldova stands for peace.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful, powerful. So, Michal, please take some conclusions in Poland, and we will all think about that, what you said about courageous women in politics. We have Dovilė Šakalienė, who is a courageous representative of Social Democratic Party here, and we will continue that debate. Thank you so much, really. Now, Frédéric Petit is a member of French National Assembly. As well, actually, I heard about you not only from Lithuanians, first of all from Belarusians, who said, well, yes, this is Frédéric Petit who made it everything for Svetlana. And, you know, he's number one on Belarus freedom and on a lot of other freedoms. But if, to turn it also, you know, serious, you know, taking the challenge from Michal and others, can we actually do membership for Ukraine? Why not, knowing that President Macron, you know, French current leadership, I never saw French president coming to Vilnius and meeting with Belarusian opposition leaders, never ever in my life. We are together with French in Takuba, you know, it's really, it's not happening. The level of our strategic engagement now with France, and actually, like Michal was saying, we and all of us, we are fighting for old, good French revolutionary ideas in that region, for human dignity, for individual freedom. So, Frédéric, can we actually consolidate it for Ukrainians today, and how?
Thank you, Zygmuntas. Well, I'm parliamentary. I can advise my president, but I can control, but I cannot make. I would like him to come here and to go in another place. He came. He's listening. I will connect with what Michal said about parliaments. Sometimes I used to say the only place where there is no conflict is cemetery. I'm not very keen to be there. But of course, we have to be a human being, is to know how to deal with my conflicts, okay, and not to fight and not to destroy the guy who is not who doesn't agree with me. And indeed, it's one of the rules of the parliament. And I also used to say, if there is no conflict, you don't need democracy, and there will be no democracy. When, you know, it's a very big sentence of the president of my party, François Bayrou, who said in 2000 to Chirac, if we are all thinking together, we are not thinking. If we are all thinking the same, we are not thinking. Then parliaments has to be the place where we are in conflict. Not the street, not the battlefields, it's parliament, and that's the first thing. Second thing, which, and I will give, I remind here to everybody that I am elected by very strange people. I am elected by French living abroad. I am living in Krakow, and we have this strange thing in France that the diaspora can elect his own thing, and we represent something very, very important in Europe today. It means the double citizenship, the triple citizenship. My daughter is a Lithuanian citizenship. She could be a Lithuanian citizenship because she is born when I was living here. And I think this kind of thing is very, very important. And another thing that I can testimony here is that, and against what is thinking Mr. Putin, in all the parliament of my region, the relationship between parliament and nationality is very different, very diverse. In Romania, you have a kind of nationality correction of the parliament. You have parliament where you have to be citizen. You can be citizen. There is a Hungary party in Slovakia. Okay, there is a lot of things which are showing that our parliaments are on the field, and there are the connection between politics and what is happening on the field. That's very important for me. And we are representing acting society. And when we are talking about what we can do, I will remind that this SWIFT decision is a civil society. SWIFT is an association. It's not a government. Everybody is saying, okay, we can go on with SWIFT, we can exclude with SWIFT. SWIFT is an association. It's not, and it's not a government, okay? And sometimes the Russian banks ask to go in SWIFT, and nobody said that it is annexion of Russia by somebody, okay? It was a kind of acting civil society, and parliaments, we are the symbol of this acting civil society. Then to come back to the two things very important about European community. From my understanding, the European community is not a treaty like the other. European community is a permanent conflict mediation institution. We are in conflict, then we are in the European community not to fight. And I think this model, now the European community has to show this model to the world. For example, in the Middle East, please begin to manage water together. Don't talking about colonia, okay, manage water together, and in 30 years you will have peace. That's the model of European community. I remind that when we created this European community, Saarland was a French region. There were conflicts in the street. The Baden-Württemberg was not Germany. It was an occupation zone. And at that time, we decided that your child will learn my language and my child will learn your language. It was not a kind of happy few and we have some tea and we sign something. No, it was a conflict time. And European community is a mediation, permanent mediation. Then in that sense, of course, Ukraine, Belarus, Balkan has to be. Sometimes I'm saying Balkan is the future of the European community, because if it doesn't work there, it means that we failed. It's not a good idea, okay? Then, of course, then I am a guy from the field. I am not convinced by formal integration systems and so on. I'm convinced that we have to find area of work with Ukraine. For example, we can decide now that European community is beginning to make treasure money, to gather money to reconstruct Ukraine. We can announce that. I think it will be more powerful and more direct than to say you will be like Turkey, for example, because if you are a candidate state, you are less than Turkey, okay? Well, I don't know if it has a significance. To say, we will pay, we gather money, we will go with you, and we will reconstruct Kharkiv with you. Yes, I know. We will reconstruct Kharkiv with you. Then it will be, from my understanding, it will be European community in the spirit, maybe not in the administration and in the bureaucratic, but it will be European community in the spirit, because we are in conflict, we are not together, we are different, but we want to do something more together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very wise, and thank you for this historic perspective that we sometimes forget. Though sitting together with Michal, we've been also fighting with Poles, but now we enjoy each other so much. Now turning to Petras Auštrevičius, who was my former boss. He was my chief negotiator to enter the European Union. I was his deputy and trying to coordinate it in Brussels. But Petrai, again, challenging you a bit, all parties in Lithuania, my Christian Democrat, your Liberal, Social Democrat, whoever, was very pro-European from the very beginning. We had no conflict on that. Actually, for 3 decades, we've been pushing, and it was so difficult. Nobody wanted us in, nobody, except few Danes somewhere. But little by little, we created the coalition. But Petrai, how can we help Belarusians to get this European devotion to fight for Europe, not only elections, not only freedom, because freedom has a content. It has it or not. So, Patrick, what's your experience, knowing that you made so much for Belarus, not only in this parliament, but in European Parliament, and having all your experience?
Thank you, Žygis, and thank you to all organizers, indeed, for this very excellent event to keep, first of all, Belarus on agenda. And I can tell you, I mean, to my mind, it's not given at all. In 5 months, we will have 2 years since 2020 August, and 28 years since Lukashenko came to power. There is a fatigue, and there are more events, not to mention, for example, withdrawal from Afghanistan and now aggression against Ukraine, which comes with a new agenda, with a new layer of emotion, news. So to keep talking to us about Belarus European perspective, about our motivation, it's not given. I mean, we have to motivate ourselves, as we didn't finish with this project at all. Yes, indeed. Lukashenko regime associates to all of us with human rights violations, repressions against opponents, state terrorism like crimes, and teaming up with Putin and his regime. In fact, Lukashenko achieved putting Belarus behind civilized world and out of cooperation with its institutions, and no change in this tendency at all. It will be as it is. We have no any expectations from Minsk regime, and it forces further deterioration of the situation around. And in spite of all we see what's happening in Belarus, mainly by the Russian script, we must remain much engaged with the democratic opposition forces and civil society of Belarus. Let me, Žygis, be absolutely clear that the Belarus future we see being European, democratic, and as sovereign country. And we shouldn't put anything in between. To me, democratic, it's to be European, because Belarus, to my mind, has no other historical or political choice. If somebody believes it has, I'm happy to oppose that opinion from very start. There should be no groundless expectations that Putin may be acting as a kind of mediator between Lukashenko and democratic opposition. Let's forget that idea, which has never, went to something more pragmatic and tangible. It was never done, and it will not happen in future, especially after the 24th of February. An aggression against Ukraine and involvement of Belarus de facto shows real intentions of Putin. And democratic opposition must concentrate on working with population and like-minded in presenting European path and model of Belarus. Anything in between of, some unfinished or finished Russian-like, Russia Mir or Ruski Mir constellations. On West side, we have to continue close cooperation and engagement with opposition and civil society to help them and assist them in this regard. The West can't decrease its efforts in providing all kind of needed support for democratic projection of Belarus, society supporting independent media, and strengthening human capacity of opposition. Let's be frank, Belarus needs new political forces, openly supporting pro-European path, and to bring that capacity into action, it will take us abroad as well. I regret we didn't do enough in bringing Lukashenko personally and his regime associates to international justice. This is one of the things we have to accomplish yet. And we have to mobilize our joint efforts in this regard and move swiftly into the legal indictment and prosecution stage. I regret, we made many sound statements, but I don't see needed yet coordination among some member states and actors involved. What risks we have on making efforts in contributing to the democratic future of Belarus? Let's be frank. We have to understand that democratic pro-European perspective of Belarus can initiate open Russian aggression against Belarus, as it did against Ukraine. On the other hand, Russian manipulation, infiltration, and subversion of Belarus will remain as priority for Putin, and it's going on even now. We, the West, must continue common line towards the illegitimate Lukashenko regime. As negative example of that, let me be very frank, I can't be silent watching when the new Swiss ambassador presents credentials earlier this year to regime's leaders. This is something that we have to avoid by all means, all ways. And I have any kind of explanation. It's a huge political and mistake, and I personally conveyed that messages to many Swiss ambassadors, and I can tell you they didn't like my language. But I will continue that line as long as it takes to explain that there can't be any, carte blanche for any third countries, to engage that way with Lukashenko, illegitimate and cruel and criminal regime. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are uneasy as there is a very big chance for Belarus militaries to invade openly Ukraine. Lukashenko is a synonymous of prosecution, violations and crimes, but he is a synonymous of war, and let's take it very seriously. Žygis, you asked me on some steps and actions which must be initiated in spite we are in a conference and we are not probably representing executive branch of power, but anyway, since very beginning of this month, in the resolution of the European Parliament, we called unanimously, almost unanimously. We had probably a couple of dozens of members of European Parliament, but some of them are on the political pay list of Putin, and it didn't surprise us. Some are still trying to figure out, in processes going on. But sanctions on Belarus must be absolutely mirrored to those which we took against Russia. And I don't see any explanation why Belarus regime should be excluded from any sanctions. The sooner and the more, the better. Secondly, let's be serious that economic blockade, about which we talked before, as something very scary and probably not coming, now it must be a part of reality. Full economic blockade. It means, of course, a lot of loss for economic agents, for logistics and the rest, but how can we trade with the cruel regimes which absolutely disregard human lives? Are we going to sell shoes and ice cream to war criminals? Thirdly, we have to go on increasingly full fossil fuel produced by Russia boycott. So that's why let me to disagree with the Prime Minister of Netherlands visiting today Lithuania. He was trying to, postpone this for future. Why? For your information, 4 days ago, a big ship carrying some 100,000 tons of crude oil of Russia left for Rotterdam. I'm looking forward to reaction of Dutch port officials and agents. I mean, they will receive not necessarily an oil. There is a part of blood in it. So how can we be open to this kind of trade? Increasingly. I mean, nobody said from tomorrow. But if we commit ourselves clearly politically, so then the action will come. As long as we postpone in our minds, so we postpone in reality. And Žygis, you rightly mentioned Ukraine's candidate status and gradual integration into the single market, which is an important aspect. I mean, economic cooperation between us must flourish. And Ukraine will need a lot of reconstruction efforts, finances, and good projects from our side. So that's why we have launched a group of members of European Parliament as well, Verkhovna Rada members in Lviv on the 11th of March, the European Ukraine Forum, which has an ultimate goal to do everything possible to lobby for candidate status. This is again, an initiative of this kind. Will be never too much, so we will coordinate with the rest, which have been proclaimed today, but so never much, okay? And in fact, we have to build a coalition of willing and ready to do a bit more, not a bit, but much more for Ukraine. I'm sorry, I'm not really a strong believer that EU and NATO will incorporate, will act as one voice in making those decisions which are so needed for Ukraine for the time of being. So if not all, if not 27, so let's do 10, 15 or more, but let's do something. I mean, even for humanitarian corridors, if the United Nations shows and demonstrates complete, kind of incapacity to act and postpones all measures, let's do ourselves. And I'm sure it will be strong enough to demonstrate the pro-European attitude towards our neighbors. And of course, on Belarus, let's not forget that Eastern Partnership initiative must be, of course, probably reformed, taking into account recent developments. And I hope the democratic opposition of Belarus will be a part of this reform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now back to front lines of freedom in Kiev. And well, nobody needs an introduction. Not everybody knows Alexei Goncharenko, but just on the personal note, he was the one to fight for Belarus freedom in the most active way. I still remember him in Kalinausko Forum #1, #2. You know, he was the most passionate speaker. We traveled with him everywhere. And now he has to fight for his country's freedom and asking Belarusians to do the same, what he did for them. So, Alexei, we hear you well, please.
Thank you very much, Žygimantas, and thanks to everybody, and hello to everybody. Yes, I'm watching it. You are just in nice suits, and I would be happy to be with you also in nice suit, speaking about these things. Unfortunately, we have another reality here now in Ukraine, and you see me in military clothes, and now I joined territorial defense of Kiev, thanks to our army, which is holding the ground, and what the whole world did not believe in, that we would survive this attack of Russian Federation. But thanks to our army, for the moment, I was not in real action, just secondary assistant missions, things like this. But everything can change, and that is quite strange, yes, that members of the parliament, politicians, IT specialists, professors from university, this is my battalion, people from my battalion. I mean, absolutely civilian people just who joined the territorial defense, took weapons in their arms because they don't have any other choice. Any other choice than to fight for their country. The Kalinausko conference, which I had an honor to take part in for 2 years, is about Belarus and future of Belarus. But today, I think it's clear for everybody that not only future of Belarus, but the future of the whole continent is decided here in Ukraine. And if Putin will succeed here, there will be no free Belarus, and there will be no free, free Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and free Poland, because Putin is not going to stop. He already de facto occupied Belarus. Now he is attacking Ukraine, and his idea was to install puppet regime in Kiev just in several days and to occupy by this Ukraine, but he failed. But now he is not going to stop after this. He started the terror campaign against Ukraine, against Ukrainians, against our nation, just killing civilians in thousands. It's so awful that this morning I was in Kiev in the attacked mall by missile attack, by Tochka U, which is a ballistic tactical missile, and 8 people died there. And they just attacked an absolutely peaceful mall in Kiev, in 3 million city, which many of you visited previously, and you saw that this is a peaceful city with peaceful people. What is going on in Mariupol, I can't find words about it. They're just destroying the 500,000 city. And thousands civilians are already killed there. They're bombing maternity houses, schools, theaters, kindergartens. We have pregnant women killed with their unborn children. I understand these are words, and many of you saw the pictures and videos, and I know that your sympathy and your thoughts are with us, and you pray for us, and we feel it. But just for a moment, just once again, think about it. The horror which Ukraine is going through now, and our nation and our people. And what for? Just for our freedom and just for our will to be free, democratic European country. That's all. We never attacked any country in the world. We gave up our nuclear weapon arsenal in 1994, the 3rd biggest nuclear weapon arsenal in the world, with the guarantees of security from the United States, United Kingdom, and very funny Russian Federation. And what we received in response, this awful war and killing of our women and children. Millions of families are just broken, just been split because the women and children are outside of the country. You said more than 3 million refugees, yes, but almost 6 million of internally displaced people. Just imagine this number, almost 10 million people on the move, and mostly these are women, children, elderly people. And that is something really awful. And what is important, we are fighting here not only for ourselves. We are fighting here for Putin not to go to Vilnius, to Riga, to Tallinn, to Warsaw, to Europe, to Berlin, because he said, I want to rebuild, he said it clearly and openly, I want to rebuild Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact. And we remember where the Warsaw Pact ended. It was Berlin Wall. It was middle of Germany. And that is what he wants to do. So please stand with us, and that will be a key to Belarus' future. What can be done? Yes, we are grateful for all help that we received, but sorry, it's not enough. I know that those who are now listening to me, you, my colleagues, you are doing your best. But if you will need any assistance from us, if you will need any voice from Ukraine, just our president addressed to many of your parliaments, but we can address, me, my colleagues, members of the parliament, we can address your committees, we can address your political groups, fractions, wherever you want to. But we want to all of politician European to support us in several important things. First is candidacy status for Ukraine, candidacy to European Union. You understand that candidacy is a candidacy, it's not a membership. But for Ukrainian people, if in the end of March there will be no support of this from European leaders, that will be a sign that Europe is betraying us. I just want you to understand this. Our moral is high, very high now, but it is important to show people that the whole world is together with us. So that will be a very important sign. And it doesn't mean anything, you know, also these, I mean, no some responsibilities from European Union. We don't ask for some special things, but it will show the political will of European countries and leaders to see Ukraine in European family. And we proved that we are Europeans because we are fighting for the key values of Europe. So that is important for us to show this. Second, it's more sanctions against this empire of evil, which is the Russian Federation. It's Nazi state. They are real Nazi. Putin is speaking about denazification, but he's using Hitler words, Hitler terms like national traitor from Mein Kampf. His speeches are like written from Hitler's speech. He is doing like Nazi, bombing peaceful cities. He is now taking thousands of Ukrainians to filtration camps from Mariupol, but it's a Nazi. It's new Auschwitz. It's happening now in the middle of Europe. So we need real, very, very severe sanctions against him and his puppet regime of Alexander Lukashenko. Today, there are not so many sanctions against Lukashenko, but from where Putin is attacking Kiev? This missile that I told you about, which had hit our mall in this night, it was sent from Belarus, from Lukashenko-controlled territory. So should be sanctions against them, should be and against Putin. Just for your understanding, 12 billion euros were sent to Russian Federation from European countries since the day of invasion, just in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks, for coal, gas, oil. It's a bloody oil, it's a bloody coal, it's a bloody gas. Let's stop it immediately, because if to go like this, Putin can afford this war, I don't know, without any end. He can bomb our cities. He can go further. He can attack other countries because he has money. Now he has money for this. Even after all sanctions, cut off from SWIFT. Is really Russia cut off from SWIFT? No. Only 7 Russian banks, which makes 15% of Russian financial system. That's all. And 3 Belarus banks. That's all. Sorry, it's not a cutoff from SWIFT. It's a fake sanction. And more can be done about Russian ships in the ports, about Lloyd's insurance for Russians, and so on. Everything. Russia should be cut off from the world. Absolutely. That's what should be done to stop them, because that is our moment of, when we can stop them still. And the third thing is weapons. I know, thank you very much for those who are helping us with weapons, many of you. But still we're waiting for this Polish mix, for aircraft. Because they're bombing from the air. We're holding the ground, but we can't hold the air because they are so much more powerful in air than we are. So please help us, give us aircraft. I can't understand why we can't receive them for the moment. Thank you for air defense systems. More can be done. And I hope that we will receive everything you have, from all this Soviet-style air defense that we can use immediately now. And once again, aircraft. I will finish. It's unbelievable that world came back 80 years back, that we have a real, and that is not something, only about Ukraine. It's not Russian-Ukrainian war. It's the Third World War, which has started. It's the Third World War. Maybe in September 1939, somebody thought that it was just a German-Polish war. No. That was already the Second World War. And now it's not Russian-Ukrainian war. It's already the Third World War. And we can stop Putin now. In 1939, Poland was alone and it collapsed. Ukraine has not collapsed. We are fighting. But to be really victorious, we need your help. And we can make lessons from the history, and we can change history now. We can stop new Hitler now, in 1939, in 2022, not waiting for millions of killed people. That's something we can do. Albert Einstein, he said that the world will be destroyed not by those who do evil, but by those who are watching this without doing anything. I know that you're not people like this, but I know that still there are many people like this in Europe. Help me, please, and help Ukraine now to change this situation and to stop this awful aggression and this war now, and to stop Putin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei. Well, you know well that we will try to do whatever we can to do everything you asked. Thank you, really. Keep fighting. We are with you till final victory. Thank you. Now we turn to Netherlands. And Kati, you are a good friend of Petras Auštrevičius, some other members of European Parliament. You just returned to national politics. And, you know, help us solve that puzzle. And I will make it very blunt. I'm not diplomat anymore. You know, with Mike, Michal and others, we've been fighting for 20 years, from 2001, 2002, trying to convince the West, don't be naive with Putin. Actually, they are waking up just now. But honestly, it's difficult to sell the Ukrainian case in your own parliament, in Dutch parliament. We do not have support, clear support from Benelux countries. Actually, we do not have support, the support we need from Nordic brothers and sisters today, who were the leaders of our own accession to at least European Union. Well, we will have our dear friend Maria from Sweden to speak about that. But Kati, really, how much suffering we need to show to the West to convince your and other parliaments to open the doors to Ukrainians. Can you help us, please? Because, you know, we cannot spend other 2 or 3 decades explaining it. We might all be dead in that region for that moment. Sorry to provoke you. Katya, do you hear me? Was it too strong? Do we have connection with Netherlands? Okay, she's thinking, I hope that Katya is thinking what to say. Yes, the war. So I hope Katya is coming back because I saw her. So, Dovile, you heard it all. You are among those courageous women in politics, fighting against China, Russia, and all those dictators. What can we do also using your own social democrat family, whose wonderful representative from Germany was not only here, he's coming here more or less every week, Neil Schmidt, together with Frederic, really fighting for us in Paris, in Berlin. So what would be your conclusions, Dovile, please?
Thank you, Žygis, and hello, everyone. Yes, I think that these recent weeks have changed a lot, including the posture of social democrats all over Europe. I wouldn't have believed it if I haven't heard the German Chancellor giving his speech, which really showed that even though we have really gotten used to perceiving Germany as an economic power, it is a very strong power in a multitude of layers. And Germany's position showed that there is a level which is unbearable even for pragmatic Germans. We have been called paranoid for years, that maybe we are too traumatized by Soviet past, that we can't see the hope in dialogue with dictators. I think that this sentence by itself says a lot. Dialogue with dictators, really? Okay. So I started actually my work with Belarus by doing what I thought was meaningful, and it is, don't get me wrong, it is but it's not enough. It's just a small partition, small element of what needs to be done. So I became a political godmother of Maria Kolesnikova. I worked a lot with her sister. We organized a lot of press conferences in this parliament. I participated in many. I did a press conference on NGOs, working with vulnerable groups on persecution of them. We did press conferences actually successful on preventing of closure of hospice that was actually saving lives of terminally ill children. Also organized press conference on children prisoners in Belarus, on healthcare of all prisoners and political prisoners in Belarus, and etc., etc. But I mean, even though this is an extensive list, this is just us, Western democracies, actually talking. But it's not enough to make a tangible change. And our colleague from Ukraine said very clearly what needs to be done. So what can we do, the MPs of democratic states, that would result in tangible change, that would de facto, not de jure, de facto affect the future of democratic Belarus? So I have 2 points and 3 conclusions. So first of all, we need to stop being naive, because there is no more independent or semi-independent Belarus. From the moment that war against Ukraine started, that Russian Federation launched military aggression against Ukraine, we have all witnessed solid proof that Belarus is but a colony of Russian Federation, getting absorbed by the day. As I mentioned before lunch, air strikes on Kiev and Chernihiv direction, destructive and devastating, are possible only because Belarus gave freely its territory and airspace to Russian Federation army. And thus, the ridiculous statements of Lukashenko that Belarus is not participating in this war sound pathetic. Either he is illusioned himself enough to lie, or I don't think that he is in that illusion. He simply covers the sad truth. Belarus is now just a colony of Russian Federation. Therefore, we have to talk about how to stop Russia if we want to save Belarus. Secondly, we must stop assessing and predicting behavior of these 2 dictators, Putin and Lukashenko, based on our mindset and on international rules. This mistake, efforts to play politically correct and diplomatic game, cost us massive war in Ukraine, which may spread beyond Ukraine. It's actually up to us largely. So therefore, we can draw 3 conclusions, or rather instructions for action. So first, negotiations with dictator shall not solve anything. Because first of all, they never stick to agreements and rules. I mean, how many times have we to learn? And secondly, it's not us who create the problem, who initiate wars, who beat up thousands of people or put political prisoners in jail. It's them, the dictators. So he has the upper hand because he's a protagonist. So why would he compromise if he is successful? There is no point for him to do that, so we can talk and talk and talk, but nothing changes. Therefore, second conclusion, fire can be fought with fire only, or water, large amounts of water, because if we drop small amounts of water, or if we set up fire, like, a safe distance from the main fire that we want to extinguish, and ask them politely to stop, what happens? Our colleague just said, what continues to happen every single day? Colleagues from Belarus also tell us what happens there every single day. It doesn't stop. Dictators understand only the language of power. What that means, it means we need to be powerful. So the third instruction is dependent equals weak. If we want to have enough power, we must regain our dignity. That means cut the lifeline feeding Russian Federation wars and Belarus regimes, cut our dependence on natural resources that are owned by Putin and Lukashenko. Rules are established by the stronger side, and we are not strong enough if we continue to depend on their resources. Then number 4, wars need money. We pay money to the aggressor. That means we finance the war. So then it's a question we must pose to each and every one of us. And I know for politicians it's very painful, because when we were worried what our electors, what our constituents will think of us, maybe we will lose power. Doesn't matter. The only question matters are lives of thousands of women and children and men and elderly being shelled, bombed, shot in Ukraine now, worth more to us than maybe wearing 2 sweaters in winter at home, or paying more for the heating, or maybe ceasing some travel because gasoline is expensive, or maybe, using a bicycle more. I mean, what kind of question is that? We don't have bombs falling over our heads now from the sky. Now, I say now, because if they won't fall in several months or several years, it's up to how we answer this question now. So, I think that we all heard for months, and especially for the few last weeks, that the goal of Mr. Putin is to redraw the whole map of Europe. So as MPs, what we can do and must do beyond public campaigns, beyond speeches at conferences and etc., this is also important, spreading the message, but we must take advantage of our position to mobilize our own parliaments and our governments to finally crush the regime in Kremlin, as then only the regime of Lukashenko will also fall. We know why he stayed in power, because Kremlin supported him. So that's why we must crush Kremlin. And it's up to us to initiate sanctions that are not careful or proportionate, but that are powerful, fierce, and efficient immediately. Let's not fool ourselves. It's important, but it's not enough. If dozens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands more shall spill to the streets of Russian Federation and its colony Belarus every day, and then will be beaten, arrested, jailed, tortured. It's only when the tools of repressions will stop functioning, the regimes will fall. And for them to stop functioning, for the army and KGB and Rosgvardia and oligarchs to stop protecting the regime and cooperating, the sanctions must be so tough and irreversible that it will be obvious to them there is no future for them and their children if they do not cease immediately and completely. We cannot blame people in Russia and Belarus that they don't go to the streets enough, because the power is not in their hands yet. We have to scare those who hold the beating stick in their hand, so that they would direct the beating stick not on the people, but on the top. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dovile. And Michal, I was thinking when Dovile was speaking, she's exactly what you just said. There is no difference actually now between left and right. Well, she's traditional left, I'm right, but we are the best friends on our freedom areas. We are 2 co-chairs on IPAC fighting against China. We did hearings on Uyghurs genocide, that is called genocide in Lithuanian parliament. We fight for Belarusian freedom, for Ukraine together. So yes, the divide is just between those who are for freedom and against freedom. Thank you, Dovile, for proving it again. And now we have 2 brothers or sisters. We have great friends from Latvian and Estonian parliament. And I would like really, just to make it more interesting, to provoke you again with the same question. So if we heard today Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya and her people making quite a geopolitical turn, I would say, making it very clear that they are for Europe, and that's a bit new, really. So how can we help in neighboring countries, knowing that we have powerful foundations? You have Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, actually the seat of that foundation that works with Baltic countries in Riga. How can we really help Belarusians to find that way to Europe? Because I really truly believe, like Petras was saying, there is no alternative. Either you are part of Europe or you are annihilated. Sorry to make it very blunt. Please, Inessa. Also liberal like Petras. Again, no differences, of course, yes.
Hello, thank you, Žygis, for the provoking question. I will start to answer it from the overall picture that we, I think, should not lose. And in the beginning, I would like to say, unlike Mikhail, who wanted to be the member of the parliament since early days, I didn't. I spent the first 25 years of my professional life fighting the politicians. You know, not only fighting, but pushing them in the direction I thought they should be going, especially in the area of anti-corruption. But I think we both have been dreaming about the same thing. It is about the right in democracy to influence our own lives. Being in the government, in the parliament, or being outside it, and sometimes fighting, sometimes working together, but moving forward. And I think that is why I wanted to mention our different journeys and the common ground that we stand on. And also today, we have been mentioning some of these values that stand very firm in the Charter of the European Union, that are part of the European culture. And let me, and I think I wanted to read all 6 of them, and I have been working on one of them, the rule of law, and you know, we have been working with Belarusians, with Ukrainians. I have a long track record of working in Ukraine for more than 20 years, a little bit less with Belarus, and with many other countries, including Moldova and Georgia. But today, I have been coming back to see what we are really fighting for. The war and the lines we are drawing, where we are saying these are black and white pictures, are based on these 6 values. And it is human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. It's all of this mentioned today, and of course they come at different times in different forms, and there is times of urgency for all of this. But I think these 6 give us the framework in which we will and are working with Ukraine, with Belarus, and with democratic Russia. And for me, I think in terms of geography, it is very important to lay out for us that this is what we're talking about, that we are not excluding anyone here, and we are drawing the lines based on these values and not on the geographic lines. Of course, geographic lines come into play when the armies are at stake, but basically this is where it is. So we're not in Europe. There has been a bit of jumping, I think, once on positioning, maybe less so after Lukashenko's regime, but before that there was so much jumping. Oh, Moldova is doing great. Oh, let's jump and save that. Oh, no. Or Ukraine, there has been ever-going story with Ukraine over 20 years. No, Ukraine is not there. We can't work with it. Okay, we can work with them. Oh, no, but they will take forever, right? And that is another thing. What I think I want us as we form our networks, so geography is one, another one is timing. It is that we tell our friends we will be with them as long as it takes. And we tell it now. And it can take a long time. On different tasks, it can take a long time, and we should be there. It's not about the campaign, and it's not about just getting here together. It might be that our lives are disturbed for a very long time if we commit to this. But I think if we do that, this is how I would like us to see this. So how as parliamentarians we could do that, and where? I think what Petrus said, you know, the more networks, the better. I am particularly looking at the networks of interparliamentary organizations that I am part of as a member of Presidium of the Baltic Assembly, that has these strong links with the Nordic Assembly and Benelux Assembly. I am happy to hear that France and Germany is thinking about something. Then we will have another, network to lay on. Tomorrow morning, I will be in Malmö speaking to the Nordic Council. I will definitely convey the news from today here, and that will make my message even stronger. One is coming from Latvia and, knowing what Ukrainians are going through, seeing a lot of refugees, taking care of a lot of refugees, sending more arms than some of the Nordic NATO members to Ukraine, despite our relatively small military ourselves. But being part of this network will make it even more powerful. So we should use all our forums. And then I was thinking of, what is the strategy and tactics? And, using the analogy of entering of EU, there are, how many? 33 chapters of EU negotiations? 35. Great, thank you. 35 chapters. And each of these chapters, the Commission, they divide the work, and Commission, one goes out on fisheries, one goes out on this, and they never lose focus on closing all the chapters. So we also have the list of the tasks at hand. We heard it. One is about protection of civilians. We, in the Baltic countries, have been trying with our parliaments to take this thing to the UN. Let's help the civilians through what UN can achieve, so that we value international institutions and they take to their own task. Maybe this is one thing to attempt to protect civilians. There might be and there are more other things we need to do. And this is one of the task force, let's see how we can get more parliaments to adopt this one and work on it. Second, and it might be a bit different audiences and a bit different approaches, and that's clear because it's only about the EU, about the invitation letter that we have been discussing in this panel, the acceptance of the Ukraine's application. And then the question is, what should we do? Maybe this is not to go to Moldova, which was another proposal of yours, but let's go to the Parliament in The Hague. Let's go to Stockholm. Let's stage a demonstration. Let's get, but just focus. Let's get it done. If we want and need to get it done, we will find our ways how to do it. I heard also this part, the number 3 on my list is Belarus and their claim, please do define that the Belarus is occupied. In the lines of Dovila what said, but Svetlana Tikhanovka in the morning said the troops are there illegitimate. There are, different diplomatic turns, but stating and making the international community understand that shift is important. Number 4 on my list is what the legal one, the trial. There are different international institutions already starting the investigations against the crimes against humanity, but should be put on trial on a separate international trial. More than 1 million people have already signed the petitions, besides all the European dignitaries. Is this the road and the way? As it is I have been in the advocacy and campaigning for all my adult life, some of these things are more clear, some of them need to be explored, but this is task at hand. How do we, protection, legal institutions, and putting those responsible on the trial. And to end my intervention, I wanted to use an example from the Cold War. And, we see that Putin's playbook is like from the 20th century of the 30s and later. And maybe we should also And what has been happening and how people are fleeing, of course, is also making me think of the destiny of the Baltic countries before and during the Second World War. And then there is this example of the Lithuanian sailor, Seimas Kudirka, who was arrested and taken by the Soviets. I am still ashamed. I didn't know anything about it until the film was made, and I learned about it last year. But you know how many demonstrations and people in the US it took to get Seimas out? And that was started by whom? By Lithuanian housewives who just thought it is not fair. And it is the adaptation of the Belarusian refugees, one by one, not losing the sight of one single person and fighting for it, and getting the job done. Seimas Kudirka was freed. Kissinger was involved. Henry Ford had his inauguration speeches. You know, whatever it takes at whatever forum, if we believe that what we do is right. And I'm very, and you know, our democratic institutions we serve, I think, should be used nicely and properly, and then we can do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ines. It was really great. And again, coming back to the thesis of Michal, you are liberal, I am Christian Democrat. We met in Taiwan, and we understood that from that day, you know, three years ago, we are actually fighting on all fronts together. Thank you, really. And I like a lot what you said, but especially that we have to commit our lives to freedom, to Ukraine, to Belarus. And really, if politician commit his life, honestly, I remember being a, young student of 20 years, I saw those Soviet tanks who've been killing my friends in front of TV tower, and I commit my life to European integration, you know, and I think I more or less accomplished it, except Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, and some other countries. So we still have a lot to do. Thank you so much, Inessa. And Mikhail from Estonia, we will also soon have your colleague Marko Michelson joining us in the last panel, transatlantic panel, as I say. So please say what you think from Tallinn. And I also hear that our friend from Dutch Parliament is returning. She will be with us, so we can discuss with her the trip to The Hague. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this invitation. I am Deputy Chairman of Commission of Foreign Affairs of Riigikogu, Estonian Parliament. And I will speak as a Member of Parliament, as a proud Estonian and European citizen, and cursed Russian. Okay. As a Member of Parliament, I created or called for association to support of political prisoners in Belarus. You said that we must have some, we have. My original idea was that it must be association to support women in Belarus, because Belarusian revolution was the revolution of women, and so kind. For me, Mrs. Tikhanovskaya is kind of Jeanne d'Arc. Okay, but unfortunately the protocol department of the parliament decided that such sexist approach is not appropriate. I also organized an association of MP in support of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. With 3 colleagues from this association, we visited Lviv on humanitarian and diplomatic mission. It was important before this historical mission of Polish, Czech, and Prime Minister, because in some political circles, they treated Ukraine as kind of toxic land. You cannot give inside. Members of American Congress meet on the border, and so Mr. Blinken met on the border. And for us, it was very important that we are in Ukraine and make some declaration there. I can also proudly say that immediately after the announcement of the result of presidential election in Belarus, the Foreign Committee of Estonian Parliament declared that the result is illegitimate and refused to recognize Lukashenko as president. Now it is a common standpoint. The battle for Belarus is now being waged in Ukraine. I agree with every word what Mr. Goncharenko said, every word. And I must apologize in advance that what I am about to say may seem radical. I am not a radical. I consider myself as a liberal person prone to compromise. But we are in the situation where just need to face the truth. We observed a striking inadequacy of the reaction to what is happened in Ukraine. So, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, after listening of President Zelensky and looking of the corpse of children, wiped his tears and said, "We should give diplomacy a chance." This is just one of many examples of misunderstanding about who Mr. Putin is and what Putin's Russia is. There are many dictators and tyrants like Aliyev, Lukashenko, etc. But Putin is different. When we're talking about Putin, Western leaders make two mistakes. One, on the one hand, they consider it as a visionary who dreams of restoring Soviet Union or Russian Empire, including Poland, etc., or dreaming about a Russian world. Or Russian peace, which is Russian war. Yeah? On the other hand, they say that Putin has gone mad. Both opinions are wrong. Putin is not dreamer, and he is not changed. Sauli Niinistö, the president of Finland, who met many times Putin, said that Putin threw off his mask and exposed his true face, the face of war. I will add to that, it's a face of psychopath. Putin is sadistic psychopath and has been sadistic psychopath since the childhood. There are many proofs of that. I will not dwell on his childhood, about his marriage, about his relations with colleagues and friends. Attempts to explain his behavior by his past in the KGB is not correct. On the contrary, he went to the KGB because of his psychopathic as psychopath. Putin is a pathological liar and an excellent manipulator. Remember how he manipulated President Bush. And Bush saw that his soul, the soul of Christian and bloody hell. So, as a sadist, he enjoys torturing others. Consider how he terrorized his ex-wife. When Putin declares that the operation in Ukraine is going according to plan, he is both lying and enjoying the destruction and suffering of people, women, children, and elderly. The sadistic psychopath enjoys the suffering and the horror what he creates, but he himself is afraid. He is afraid of viruses, of his own generals, but most of all of people who can suddenly arrange so-called arranged revolution. Putin can only be stopped by the determination and fairness. Putin had repeatedly stated that there is no such nation as Ukrainians. Putin has twice stated that Ukraine as a state has no right to exist. Exactly the same words were repeated by Minister Lavrov. Kremlin propagandists go further. Based on Putin's earlier statements, they say that you can't stop with the borders of Ukraine. We must go further to Poland, to Moldova, to the Baltic countries. They need to say that they say that Russia is needed to use nuclear potential. Threatening with global nuclear war, Putin said, we will die as martyrs, as saints, but they will simply like dog. Они просто сдохнут. It is useful to remember these words when we see the treatment of dead soldiers. The dead Ukrainian soldiers are buried as heroes with military honors, and the Russian soldiers are left to wallow on the ground. Riigikogu, Estonian parliament, calls for the closure of Ukrainian sky, granting Ukraine the status of an European Union member candidate country, and granting Ukraine a road map to NATO. What needs to be done so in the future, if we have future at all? We not to not read that the Third World War started on February 24th this year. 3 things must be done now to stop the war, not to let it slide into the World War. First, airspace closure for the Russian air forces. Western friends of Ukraine will repeat the mantra that hostilities must not go beyond Ukraine. But planes and rockets bombing Ukraine cities started outside Ukraine. Therefore, Stingers are not sufficient to stop these rockets and aircrafts. Second, the air bridge of humanitarian and other assistance as during the Berlin crisis must be established. Land deliveries are not enough to effectively wage the war or to help the civilian populations. Third, Western countries provide significant financial assistance, but it's not enough. Ukraine needs a Lend-Lease program to defeat Russian Nazism as it was in the Second World War. Finally, about Russia and Russians. First of all, I want to note that I am an Estonian patriot and a Jew by my origin, but I consider myself Russian because of my mother tongue and culture. Russia is a toxic country, and Russians are a toxic people, including myself. I have been deceiving myself for decades by repeating two mantras. First, Solzhenitsyn words that Russians and Soviets should be not confused. They must confused. And second, that Pushkin is not to blame. I was wrong, and Pushkin is very much to blame. Adam Mickiewicz said it even in 1830s. Yes, Mickiewicz was right. Pushkin was wrong. I was wrong. There is very deep chauvinistic and imperialistic sentiment in the soul of Russian culture. You see, my heart is bleeding when I say this word, because Russian culture and Russian literature is my subject. Okay, the only thing the Russian can do is to help Ukraine, whatever they can do, in anything. So even the fight about Russian democracy in Russia is not now so important than fighting for Ukraine. Of course, we remember that this war started at the same time when it started the trial of Alexei Navalny. And that's not coincidence. That's some, I don't know, signals that Mr. Putin sent for us. Russia is a criminal state. According to Karl Jaspers, criminal state is not the state which commits crimes, but the state which is criminal in its essence. Russia must be cancelled. Cancelled economically and financially. Cancelled politically. Only President Zelensky or person authorized by him have the right to communicate with Putin. Russia, and it's especially different for me, Russia must be cancelled culturally. I give a course in university on so-called древнерусская литература, ancient Russian literature. And this is very wrong. I'm sorry. This literature is not ancient, not Russian, and not literature. It is medieval Ukrainian writings. And now I'm teaching just this such course in Estonian, who understand Estonian can see it on the internet. Живе Belarus! Slava Ukraini!
Thank you so much, Mikhail. Well, I'm sorry to say we're a bit behind the schedule, but our hearts are bleeding. I completely understand it. And now just to check, do we have a connection to The Hague? Kati, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We've been trying to challenge you. You know, I don't know, did you hear my challenge, but more or less the essence is that we are not happy with the position of your country and parliament, and we just had an idea actually to storm it, you know, to come from Vilnius with this United for Europe front and discuss it until you agree on candidate status for Ukraine. So what can you say? Please, Kati.
First of all, of course, you're always welcome in The Hague. I know a couple of your colleagues, at least from Lithuania, were also visiting the Dutch Parliament last week. And also the first visit, actually, of the Dutch Foreign Affairs Committee since we had elections last year was to the 3 Baltic states. So I see some positive shifts, to be honest. But let me give you a little bit about on the topic of this debate on Belarus, what I think, what we can do as parliamentarians together, and then perhaps say a couple of words on what the Dutch stance is. Having said that, I think as an introduction, it's good to remind people that I'm a member of the opposition party in the Netherlands, the Dutch Social Democrats. And by origin, I'm actually the daughter of a 1956 refugee from Hungary, but of course, a proud Dutch parliamentarian. And I see also some friends in the room from the time that I was a member of the European Parliament. So thank you for inviting me for this timely conference. And I think, you know, I was thinking, listening to also to the other to the other speakers, that this is perhaps also a time that we feel more united than ever in Europe. And I heard a couple of times remarks being made that, you know, in these times, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian Democrat, Social Democrat, Liberal. I think we're all Democrats, and that is what is uniting us. And I think we also geographically, I don't think there should be a difference, that it's only the countries which are bordering Belarus or Ukraine who care. This is a matter that comes to the heart of what we stand for, what our ancestors have fought for, and that is freedom in Europe and security in Europe. And this affects people in Greece just as much as it should affect people in Lithuania or it should affect people in the Netherlands. And I think for the first time, we are seeing a more united Europe than before. Now, what are the things that we as parliamentarians can do? And let me specifically focus a little bit on Belarus. On Belarus, I think events like this, and several people said networks are so important. And we have so many networks where sometimes for a long time, not very useful things were being done. Now, I think we can also do useful things with these networks. And one of those things is, for instance, when it comes to Belarus on the sanctions. I think there was, and I think a majority in the Dutch parliament was actually very, very angry about how slow the sanction package to Belarus was being adopted in the European Union. We all know what was behind it. And also the anger was there with a majority in the Dutch parliament that there were not strong enough sanctions. Let's be honest. I think the Dutch government was pushing for stronger sanctions. I don't think the Dutch government was to blame there, and is still pushing for stronger sanctions also when it comes to Belarus, but they have to be also effective. And I think I remember meeting Mrs. Tikhanovskaya with my colleagues in Vilnius, and I think one of the hurtful things was that the reason that finally a bit more tough sanctions were being adopted was because Europe was being affected. Europe was being affected when the plane was hijacked. Europe was being affected when the migrants were pushed over the border. But the big scream was not because we had so many political prisoners in Belarus. So I think these are things where national parliamentarians also play an important role. And it's very important in a parliament like the Dutch parliament to have to reach out with parliamentarians, for instance, in your country, where this is much more debate, and you're also hosting many of the political opposition. Another thing is, of course, funds. And these are things, making funds available for civil society organizations. I myself, for instance, introduced in Holland a motion to make sure that Belarusian students get the opportunities to study abroad if they want in Holland, but we can also finance study trips to other countries. It doesn't have to be in Holland if people want to study in other places. And I think these are, just 3 examples of what we can do as parliamentarians together. Now, very specifically, because I understand the Dutch position always stands out. I noticed it, of course, also myself when I was for 7 years a member of the European Parliament. So let me just say, in general, the Dutch public, and therewith also the Dutch political parties and the government, are among Europe's most skeptic when it comes to enlargement in general. Now, that is not something that I felt in 2004. And I think it's important to say that. It's not by nature that the Dutch are skeptic about enlargement. In 2004, there was a huge enthusiasm about enlargement. So we should also look together what happened in those last, almost 20 years that made the Dutch turn into skeptics when it comes to enlargement. I think you can say on the one hand for more the right wing of the parliament, migration and labor migration plays a role there. And I would say more for the progressive or left wing of the parliament, it's more the rule of law status in countries like Poland and Hungary that plays a crucial factor. Now, that having said, if the enlargement skepticism is not something by nature of the Dutch people, it means we can change it back. But how can we do this together? And then the other thing is, of course, a painful episode is when the Dutch, in a referendum, voted against the Ukraine Association Agreement. Not only my party, but I would say all the parties in the center, from center left to center right, were in favor of signing that association agreement. But it was more skepticism towards Europe, and it was far right, which hijacked that agenda very successfully, which had that outcome. And that doesn't mean that, there wasn't a democratic majority against it, but I think it's also a very painful episode for the Dutch people to see what is happening in Ukraine now and how the Dutch population voted against that association agreement. Now, when it comes, and I'm closing because I know, Chairman, you have several speakers. So when it comes now to Belarus and Ukraine in the Dutch parliament, of course, I cannot speak on behalf of all the other parties, but what I see is a very, very big support, both for the Belarusian people and the Belarusian opposition, and the same when it comes to Ukraine. Let me remind you that the fact that the Dutch government was one of the first governments after the Baltic countries, after Poland, and after the UK, we were the first country to openly say that we are ready to do weapon deliveries. This may sound like a logical thing by now because so many countries are doing it, but the Dutch government, and I'm from the opposition, and we supported it, was from the beginning at the forefront of delivering weapons to Ukraine. And this is not a position that was very natural for the Dutch to take. who are normally very close to the German position. So I think it's important to highlight here, we are at the forefront when it comes to humanitarian aid to Ukraine. And I think we are also at the forefront when it comes to not vetoing any possible sanctions to come. The Dutch, yes, we have a vulnerability when it comes to gas, for instance, from Ukraine. Our port, Rotterdam, plays a big role also when it comes to oil from Russia. But there's no signal that the Dutch government would veto any of these sanctions if there is a majority in the European Union. Of course, we also have a role to play internally when it comes to, for many years, we were facilitating dirty money coming from Russia. And this is also a cleanup that we have to do ourselves. So I know the Dutch are always seen as very skeptical. From my position from The Hague, I see a more united Europe than ever before. And I also see the Dutch are moving along in that line and not playing an obstructive role. So I think events like this, and you're all more than welcome to come and visit in the Dutch Parliament, are very important. So thank you, Chairman. Thank you also for organizing this timely event.
Thank you so much, Kati, really. And I think, Ines, we should really use that invitation. Maybe really, Kati, if seriously, tomorrow we are launching this United for Ukraine network. If you could, join us, because I think that's worth to discuss, really to go and explain, with all our experience of 3 decades, why it is important. And by the way, Kati, I'm your product. I'm educated in The Hague, in Klingendijk Institute. So, you shaped me well, now let's shape Hague again. Thank you so much, really, for intervention. And Maria, I know that you're waiting, but Emanuele Zinger is, just asked for the short intervention. He will be back. He just has to meet with our congresswoman who came. And Emanuele, please.
I think I'm ordinary on the list. I'm waiting in the queue. I'm sorry, yes, Maria, for that. So we're sitting in the historical room. I'm here for 30 years. Become artifacts of museum here. 8-time elected. So remembering Boris Nemtsov were sitting with me, with Žygis, with Mikhail Kaminsky. John McCain, my goodness, and we look, for somebody so paranoid, so American Baltic paranoid guys who are always telling that the aggression is coming, and everyone pointed on us that we are so radical. So I never have been radical in my life. So I just trying to be balanced and to share my experience. And first, what I would like to do in my Jewish experience, when my mother will be in 1 week 100-year-old, 4 years spent supervised by Gestapo in concentration camp Stutthof. So she asked me to dismantle Putin's connection to Holocaust. But how he can use denazification of Ukraine and other things related to the memory of Holocaust survivors. I'm a Holocaust survival family, and I dislike the idea that Putin represents and compromised Holocaust. So first thing, what it should be done by Israel and Germany, especially by Germany, responsible for Holocaust, and after that by Israel, dismantling the ties used by Mr. Putin for his colonization of other countries and using issue related to the 9th of May. 9th of May, for me, never was the day of liberation. Day of concentration camps was the day of liberation and presented by United Armies. United Armies of Second World War was related to Ukrainian, Russian, Belarusian, Georgian descent people, American, Canadian, Poles, French Maquis, de Gaulle, who fought against Nazi regime. To the hell. What Mr. Putin have to do with that. So, yes, and before Molotov-Ribbentrop, like Michael is just saying. So from my point of view, I think that my mother said very clearly that she saw the sky above the concentration camp. And the sky was from time to time crossed by British and American airplanes, 1944. And they were begging to the sky, every day, begging to the sky that they should bomb the Nazi electro fence there. So now Ukrainians, they're begging, looking to the sky and begging to come. Probably that is not proper, not ethical parallel, but I would like to finally ask in the name of all families, United States, European Union, Israel, members related to the Holocaust, to stop, to use the Holocaust against Mr. Zelensky, who all family were killed during Second World War. That it was in his yesterday relation to Knesset. Coming back to the bigger issue related to changes, cultural changes, political changes in Europe. Here you are among the countries who spend 2%. Žygis, we were warning the world, telling 2% of our budget to defense. Now our country's political agreement should be 3% of budgets. So let's do our political homework and sign the agreements among parties to have increase of the military budget inside of our party, democratic party system. And Žygis just applauded when our Dutch friend said, we are all Democrats. That means we are all united. We are all united and should be united, increasing our military budgets and saying to Mr. Putin that we are ready to military confrontation with him. We are ready to confront in military way with Mr. Putin and see him in the battlefield. Well, if we will not say that, it will be no peace. We should clearly say that we are ready to go to the battlefield, and done properly, possibly, will be stopping the escalation of the war. That is the proper step by us. And coming back to our party programs, we should change our party programs. The party programs should include the current events. Party programs should be related to our defense and changing our attitudes and going to the elections with the slogan from left to the right, defend the countries, defend our democratic space, not let to shrink democratic space, let defend every country who will be attacked, and about Belarusians. So, Žygis, I think the event and Michael events and Mr. Mularczyk events related to the attack of our borders with artificial means of immigration was pre-text before the war in Ukraine. So that Russia tested us through Belarus, how strong we are and how we are committed to defend ourselves. So all those affairs, all of you here in the Eastern Europe were worried about illegal immigrants used by Lukashenko, was related to Putin plan. It was not Lukashenko plan. That is the reason that Anatoly Lebetka and Sveta Tikhanovskaya just telling every day we should synchronize our sanctions against Putin and against Lukashenko in absolutely synchronous way. And last thing about Boris Nemtsov, who was sitting here. He asked political exile 3 days before he was killed. He asked me and Andrew Kubilius, who was prime minister. I remember his speech here, and John McCain was presented, and Michael Kaminsky was here. So, I feel like a criminal. I asked Boris Nemtsov to go and to be in Maidan. And he was on Maidan saying that Russian Democrats together with Ukrainians should build democracy. Thank you for Mr. Lotman explanation of the mentality, deeply the genes inside of some cultures on the East from us. But with the end of people like Boris Nemtsov, we started the total war against Russia. And sorry to say, I was leading in the expulsion of Russia from Council of Europe. That was extremely important to say that Russian population will suffer after expulsion of Russia, while human rights courts will be not acting instead of Russia. So better to expel Russia and to have effect even on Russian population after not enough people raised their heads, not enough hands was raised against the war, against Ukraine, against all of us. For that reason, it's my first speech. Well, I am using such military slogan, but I'm forced to do that in the name of all people who were facing the Second World War and don't want to face Third World War while they're still alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuelis. Thank you. And last online intervention, Maria, Sweden. Honestly, well, just trying to provoke you. Yeah, maybe you heard what I said before. Without Nordic support, we would never enter EU, honestly. But now we do not feel very well effective support of the Nordic countries on Ukrainian case of entering the European Union candidate status. So we would really love to have that support much more effective and big and stronger. But maybe I read that situation wrong. So what's the feel in Stockholm?
Well, thank you very much, and greetings to you in Vilnius. I would like to start on a more of a personal note because I celebrated Christmas in Kiev 3 months ago, and together with friends of mine who have been my friends for many, many years. And yesterday, 2 of my friends took part in my party conference in Stockholm, not as visitors, but as refugees. And not by choice coming to Stockholm, but by Russian force. And this was the second time that my friends had to flee from Russian oppression. They fled in 2014 from Crimea, not by bullets, but by the repression. And now they are running again, and this time they are running out of the missiles coming out of the Ukrainian sky. So this situation is deeply personal to me, as I understand it is to all of you. And it's impossible to believe what we are seeing right now. And given the situation in 2014, it is natural to talk about should we have been more serious? Should we have taken a harder stance on after the Russian occupation of Crimea and the Russian war in Donbass? And I believe that everyone would agree with me that yes, we should. However, that was then, and we must continue, and we must learn from our mistakes and going forward. And answering your questions, and I will draw a little bit on what my colleague from Hague said, that I am part of the opposition party in Sweden. I am not part of the ruling fraction, so I can allow myself to criticize the ruling party somewhat. And yes, I do believe that Sweden should take a more firmer stance in regard to Ukrainian candidacy status within the European Union. The symbolic of that cannot be exaggerated. And I hope we will have another meeting shortly at the opposition parties, where I am representing my party, with the government regarding new stance from the Swedish side in the upcoming meeting with the European prime ministers and heads of states. And going forward, that will, of course, be my message to our government. And from my party side, we must push for the candidacy status of Ukrainian in the EU. But apart from that, we must also, as we have heard before, continuing with sanction packages. We must continue with supplying weapons. And my country was slow. Unfortunately, we are a bit slow sometimes, but we did manage to get together and send weapons, not only helmets, but also actual weapons. And we need to do more. I need to do more as a parliamentarian in order to further push my government in order to supply more weapons to the Ukrainians. And we also, of course, need to always keep in mind that when we are talking about sanction packages, that we are including the Belarusian government and the Belarusian regime in those sanctions packages. I think that is of utmost importance. And as we have heard previously, when I started to study Russian and the Russian language years ago in Lund University in Sweden, the big question was, when will Russia become a democratic country? And it's not until this regime will fall that we will see a significant change in Belarus, as of the Belarusian regime is holding up is supported from the Kremlin. So I do hope that in my lifetime, and not that far-fetched and not far, I will not only see a democratic Russia, but I will also see a democratic Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, really, and thank you for joining our statement, by the way, today. Look, let's do like this. We are a bit out of schedule, but because of wonderful strategic cooperation with the United States of America, we just agreed the deal. We will ask Vaidotas Augunas, as well as Vinsuk Večorka, to speak at the discussion of our last panel after big transatlantic statements. That's even more important. But now we conclude our panel with Anatoly Lebedko, who was really pushing us actually to arrange this panel of parliamentarians. So your last words, then we go to coffee break, and then we start after coffee break our transatlantic panel, and we finish discussion. Please, Anatoly.
Я хотел бы начать со слов «дякуй, ачу».
First and foremost, I would like to thank you all. And now I would like to address Žygimantas Pavilionis, who is the engine of this event. And for me, it is a great pleasure that Mr. Pavilionis is also the head of the Provisional Group for Democratic Belarus. This group was established in the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania 10 years ago. Last time, I started my presentation with the following words. If at 7 o'clock you do not have any people coming to your place to punish you, then you can plan your day for the next 24 hours. Now, in Belarus, people do not have this luxury of 1 hour. Anytime people can expect people from Lukashenko's regime who may come, arrest you, and take you out of your premises for a very long time. It is worth saying that the present Belarus is like a prison. There are different cells, different opportunities for the so-called freedom, little freedom. However, everybody are in this prison and everybody is completely controlled. And we have to have this in mind when planning for some tasks for people in Belarus. We said that there are 1,007 political prisoners in Belarus, but I think that there are many more, and we do not know exactly how many. Last year, in June, I was in Okrestino, the worst prison in Europe. There were 19 people in one prison cell, and now you have to multiply this number by 10. And this is our reality. In February, I talked about this, and I wrote about it. While we are looking at Belarus, Putin has already occupied it. And Belarus is a country that is provisionally occupied by Russia. And the question is how to address these problems. Let's feel the earth under our feet. And let's face reality. We started establishing parliamentary groups for democratic Belarus, and it is very important to merge these groups into one network for them to work without break. I really liked the statement that I have heard a few times in this group. It is important to walk your talk. I would like to see very similar groups for democratic Belarus that are in Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, the US. I would like them to be established in Bundestag, in the French Parliament, in the Czech Parliament, in the Parliament of Moldova and the Netherlands, and the parliaments of other countries, for us to be able to have the first online conference of these groups in May. Mr. Paviljonis could lead these groups. Alexei Goncharenko is another candidate. He is the chair of this group for democratic Belarus in Ukraine, in the Verkhovna Rada. And we have heard statements that all Belarus people are equal, but this means that we speak about the prisoners and supervisors of the prisoners in one line, which is not correct. These people are, you are very important people in your countries. You have your social networks accounts. Please remember to say that the opponents of Lukashenko are as people of your countries. Belarus people rally in Vilnius, in Warsaw, in The Hague, in Berlin, everywhere, because these countries are democratic. However, it is very hard to do this in a prison country. But we have to keep saying this to our people. Each evening I have such anti-war statement, and Mikhail Kaminsky, also member of the Latvian Seimas, was present there. Mr. Paviljonis is planning to attend it, and I invite you all. One other matter. Is there a need to sign an agreement between Belarus Democratic Forces and the European Parliament? We would need to have a legal basis for this. We need this legal basis, and we have to work towards this. This is a very specific proposal for the members of the European Parliament that attend this conference. I would also like to address the members of the European Parliament and say that it is time to unfreeze the 10 seats for Belarus representatives in the EU Parliament. Are we going... one more question. And now I address you national delegations at OSCE. What is being done there at the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, and what Lukashenko's representatives do that? Because there are no people who represent Belarus nation. These people are authorized by Lukashenko. This is the fact, and it is very sad, because during the entire period of war, no representatives from Belarus had statements against this war. And to summarize, I have a dream. So far, I cannot go back to Belarus because I am accused, but my dream is to be on a train from Vilnius to Kiev. Who would go from Vilnius to Kiev? And I would like to walk along Krishchatik Street and I would like to meet you all and say Slava Ukraini there.
I would say that this is a serious American speaker. 5 minutes to 4, we have to sit and be ready to listen. Okay, Julia, your panel is next. Thank you so much for everyone.
Yes. Good morning, Assistant Secretary Donfried's office here. Just doing a quick comms check, comms and video check. Hey, this is Tim with Dr. Donfried's office, testing, just testing audio and video. I
Friends, we have 2 minutes to start our last panel. I would appreciate greatly if you could take seats and better to the front, yes, of the panel. All the panelists especially, please take your seats.
Just ask if she's available.
Hey, EUR, can I confirm that you're on the line? There we go. Super. All right. So, friends, dear friends, as I look on the screen and as I look around this room, I am really so pleased to be leading this panel that Žygis Paviljonis has established for us, in which our tasking from him is to discuss the authoritarianism beyond state borders, the dictator's playbook. And what an incredible group of people to discuss this. Like always, Ambassador Paviljonis, you have assembled just an amazing group of people who think about these questions. I'm very much looking forward to this. I want to start by saying a few words about our two keynote speakers who are on the screen with us. We have the most incredible dynamic duo of European experts I could possibly imagine to undertake this subject. And I'm going to tell you that I feel like if you want to know if the United States is serious about confronting authoritarianism, all you need to do is look at these two people in these two incredible positions. Dr. Karen Donfried is the Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, but I know everybody in this room has known many, many Assistant Secretaries for Europe. But the point is that Dr. Donfried is leading all of our policies from Lisbon to Vladivostok and everything in between. And she is guiding our principles. She is guiding the United States and her agencies as they figure out how we will all work together to confront authoritarianism. She is responsible for our policies at OSCE and NATO as well. You will know, many of you know Karen well from her work at the German Marshall Fund. You know her well from her work as a senior director for Europe at the National Security Council. She has had so many jobs that I'm not going to attempt to list them all, but so many of your friends are here, Dr. Donfried. It's really amazing. Damon Wilson is now the president and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy. Again, another person so well known to everybody in this room, I couldn't possibly do justice to his bio, except to note he also is a former senior director at the National Security Council for Europe. His work at the Atlantic Council is absolutely amazing. It is something I think that we all benefit from on a regular basis, the benefits of all of what he did there. Because he is a fellow alum of the private office of the Secretary General at NATO, I have to mention that specific role. And many, many other roles and responsibilities. I want to share with you two, as our keynote speakers, that we have spent a lot of time today talking about how we bridge the gap between words and actions. And this has really been a driver. Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya this morning challenged us to question whether or not we were able to apply works to our faith in these questions. And this has really been driving our discussions. We are sitting in this amazing room in the Seimas in Vilnius, where patriots from the past look down on our conversation and are making an assessment as to whether or not we are doing right on the freedom agenda today. So without any further delay, Dr. Domfried, may I turn it over to you?
Well, Ambassador Fisher, it is great to see you. It's great to see Damon Wilson. It is such an honor to join all of you today from Washington. I'm just sorry I'm not there with you in Vilnius, but what a privilege to be part of this event with so many friends and allies who care deeply about the future of Belarus and about the future of democracy. Confronting authoritarianism is one of the most pressing issues of our time. And if that wasn't crystal clear a year ago or even 6 months ago, it was on February 24 when Putin launched his unprovoked and brutal war on Ukraine, a war that the Lukashenko regime is enabling. None of us should be surprised. Lukashenko, like Putin, is an autocrat. Dictators and authoritarians tend to stick together and to operate from this brutal dictator's playbook. They ramp up penalties for publicly contradicting what their regimes say. They arrest people for having opinions. They demonize and force into exile those who express their views and hopes for their country's future. And they destroy independent media and other voices. These are all techniques that Lukashenko has used, often with cruel efficiency, since the fraudulent 2020 elections. And these are all techniques we are also seeing today in Russia to shut down any visible opposition to Putin's horrifying war on Ukraine. Russia chose to start this war. Russia is the aggressor. We are right to be outraged, appalled, saddened, but at the same time, we should be motivated. 2 years ago, there was so much optimism about Belarus's future. Things seemed to be on a positive trajectory. We looked forward to restoring full diplomatic relations with the exchange of ambassadors, Lukashenko's choice to reject the will of the people of Belarus in the August 2020 presidential election, and the systematic violence that he and his regime continue to inflict on the Belarusian people have made him, his cronies, and their family members sanctioned international pariahs. Democracy is not a straight line. It never has been. Our own is only 245 years old, or perhaps better said, young, and we work every day to defend it and correct its shortcomings so that we come ever closer to realizing our founding ideals. Defending democracy is not easy or cost-free, and it never has been. But there are things we can continue to do, particularly with respect to Belarus. At the Summit for Democracy last December, President Biden referred to confronting authoritarianism as the defining challenge of our time. I couldn't agree more. I am motivated by this challenge. My team here at State is motivated, and I know all of you are too. So what can we do about it? The United States is committed to launching a new significant initiative for European democratic resilience. It will support media freedom, combat corruption, defend elections, and promote other democratic principles. Just last week, the US Congress approved a historic $13.6 billion in emergency assistance for Ukraine, a portion of which will be dedicated to countering the spread of authoritarianism in Eastern Europe, including in Belarus. We who cherish democracy and human rights must band together. We have our own playbook, one rooted in the rules-based international order, and we know it works. Governments in democratic countries must recognize our shared interest in the defense and support of freedom and act accordingly, even when there are domestic costs to be borne. We can work together to strengthen the resilience of our open societies against malign foreign influence and protect our election systems from interference by authoritarian states. We will continue to apply unified pressure on the Lukashenko regime. We will ensure Belarusian exiles fleeing the repressive regime in Minsk or caught in the crossfire of the war in Ukraine continue to receive our full support. The people of Belarus, particularly those brave individuals working to preserve their country's sovereignty and build a democratic future, need our help, especially as Putin continues to exert more and more control over the Lukashenko regime. We will continue standing with them. We call on the Lukashenko regime to end Belarus's role in Putin's catastrophic war in Ukraine. We have been and will continue to be clear that complicity in this war means debilitating, economically painful sanctions in parallel to those being levied against Russia. And we will continue to call on the regime to release all political prisoners and the repression of civil society and independent media, and engage in meaningful dialogue with all elements of Belarusian society, including the democratic forces inside and outside the country. The future of Belarus must include free and fair elections under international observation and respect for the people's will. These are the steps needed for Belarus to emerge from authoritarianism and pursue the path of democracy. These are the steps that will hasten the day when freely and fairly elected leaders of Belarus will guarantee accountability to their citizens and institutions. This democracy is the future that the people of Belarus deserve, which I have no doubt they can and will achieve. Thank you, and I'm much looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Donfried. I'll turn to Mr. Wilson for your remarks next.
Ambassador Fisher, Julie, you must call me Damon. It is such a pleasure to be with all of you. I just wish I were there in person. But first of all, let me just say a word to shout out our moderator, Ambassador Julie Fisher. There is no one better to be our representative in support of a free Belarus than Julie. We're so proud that you're there and in this role. And it's a real honor to be here with Assistant Secretary Karen Donfried. Dr. Donfried, Karen is an extraordinary leader. And already in her tenure as Assistant Secretary, you have seen perhaps the most extraordinary job at rallying and unifying our allies in a unified response to Vladimir Putin's aggression. And just want to really acknowledge Karen's leadership in that. With a particular shout out, I hope we can talk about it, the administration's support for the emerging European democratic resilience effort. It's really an honor to join this conference commemorating Vincent Kalinausko. I wish I could be there in person, have joined you in the march to the cemetery, because his spirit of resistance is alive today in Ukraine and Belarus. I came to the National Endowment for Democracy because I do believe that democracy versus autocracy is the defining challenge, the defining cause of our time. And we have been in a rut. We've been on our back foot, democracy has been. And yet we know from all of you, from those we support, from Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, from those Ukrainians, that demand for democracy is resilient. And so I've come to the endowment to support those who are struggling around the world to help ensure that our goal is to stop this democratic recession, to see what's unfolding in Belarus and Ukraine as a nadir, as a low point. And so that as we are all together working on this, we can help our partners open what will become a historic fourth democratic wave. That's our ambitious goal. And I think as war wages in Ukraine, this conference helps underscore that Belarusians are paying the price. They were the first to lose their freedom and then their sovereignty in this struggle. And I think it underscores that only with freedom can a people be truly sovereign. At the endowment, Belarus is among our top 10 programs in the world. Ukraine is our fourth largest program in the world. We're proud of our support for civil society and independent media. We're inspired by the courage and bravery. And while we're going to focus on the dictator's playbook, on autocrats, I want to start with the Democrats. I want to start with people like Svetlana Sukhanskaya, who have inspired all of us, average Ukrainians, average Belarusians on the streets. It is ordinary people doing extraordinary things, which will be the vanguard to roll back Putin's aggression and to secure freedom. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And so I think that challenges us. How do we play our supporting role? One of the ideas that I've talked about with Žygis and others there is how we move in our societies from thinking of democracy as a value to democracy as a fundamental pillar of our strategy. Democracy as strategy, recognizing that democracy, the advance of democracy, is the most effective national security strategy for those that share our values, for all of our allies. So autocrats who brutalize their own people are more likely to brutalize other peoples. That's what we see playing out in Ukraine as Putin and Lukashenko join forces. What's at stake is Putin's effort to make the world safe for autocracy, as Gideon Rachman has written in the Financial Times. And we see this by doing so through repression at home and the exports of tools and tactics, which Belarus is a case study in. So the aim is not simply to defend authoritarianism at home, but to reforge international norms that stigmatize authoritarian governance and to make it a safer environment for them. We have to ensure that Putin has miscalculated, overplayed his hand. This is a tough moment. We're not only in a 16th year of a democratic recession, as you all know, but it's really a set of defining challenges to democracy that really look different from the struggle of a generation ago. It begins with democratic erosion and political polarization that help autocrats undermine democratic institutions and cultures. It has a sharper authoritarian sense of repression at home, closing out civic space, creating these democratic diasporas, taking refuge in places like Vilnius. Our Lithuanian hosts have been extraordinary on the front line of providing a safe haven for democratic diasporas. But it's also an authoritarian influence that over the past decade has rapidly expanded globally as the dictators have learned among themselves, where we see China's reach in the world, Russia's international projection of influence, whether in Venezuela or the Wagner Group across Africa, and a digital disinformation challenge that's a feature of the global landscape, combined with modern technology whose corrosive effects are now woven into societies. And you overlay this with massive emerging technology challenge that's central to the future of freedom. And so their playbook is well known: centralize power, undermine democratic norms, undermine independent institutions that could hem them in. The way Anne Applebaum documented how the Soviets did this post-World War II, we see a new modern take on this by today's autocrats. A discrediting of independent media, controlling the public's perception of reality through propaganda, establishing cults of personality, and a culture of fear, co-opting free press or buying them up or pushing them out of business, and manipulating this information environment supercharged with surveillance technology, AI, that not only shuts off information, but tracks identities, as we see both Russian and Chinese authorities using and exporting these tools. And so we're suffering from autocrats that are using populism, capitalizing on polarization, post-truth politics, as Moises Naima talks so eloquently about. But it's really about ironically championing against others and corrupt, decadent West or corrupt elites in their own country to turn the state into a profit center for criminalized elite, combining traditional statecraft with KGB-style tactics meshing that with transnational criminal cartel approaches. And so, as Assistant Secretary Donfrey laid out, it puts the challenge on us to come back and to do something about this. And this is the moment where political will and public opinion makes things possible that weren't imaginable a month ago. We need a generational movement, a global movement for democracy to defend freedom and to defeat tyranny. And we need to enlist as many around the world in this struggle. We need to systematize learning among Democrats so that we are learning more rapidly, raising our game faster than the autocrats, ensuring that we are backing leadership like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, those who lead the charge, and ensuring that that is backed up by a sense of strategy, the skills to be effective, a right to assist so that civil society and our free societies can support civil society and autocratic ones, and bring to this a spirit and vision of resistance. We need a bit of a paradigm shift where we understand that we now are mounting a generational struggle to defend and defeat tyranny. And it begins with Vladimir Putin, it begins in Ukraine and Belarus and Russia. Part of this, I'll close, is the struggle today. Everything we are doing is how we strengthen a free Ukrainian state with a massive solidarity package, how we stand by the people of Belarus and others that are being intimidated and challenged by Putin's shadow, and that we move from a paradigm shift about deterring Russia to think about how we disrupt Vladimir Putin's efforts. It's a shift in the way of thinking about it, even as we continue to bolster the NATO alliance with a permanent presence of not just civil society, but American and NATO forces in the region. We pursue a strategy of support for Russia's neighbors, work now to take opportunities where we see them, consolidate moves in the Western Balkans, but push back on Russian interests in Africa, raise the cost of what they're doing in Latin America, and more broadly, redefine national security so that democracy is strategy, and redouble our support for Democrats around the world. So Julie, with that, thank you.
Thank you, Damon. Thanks very much. What we will do here is I have half a question that I'm going to pose, and Žygis is going to exercise the right of conference chair to ask the first question, but I'll ask half of one first, which is, as you address whatever it is that Žygis will ask, I would really be interested to hear from you both about how we can best harness, right? If over the last 30 years, we have slowly built a shared understanding of what Russia has become today. If we built that over 30 years, in the last 4 weeks, that has accelerated exponentially. We have an absolutely new and shared understanding of what Putin's Russia is today and how that impacts all of its neighbors and how that impacts European security. How can we best take that newfound sense of solidarity in this perception and put it to work in countering those Europeans, or countering Putin? And the, a part of this, no doubt, I want you to know, Karen, that as soon as you talked about the European Resilience Initiative, I saw an awful lot of people look like they'd love to ask you some more. So I'm going to turn it over to Žygis for his question too.
Thank you. And just to continue maybe in the same line, first of all, I'm so happy to see my American friends who has such a big picture on democracy. Finally, Americans are back, with full strength on democracy, for which we've been fighting. In some cases, we thought this is for granted. So, but I will not ask about Russia, because yes, we should defeat Putin. I will not ask today about Ukraine, though we've been speaking the whole day about Ukraine. I will ask specifically about Belarus, because this is the conference about Belarus. First of all, thank you for sending Julia Fisher to Vilnius. She's the best. Georgians till now are still envying her presence. But really, I started this conference with one question. Well, we all see that Putin, after this war, will be weaker or maybe even destroyed. Well, his grip will be weakened, including in Belarus. And hearing today the statement of Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, first time ever, it was so geopolitical, so clear for Ukraine, against Putin, fighting the Russians, for, European choice. So maybe it's time really to help Belarusians with this European vocation. Maybe we have to refocus really our efforts in this area and just to take the Belarus out of equity and just to tell Putin, this is the limit, and I think with every sanction, with instrument, we can do it if we really fight exactly now when Putin might be the weakest, and he will be weakened with every day of our sanctions. Maybe it's time to fight for Belarus under the leadership of Julia Fischer.
All right, why don't I turn it back to our keynote speakers. Karen, would you like to jump in first, and then I'll turn to Damon.
Thanks so much, Julian. I really appreciate what both Damon and Zigis said about Julie's service. And I know that she's an inspiration to all of us in EUR. So I just wanted to foot stomp what both of them said, Julie, about the incredible work you've been doing.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
So, there's a real connection between your question and Zigis's question. But, Julie, you asked about how can we best harness this reality of what Putin is about and move out on that. And I'm really struck by how united the US and all of its European allies are at this moment. And a colleague at the European Commission has said to several of us that in many ways, February 24 was Europe's 9/11. And that you had very different views across Europe about Putin and what he was after and how to manage that relationship. And when Europeans saw this full-scale invasion of Ukraine beginning in the early hours here in Washington of February 24, it was a shock. And we've seen how Europe has responded. And if you take the case of the Germans, where you saw policies that have been pursued over decades overturned in a weekend, like sending weapons to a conflict zone or the decisions around defense spending. We won't go through the whole list, but it's really been stunning across Europe to see how Russia's invasion has changed policies and changed perceptions. And I think that there is an understanding today of how the principles and values we've espoused and say we believe in are truly being threatened. And that has galvanized cohesion and action that we just haven't seen in this way for a long time. So I think we're already seeing this, and we want to make sure that we capitalize on that unity today so that we continue to follow through on these policies going forward. And in many ways, it comes to your question about this initiative around European democratic resilience. And this is one of those moments where I can't get ahead of my principles. I do believe there is an announcement coming later today about this from President Biden. So I'm going to say, everybody stay tuned. But we here in EUR are really excited about this initiative because it will give us resources to put toward media freedom, combating corruption, defending elections, all of these critical elements of democracy and democratic resilience. So I'm just for now going to say stay tuned on that, but I'm really excited about what it's going to allow us to do on these critically important issues. And, Zigis, your question was, what do we specifically do in the case of Belarus? And you made several really interesting points around that. I wanted to pick up again on the importance of transatlantic solidarity here. We saw President Biden come into office with two really important points related to this. One was around democracy. And we saw at the Summit for Democracy, this isn't just about the US saying, oh, we've got this democracy thing down, let's try to enhance democracy in other places, it was President Biden saying democracy is not an endpoint, it's a process. And we in the United States need to strengthen our own democracy. And so we want to work on that together with others who aspire to have stronger democracies. And I think that US commitment and the year of action that summit kicked off fits really well into this narrative and into the specific case of Belarus. But it's also connected to President Biden's initiative around revitalizing our alliances and partnerships, and saying that we are stronger when we pursue these goals with our closest partners and allies. And that is true on a whole host of issues, but surely it's true on this democratic mission that we also share. So I think both of those elements are critical to how we move forward on Belarus. And let me now pass the baton to Damon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Karen. Julie and Jiggis, just to pick up on what Karen said, I think first, Julie, how we use this moment of solidarity, where, as Karen pointed out, the political will and public opinion has shifted so dramatically. It makes things possible now that were seen as impossible a short while ago. And so we do need, in our own sense, what is an offense in favor of freedom right now? And I think that begins with everything we do to help ensure that the Ukrainian people can win and protect a free Ukrainian state. I think that is first and foremost in front and center. Even as we are thinking through, this is what I hope also the European democratic resilience effort that I've heard from the administration, but also from NATO EU officials, of really attention to how to bolster countries like Moldova and Georgia right now, as well as a matter of urgency. But I think it also, how do we use this moment to help others more broadly recognize the dangers that come from autocracy, and that the export of autocracy, the brutalization of your own people at home, leads to these types of conflicts outside of borders. And this is where we have more work to do, where we've seen an incredible alignment in the transatlantic space with some of our Asian allies. But it's not the case if you look across the world and we see different responses from Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, India itself. And so we've got work to do, I think, to help underscore that those people that live and value and free societies and live in freedom, that they can't be agnostic, ambivalent about how things unfold. And this is why I speak to coming out of this moment, understanding that the focus is on Ukraine today, that it really should be a mind shift, understanding that we need to be in a generational movement that's going to turn the tide on this democratic recession. And so that we start to see the end of that and the opening of a new democratic wave. Belarus has to be front and center. And I really am pleased that you're holding this conference right now to focus on this. I think it really underscores, it's hard to predict what unfolds, but it underscores how the free Belarusians, Belarusian Democrats, need to prepare for those historic windows of opportunity that you can't always choose. But it means preparing, being prepared. This is their struggle, and we need to stand by them and support them in their struggle, to be prepared, helping to support them to gain their support within the country, to ensure access to information across Belarus. And I think, as well as Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and her team have done, of opening avenues to Belarusians, particularly those in government and then the security services, the armed forces, that know that this is not right, that they should not be waging war against Ukraine from their territory, and how to provide avenues for them to open space with Lukashenko and be part of a different vision, a different future for Belarus. And for us, I think it really depends, as you would so eloquently, Jiggis, to ensure that the idea of a free Belarus remains front and center part of our commitment, our vision, and our strategy of a Europe whole, free, and at peace. And that includes a democratic Belarus.
Thank you, Damon. So according to our program, I'm going to give Karen and Damon the right, if you would like. I don't know, Damon, if you are staying on. I do believe Karen has to drop. So I want to say thank you so very much to you both. It's really been a pleasure. Karen, we will note that we heard it here first on the European Resilience Initiative, and we will stay tuned for announcements later today and look forward to those details. We're going to continue, and we're going to continue to build on these themes which you have just presented to us. We are 40 kilometers, I think Vidas Jurkonis reminded us this morning, we are 40 kilometers from the frontier between democracy and autocracy, and Belarus is very much right in the middle of this, as much as Russia, as much as Ukraine. And so we will continue on with this discussion, and I say thank you very much to you both for dialing in from Washington. And I am going to, or Damon, in your case, from South Carolina. I'm going to turn now to our next speaker, and I'm not sure, thank you, Karen. I'm not sure if Mr. Mickelson is here. Yes.
Yes, I am.
Excellent. There we go. Excellent. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and please, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to be with you, and of course to speak right after Karen and Damon is a great privilege, and actually very little I can add on this what I heard, and of course can subscribe to all of this what was said. But let me just emphasize very quickly and on my very latest sort of experience with contacts with my very good colleagues, both here in Europe, but also in Washington, from where I just came back, and it's just enormous where we are at the moment. Yes, we are in the war where Russia is trying to change not only borders and will not only would like to crash democratic Ukraine, but actually would like to change the world order we are so used to as democracies, as free people. And this is something what we have to take very seriously. It's not only, again, I argue that it's not only about the fate of Ukraine and about the fate of Belarusians, but it's also about our fate. And I feel that this understanding is strongly shared here in Europe and in Washington, in the United States as well. And I'm glad to witness myself last Thursday and Friday on the Hill that there is a very strong bipartisan support both to Ukraine but also to our democratic allies. And same applies to Europe as well. I've been 20 years in politics, but I've never seen solidarity, which not only applies to nice declarations and words, but actually in deeds as well. And as was mentioned earlier as well, that the change what has happened in Germany, but also in our good neighboring countries like Finland and Sweden is something remarkable, and actually tells us that what's happening is a great opportunity for democracy for a long time actually to be united behind defense of those universal values. We sometimes dare to take it as granted and not to understand that and even behind the words that we fight for freedom means really human lives and tragic tragedies as we see currently in Mariupol or other cities of democratic Ukraine. So we have to use this energy and in a way that after this horrific war, which will be won by Ukrainians, I don't have any doubt about that. That in this war can be winner dictator Putin. We do everything, and I know that Ukrainians will do everything just moments ago, Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament, Ruslan Stefanchuk, addressed our parliament here in Estonia, and they gave very same sort of vision as President Zelensky and others do now these days. That first time ever Ukrainians not only fight for their freedom. This is not the first time Ukrainians do so, but they do first time with such a huge, enormous support, what we all give to Ukrainians today. In Washington, I had a very good opportunity to meet also my good friends, Belarusian freedom fighters, Natalia Kaliada, Nikolai Hazin, and their friends, who do enormous, job every single day, not only to pursue us as policymakers in Europe or in the United States, but also the energy and will to turn page once and for all in Belarus is just unbelievable. Knowing again how horrifically people in Minsk and other cities of Belarus, what kind of horrific stories they go through, and also oppression and repression what not only Lukashenko regime but occupying country Russia is doing right now in Belarus. Actually, when I asked them how to describe current situation in Belarus, they argued that the best possible way is to call that Belarus is occupied by Russian Federation right now, but not forever. And this energy, what I have seen in Ukraine, and also in terms of among Belarusians, starting from Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, of course, and others, it gives me makes me very confident in a way to be sure that yes, this fight will be probably not short. Probably it's going to be long, but this will be a win for democracies, and this will free Belarusian people and also defend freedom in Ukraine and in Europe. But last bit, and to conclude my short remarks, we shouldn't think that there is a wonder stick, a diplomatic wonder stick to somehow calm down situation in regard of Putin's aggression against its neighboring states, or first and foremost against democracies. We have to understand that here we have to build a long-lasting strategy in order to make sure that Russia will not pose threat or nuclear threat, as we know today, to any of countries of the world for a very long time. But to achieve that moment, we have to stay united, and we have to work proactively, not reactively, as we have done for many years in terms of strategy or non-strategy towards Russia. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me say really thank you for all of the leadership that you have exerted on this issue set. It's really been remarkable. I think you and your counterparts in other foreign affairs committees, most notably here in the Baltics, have really been leading the charge in terms of our fight, our confrontation of autocracy. And I think you were referencing that there is no magic that allows us to do this, no magic wand, if you will, that allows us to do this. I believe that truly what it is that the dictators and authoritarians believe we are incapable of is sustained attention. And truly, you are a tremendous example of keeping the West focused. You do an incredible job. Your visit to Washington, along with counterparts, but it is what has helped all of us over many years to stay focused on these questions. So I want to say thank you very much. Now I will turn to Mr. Arkadiusz Mularczyk, the Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Polish Sejm.
Thank you very much, Arkadiusz Mularczyk. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, dear colleagues, Member of Parliament from many countries. It's an honor to be here in Vilnius today. Our cooperation and relationship with Lithuania, other Baltic states, United States, and among NATO allies are better now than any time in history. Of course, the challenges we are facing nowadays are extraordinary too. They require from us a special, innovative, and cutting-edge approach. Let me a few comments on the current situation regarding Belarus and Ukraine. The mass protest following the rigged presidential elections in Belarus in the summer of 2020 fundamentally changed the country's domestic and international situation. The dramatic events which accompanied the protest demonstrated on the one hand the determination of a large part of the Belarusian society which expect changes and was tired of political economic stagnation, and on the other hand the determination of the state apparatus. The Lukashenko regime has repeatedly taken desperate measures to retain power. Some of these decisions are directly detrimental to the national interest of Belarus and in the long term also threaten the sovereignty of the state. Belarus is used its territory to enable the Russian to attack Kiev from the north, which makes the Lukashenko regime co-responsible for this aggression, even though Belarus maintains formally that it is not participating in this aggression. Despite pressure from Putin, the Belarusian dictator has so far not joined the military action directly, since he knows that there is a strong resistance in the leadership of the Belarusian armed forces and the whole Belarusian society. The Belarus crisis has postponed indefinitely the prospect of significant liberalization of the political system in Belarus and has consolidated the Russian influence in the country. In the current political and economic retaliates, it will continue to grow steadily. We see that the military presence of Russia Federation will also increase. In this situation, the start of the war in Ukraine by Russia requires extraordinary measures and sanctions against Russia and Belarus. First of all, there should be no room for any further trade between the transatlantic G7 community and current Belarus and Russia. Since there are still many sectors of business where foreign currencies legally flow into the totalitarian regimes of Belarus and Russia, we should react and close the trade routes for any trade from Belarus and Russia. We should definitely reconsider the German idea of the so-called Wandel durch Handel, change through trade. Through this approach, Russian criminals activists were financed around the world in hope for corrupted many European politicians. We have a lot of examples, famous examples like Gerhard Schroeder. This leads to a negative impact for the whole European economy and European security. We can label a brand new idea as human rights and peaceful policy first. Trade is the consequences of the observance of the values. I would like to remind you of our European Commission initiative at the request of the Polish government of the €3 billion economic support package for a future democratic Belarus. The proposal is on the table and should be open to further improvement and for the United States and other G7 members to join. If there will be no goodwill and interest from the Belarus side, we should cut off all existing trade connections with Belarus and Russia regime until international law and human rights will be obeyed there. Mr. Kalinausko wrote that as long as a Russian slavery lies over us, there will be no truth, no riches, no learning. I would say that as long as we deliver our goods and technology to Russia And so long as we purchase natural resources from Russia, we will stay in an insecure world with lies, manipulations, wars, deceptions, and violence. It is high time the will of Mr. Kalinausko was fulfilled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I would like to now turn to Ambassador Skaisgirytė. Let me say before you start that I think every person in this room recognizes that no country has done more in support of Belarus's democracy than Lithuania, and your leadership, as in so many areas, has been so important. That of your president, Ambassador Skaisgirytė, is of course the foreign policy advisor to President Nausėda. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Fisher. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here in this esteemed audience. Thank you, Žygimantas, for organizing the conference. Indeed, if it's not you, I think we will not have an opportunity to see all these people around the table and also on video. But let me share a few thoughts on where we are now. I believe we are witnessing a big geopolitical shift in Europe. We're just witnesses of a big process. And I believe we are still in the middle of the process. The process started perhaps in 2020. First with election in Belarus, when Belarus election was not recognized by any democratic country, when the leader Lukashenko was not recognized as a legitimate president of that country, when he cracked down on the position, and yes, Vilnius did become a hub of Belarusian opposition, together with Poland and Ukraine in a way, because all three our countries have somehow hosted the Belarusian opposition people. What happens since? A very unpleasant thing to say is the continuing military integration of Russia and Belarus. What Lukashenko did with Putin is further integration. You remember, they were negotiating the so-called Union Treaty, which had 28 or so chapters. And the negotiation was very long, was 20 years, yeah? And there were a few chapters left till the signature. And after Lukashenko's illegal election, this final stage of negotiation did happen, and they did sign the Union Treaty, which is again a certain milestone, if I may say so, because the Belarusian sovereignty became non-existent. Even beforehand, it was quite an artificial sovereignty. Now it's nothing at all. So this Belarusian and Russian integration in military terms is again a game changer in this region. It means that the Russian border has approached the western border, so to say, by the territory of Belarus. So now the Lithuanian-Belarusian border, you have in practice, in military terms, in strategic terms, you have the Lithuanian-Russian border, because Russian troops are stationed now in Belarus. That's a very worrying fact, a very disturbing fact, I may say so. So Belarus, by becoming a union state, became proxy of Russia and, as your ambassador said, enabler of Russian policy. Now Russia has an ease of access to certain things that it would not have because of this signature of a union state. Now, a few words on Russia and Putin. Contrary to the widely established opinion that Putin is unpredictable, I would claim that Putin is very predictable, as that's the scariest part of all. Putin always says what he will do. The problem is that the Western world does not want to believe what he says he will do, because his idea seems so crazy to us that we cannot believe it will happen. Unfortunately, it is happening, and we are witnessing now how Putin said what he will do, and he is executing what he said he will do. And the Western world, sometimes we are not able to take this and be prepared. So it would, just to say that it is a mistake to think that he is unpredictable. In December, he presented NATO and the US with some proposals, he called it proposals, with some agreements, how he sees the European security structure. It was unacceptable to us, it was unacceptable to NATO countries, to the US, so we said, and rightly so, no, we are not accepting these ultimatums on Putin. But the consequences, he also said that if you do not accept, there will be consequences. We did not accept, and yes, there are consequences. He started the war in Ukraine. Will he stop here? I'm not sure. But Putin did miscalculate. He is predictable, but he is also prone to miscalculation. So one miscalculation was Ukraine's ability to defend itself. You remember how the war started. Everybody said, wow, the war started. And a lot of people were saying, well, 3-4 days, the war will be over. We'll deal with post-Ukraine era, whatever. No, Ukrainians are able to defend and to resist. And this is a fantastic thing. Second, Western unity. Indeed, a spillover, a side effect of Putin's policy is that the Western world become more and more united. Europeans among themselves and Europeans with transatlantic partners like US, like Canada as well. And also I may mention even Australia or New Zealand, they are on our side, so to say. So there are two things that were going on which were difficult to imagine just 26 days ago. 26 days only. Now the question is what to do next, yeah? What to do. So I would propose there are two things. First of all, to help Ukraine, and second thing, to strengthen the eastern flank of NATO. I will say a few words on these two. How to help Ukraine. The war should be fought and won in Ukraine. Yeah? Ukraine should win this war, because if Ukraine falls, Putin will be at our doorstep. That's absolutely clear. Western European countries are not shy anymore to say that they will help Ukraine with military means, with weapons, and it's good because this is the way we enable Ukraine to fight more and to resist more. They have the will to fight, they have manpower to fight. The manpower is not just conscripts, they are people who were fighting since 2014, yeah? Since Donbass started. So they are experienced, they know how to fight. They know Russians as well, they know Russians militarily, so they know how to fight this war. What they lack is military means, and we should do everything to help them. And here, I must say that the Western approach changed dramatically as well. I just make an example of Germany. 26 days ago, Germany could not imagine that they will be sending weapons to Ukraine or increasing defense budget up to 2%. You know, so that's again the shift which happened 26 days ago. 25 maybe. Yeah? So again, the spillover of the war. And yes, military help and sanctions on Russia to weaken Russia's ability to fight. Strengthen the NATO eastern flank. Yes, the NATO's resilience should be increased by sending more troops here to the Baltic region, but also along the eastern flank. I mean, not feeling left blank spots like Slovakia or other countries on the other border, southern border. From the north to the south, it should be made stronger. Now, we are looking very much forward to NATO summit this Thursday in Brussels. President Biden is coming to Europe to participate in that summit, and of course we're very much looking forward what news he has to bring to Europe. The wish is that this summit is not another summit, but it would be a summit to mobilize international political and military assistance to Ukraine to win that war. So, should I say Slava Ukraini? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So much in there that I'm hoping we will explore as we move into the discussion, but the questions, I think, of helping Ukraine to fight and win in Ukraine is certainly, I think, on everyone's minds, and most importantly, on the minds of Belarusians who understand well that their future is so deeply tied to Ukraine winning this fight and their prospects for democracy. I look forward to further conversation for all the fans of NATO in the room, exploring the questions of the summit and the Eastern Flank. I can remember there once was a time when it took more than 26 days to plan a NATO summit, but what is amazing is this is part of this reaction, is our ability to move very quickly, which is, again, part of what I think in your list of miscalculations, I think we add that in too. And since you spoke about our German friends, it's the perfect time to turn to Matthias Lutenberg and to ask what he was envisioning 26 days ago in Berlin. Truly a remarkable set of actions out of Berlin that we have all witnessed in the last several weeks. So very much, Matthias, look forward to hearing from you your thoughts on confronting the dictator's playbook. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie, and a very warm greeting to Sigis, to many others, Damon and Artur, Michalski and Nicola de la Coste, and of course also to Asta. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to address this important forum once again, unfortunately again not from Vilnius, but I hope I can make it next year. For more than 3 weeks now, Russia is waging a war of aggression against Ukraine, and this has changed everything basically. 141 countries in the world managed to separate right from wrong in the UN General Assembly. Only very few, including Belarus, sided with Russia in this regard, with Syria, North Korea, and Eritrea. For all those who care about democratic Belarus, this is a company which is very painful to see. As if this wasn't enough, Belarus is offering its territory, its logistical support, its military hospitals, and much more to the army of the invaders of peaceful Ukraine. We, the EU and transatlantic and trans-Pacific community, have responded swiftly and with determination against the Russian aggression and the Belarusian role in it. We have agreed on a set of restrictive measures, and we will continue doing so. It is painful to see how a so-called neutral country has given up its sovereignty in order for Lukashenko to survive politically. I feel with all those brave women and men in Belarus who are standing up against this injustice, and I applaud the efforts to destroy the railway connection to stop Putin's war machinery from reaching Ukraine. There are Belarusians who know that this is utterly wrong, to be an accomplice to Russia's war against Ukraine. We have agreed with our friends in Belarus and with Svetlana Tikhanovskaya in particular to support those in Belarus who support Ukrainians' armed forces in the heroic fight against the Russian army. We have therefore decided to donate a field hospital to Ukraine with the help of those Belarusians who fight bravely alongside Ukrainian soldiers to defend their country, but also the peace in Europe. And of course, we are exploring further ways to help the opposition in Belarus, not only to stop the country's role in this war, but to give the people a voice. After the shameful referendum on the 27th, it has become evident that Belarus has become more or less a captured state, and the nicely phrased paragraph in the constitution that never any aggression should occur from the territory of Belarus has been perverted on the 24th of February, and it's perverted day by day. Over the last couple of years, we have time and again experienced Lukashenko's regime's iron fist controlling the country and its people by brute force and pressure. But I wouldn't have expected that he went so far as to lend his hand to an attack on Ukraine, and he will be held accountable. It is not too late, however. He should end his support for the Russian aggression now and thus save hundreds of lives. Russia's war against Ukraine will have long-term consequences in our relationship to Russia and Belarus. This is true for Germany and for many other countries, but the already mentioned 180-degree shift, which we have all witnessed in Berlin, will long be remembered, especially here, delivering lethal arms to Ukraine or conflict areas in principle, finally delivering a 2% goal of NATO, cutting the long-term sacrosanct energy ties with Russia as soon as possible, including the suspension of Nord Stream 2, something that many of you around the table have been fighting and waiting for a long time. 100 billion euros for our armed forces, an unprecedented unity among EU member states, the G7 allies, and large parts of the world. This unity will remain. Putin will wake up in a world where his own economy is weak, his friends will be gone or very few in numbers, and Ukraine will never accept the Russian rule. They would rather win this war, and I hope they will. So certainly there will be no more Wandel durch Handel policy, as our Polish colleague has just referred to. And Belarus, it is high time for the democratic Belarus to take over and to correct these terrible mistakes of the past and return freedom and human values to the country. The German government is fully committed to this aim. We will continue our support for Belarus opposition, and we will pursue our sanctions policy against Lukashenko. My last point, we have to look at the whole region, and Damon, I think, and others have referred to that. I'm therefore happy to announce that my minister, Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, has invited to a Moldova support conference early next month, because we have to address also the fallout of this terrible war on the weak countries in the neighborhood, in particular Moldova. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthias. And I'm pretty sure that Jigis has booked your stay for next year. I think he took that hard commitment and has noted it. Now is, I think, absolutely the perfect time to inject a Russian perspective into our discussion. I'm so very thrilled that Mr. Vladimir Kara-Murza is joining us. Described in my notes as Russian opposition politician, author, and historian, but I'm quite sure none of those accurately capture the heroic nature of every single thing that you do. Thank you so very much for being here, and very much look forward to your remarks.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Fisher. Thank you for the overly kind introduction, and I want to thank Žygis Paviljonis, my good friend, diplomat, parliamentarian, but above all, freedom fighter, who has been one of the most active, one of the most principled, and one of the most clear voices for years in defense of the principles we all hold dear. And in this era of cynicism and realpolitik, this is really not just refreshing, but important. Thank you, Žygis, for all you do. And it's a pleasure to be here in Vilnius in person, even if it does take me now halfway around the world to get here, because our only route out of Moscow now is Turkish Airlines via Istanbul. And that's the only remaining window, which I hope at least that stays, and I'll be able to join you in the future. And this is now the third time that I'm participating in the Kalinausko conference. It has become a tradition already. And I think what brings all of us together in this room, there are people here both joining us physically and joining us virtually, people from different countries with different backgrounds, with different political views in our own different countries. But I think one of the features, perhaps the key feature that brings us all here together, is that all of us, for years and years and years, not only saw through what the Putin regime is and what it represents and the level of danger that it could reach, not just for us in Russia, but also for the whole of Europe and for the whole of humanity, frankly. And all of us have also tried to sound those warnings for year after year after year, while most of Western leaders and most Western politicians tried to look the other way. It wasn't only predictable, as the ambassador rightly said, what Putin would be doing. He was actually the one who was signaling loudest and clearest from the very, very beginning. I would just remind all of us that the two things that were among the first things that Putin did when he came to power in our country all those years ago, and he did this very publicly and very brazenly, was one, to reinstate the memorial plaque to Yuri Andropov on the Lubyanka building, the former KGB headquarters, and two, to bring back the Stalin-era Soviet national anthem as a national anthem of the Russian Federation. This was in the year 2000, 22 years ago. Russia is a country of symbols. If that is the symbol you choose to start your rule, there should be no more questions as to where you will be heading. Now, to be sure, very quickly, Mr. Putin turned from symbols to actions. And within the first 3 years, literally, of his rule, by the summer of 2003, or by the end of 2003, he had achieved a victory in his first war, in his first blitzkrieg, and that was, of course, a war against Russian democracy, Russian civil society, and Russian independent media. Within the first 3 years of Mr. Putin's rule, he managed to silence every single independent television channel, and the results of the 20 years of brainwashing propaganda we see in our society today. He has managed to destroy parliament and elections as meaningful institutions. He's managed to destroy the judicial system. He's began by first imprisoning and then murdering his political opponents. And all this time, there were leaders in the West who continued to shake his hand, roll out a red carpet, invite him to summits, declare resets with him, look into his eyes and get a sense of his soul, and so on. And it was painful to watch, not just as a Russian politician, but most of all as a historian, which I am by education, because we know how the appeasement of dictators ends. We know, because we've seen this before. It ends the only possible way, and this is what we are seeing in front of our eyes. Now, this is a case when I wish that all of us here around this table had been wrong. But unfortunately, we weren't, and we could not have been. And so now that we are facing the situation that we are, with a large-scale land war in the middle of Europe, with war crimes, and what I would describe as crimes against humanity that are being conducted by the regime of Vladimir Putin against the nation of Ukraine, I hope at least now, even those leaders in the West who chose to look the other way for such a long time, realize, and it was important to hear this notion voiced so many times around this table today, that the only end game to this, the only strategic solution, the only way to end this seemingly unending streak of crimes and acts of repression and acts of aggression that Vladimir Putin has engaged in is not to have any sort of, formal ceasefires or new compromises or new cave-ins, because that only encourages the aggressor further, and we have seen this for the last 22 years. But the only strategic solution to all of this is to have Vladimir Putin and his murderous regime finally out of power in Russia. I think this is a goal that all participants here share. And of course, needless to say, I mean, it's sort of redundant to even say this out loud, but I will, because, for so many years, the Kremlin propaganda tried to pretend that people like myself and my colleagues in the Russian opposition movement are somehow advocating regime change from abroad. It's one of their favorite gimmicks. Of course, as I don't need to tell anybody around this table or joining us virtually or anybody that that has absolutely nothing to do with reality. Only Russians in Russia can and should change the political situation in our country. And I think in this, one of the most important tasks, one of the highest priorities for the free world, and I couldn't be followed by a better person on this panel than my friend Jamie Fly, who's joining us from Prague. One of the highest priorities for Western democracies should be to help provide the truth, objective information, objective news in the Russian language to the Russian people, to open Russian society's eyes to those horrific crimes that are being committed supposedly on behalf of our country and supposedly on behalf of our citizens. Because I cannot even begin to describe you the Orwellian reality that we are now existing in. I mentioned that Putin began his rule by shutting down independent television channels. This was, of course, the biggest source of objective information for Russian citizens. But up until 3 weeks ago, we still had some remaining pockets of media independence. I had my own weekly program on Echo Moskvy, Echo Moscow radio station. Some friends around the table, including my friend Emanuel Zingeris, was a guest several times. And I had my last program on Echo Moskvy in the first days of this war. And we talked about everything. We talked about aggression, we talked about war crimes, we talked about what the Putin regime is doing. But of course, in the first days of March, Echo Moskvy was closed TV Rain, Telekanal Dost, another significant media outlet, was closed. The Moscow Bureau of Radio Liberty, where I must have been one of the last guests at the very end of February, was closed. And I have to say, it was shocking even to me, you know, having been in Russian politics for more than 20 years, at how quickly and how soon this new Iron Curtain descended on us. One morning at the beginning of March, I woke up at my apartment in Moscow, and there was no Twitter, there was no Facebook, none of these websites opened anymore. And if you watch Russian state television, and now that's everything you can watch, you are presented with a totally Orwellian reality. And I mean this in a literal sense. George Orwell's war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Straight out from 1984, this is the reality we're facing in Russia. Because if you watch Russian state TV, you will learn, quote unquote, that, you know, Ukraine is run by Nazis. Well, literally, as you all know, that's what's being presented. And that, you know, Putin is valiantly protecting Ukrainian citizens. This is literally, I mean, it's even Soviet propaganda had some shred of reality which they tried to distort. There is no shred of reality in Putin's propaganda now at all. And so I think one of the most important priorities for the democratic community should be to help Russian society find the truth about what is happening. If this was possible in communist times with that technology, to beam those radio signals, you know, literally across the Iron Curtain to the Soviet Union, opening the eyes of millions of citizens inside the Soviet Union on the nature of the regime. And I think in the end, what brought the communist system down were not actions by any outside powers, but was the fact that the totalitarian system became totally delegitimized in the eyes of its own citizens. And if it was possible to do with the technologies of the 1970s, it should certainly be possible to do this today. And I think that's one of the areas that should be prioritized. I want to express my gratitude to so many speakers at this conference who, when they were speaking about the aspirations of the people of Belarus, the aspirations of the people of Ukraine, most obviously and most urgently, also did not neglect to mention Russia. Žygis Paviljonis earlier today said that he has worked for years to fulfill this dream, this commitment to European integration. And Žygis, you said it very diplomatically that that is not there yet, the job is not completed yet. And not only is it not completed, it will not be completed until a democratic Russia is part of that united Europe that we all dream of. I'm always very grateful when I'm here in Vilnius and I go to meet with the Foreign Minister of Lithuania, that in the office of the Lithuanian Foreign Ministry there is a big National Geographic map of Europe at the wall. And I always thank Lithuanian diplomats and the Foreign Ministry for having that map as a point. And I sometimes say to friends here that I wish more Western European diplomats and politicians have such a wall on their map, because we are so sick and tired of people calling Alexander Lukashenko the last dictator of Europe. Because that massive big part on the right side of Europe is called Russia. And unless you've missed your geography lessons or you think Vladimir Putin's a Democrat, you cannot say that Lukashenko is the last dictator of Europe, because there are two. And just as they have stood together for so many years, I think, and this also reflects what many people were saying here, I think they would also go down together one day. It's more than 3 decades ago that noble dream, that noble goal of a Europe whole free and at peace was voiced. I think it's a dream and an aspiration shared by all of us who are participating in this conference. Well, that dream can and will only be realized when there is a democratic Russia that will be a part of that Europe whole free and in peace. Many of the speakers today have ended their remarks with Żyje Belarus and Slava Ukraini. I want to add one more phrase to this. You know, when Putin launched his attack on Ukraine on the 24th of September, I remember the March of Peace, March Mira, the last demonstration that was organized and led by Boris Nemtsov on the streets of Moscow in September of 2014, when tens of thousands of people came out onto the streets of Moscow, on the boulevard ring in the center of Moscow, to say that this is not our war, that this is not being done in our name. And let's not forget, Putin's aggression against Ukraine began back in 2014. It hasn't begun 4 weeks ago. This is an escalation, but it's been going on for 8 years. And I remember how proud Boris Nemtsov was of the fact that so many Russian citizens have come out into the streets to say no, not in our name. And by the way, I think it is important to say that in the last 4 weeks, beginning on the 24th of February, thousands of people across Russia have been going out to the streets as well, despite the fact that opposition to the war is criminalized now by a new law that Putin signed at the beginning of March, and that you can now get up to 15 years in prison for even calling it a war. Forget about speaking out against it. If you call this a war, you can get up to 15 years in prison. Last week, a Russian Orthodox priest in the Kostroma region was fined, indicted, charged, and fined under this new law for speaking out against war in his sermon in church, for reminding people of the sixth commandment, thou shalt not kill. This is the reality we're living in Russia today. And despite this fact, there were thousands of people all across the country who have continued to demonstrate beginning on the 24th of February and to this day to saying that this is not being done in our name. And according to the latest count by human rights groups, there were more than 15,000 police detentions since the 24th of February in Russia against people who tried to demonstrate against the war. You know, back in August 1968 and the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, there were 7 courageous people who came out onto Red Square to protest against that invasion. Everybody knows their names. Those 7 people saved the honor of the entire Russian nation. As a Prague newspaper, Literárny listy, wrote in those days, we now have at least 7 reasons for which we will never be able to hate the Russian people. Well, today there are thousands of reasons for which the free world, and above all Ukraine, has a right to say the same. And so thinking back to that March of Peace that Boris Nemtsov led through the streets of Moscow in September of 2014, the principal slogan of that march, which we carried sort of on the banner ahead of us, was Ukraini mir, России svobodu. Peace to Ukraine, freedom to Russia. Because without freedom to Russia, none of the things we're talking here today about will be realized. So slava Ukraini, żyje Belarus, России svobodu. Thank you very much.
Vladimir, thank you so very much. You're so very right to put a point on the personal courage it has taken thousands of Russians to express their views in ways that are big and small. And this is the same personal courage that is required in Belarus right now and that we see from Ukrainians who confront Russian troops. And it is astounding, and it is an enormous part of what has, I think, driven all of us to do more from our capitals, to do more together in terms of confronting these dictators and recognizing that it is all one struggle is absolutely fundamental. Your point that truth is the antidote to dictators. This is the #1 tool in our playbook, in democracy's playbook, as Karen noted, and there is no organization in my mind that is working harder to bring the truth to Russian speakers, to Belarusian speakers, to Ukrainian speakers and others than the journalists of Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. Jamie, you and your team astonish me every day in terms of the risk that people are taking to bring the truth to light. So I'm just thrilled that you are here as a part of this discussion and very much look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thanks, Julie, and it's great to be with all of you. Thanks to Žygis for organizing the conference at this key moment, and it's just great to see so many friends on this panel alone. And the only complaint I have is that I think last year I also followed Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is impossible to follow. A good friend and an amazing speaker. It's always great to hear from him. So I know I'm amongst friends, so I don't think Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty needs any introduction for this group. But just to reinforce, Julie, what you were saying, I mean, we believe that our organization and the ongoing congressional support for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and our work is an embodiment of America's commitment to freedom of the press, which obviously is one of the building blocks of democracy. And as I think, Julie, you were noting, it's perhaps the best way to counter the authoritarian playbook. And obviously, we are doing that across our entire coverage region of 23 countries and 27 languages. I'll briefly talk a little bit about what we're doing in Belarus and also Russia, and a bit on Ukraine at the end. We've been serving the people of Belarus since 1954 through our Belarusian service, Radio Svoboda. We provide news and information, but also play an important role in providing cultural and historical programming in Belarusian to the Belarusian people. Obviously, in recent years, we've been side by side with the Belarusian people as they've dealt with the fraudulent presidential election in August 2020. We were out on the streets covering the protests, highlighting the increasing isolation of the Belarusian people as a result of the Lukashenko regime's crackdown and its actions. And we're now covering, including with reporting from the ground inside Belarus, how the Lukashenko regime is going along with Putin's disastrous invasion of Ukraine, and how he has allowed Belarus to become a staging ground for attacks on innocent Ukrainians. For all of this reporting that we continue to do, our journalists have paid, unfortunately, a significant price. First, they were stripped of their accreditations by the Lukashenko regime. One of them, Ihar Losek, was even detained prior to the election, months prior, and he's now serving a 15-year prison sentence for his work reporting the truth. His wife, Daria, actually is here in Prague this week. I hosted her here at our headquarters earlier today, and we continue to fight for Ihar to be allowed to return to her and to their daughter, Polina. Some of Ihar's colleagues, even after he was arrested, both in the run-up to the election and then also in the aftermath, were detained on an ongoing basis every time they went out to cover protests. Eventually, the pressure grew so severe that our office in Minsk was raided in July of last year. And since that raid, we've been designated an extremist organization. So just to show you, as Vladimir was talking about the situation in Russia, Belarus actually was at the forefront of these sorts of tactics and actually was faster than the Kremlin in imposing them. But it's now illegal in Belarus to engage with our content online. It's illegal to like posts from Svoboda on social media. We have one report, which we haven't been able to completely confirm, but it's one report out of Belarus that someone was actually sentenced to 10 days in prison after they were arrested for other reasons, and then our website was found on their cell phone by the police. So there's a 10-day prison sentence for viewing a website. That is the level of extreme targeting of information and people who promote the truth right now inside Belarus. Two of our colleagues, in addition to Ihar, Andrei Kuznechik and Alej Hrulizovic, are also now in detention for their work as journalists, and many of the rest of our team have had to flee the country. Quite frankly, finding places for our Belarusian journalists to work safely has been one of our biggest challenges over the last year, and that's why we're so appreciative to the Lithuanian government for supporting the work of our journalists, for allowing them just in recent weeks to move to Lithuania, and why we're very excited that last week we were able to announce that we're going to be establishing a formal bureau in Vilnius to continue to provide news and information to the people of Belarus from a safe location. Ihar, Andrei, Alech, all of our colleagues who used to work in Minsk have been targeted because of what Svoboda represents and what it's trying to do for the people of Belarus. But despite these efforts, despite the extremist designation, despite the threats, even against people who interact with our content online, we still see audiences coming to our platforms, interacting with our content. And we also see audiences still sharing news and information with us about what is going on in their country, and they want to share that with their fellow citizens. They do that with us because they trust us, and trust, I think, is one of our greatest weapons, in addition to the truth that we can deploy against the authoritarians. Obviously, the truth is uncomfortable for the authoritarians in power, especially those like Lukashenko or Putin. They fear the truth. They try to crush the truth. They try to designate the truth as extremist or as a foreign agent. And they spread their own lies and disinformation to mask the truth. But our respect for the truth in democracies is what I think unites us with the people of Belarus and many of the Russian people that Vladimir was talking about just a few minutes ago. We see that in the actions that they are taking in various ways, sometimes in subtle ways, sometimes in very outspoken ways, to stand up and, as we would say, to quote Havel, by living publicly in the truth. And the truth ultimately, I think, gives them strength, and it gives them hope for a better day to come after the authoritarians are removed from power. Belarus, unfortunately, is not the only place we're seeing these tactics deployed. Last year, I think at this forum, I talked a bit about some of the early challenges we were having in Russia. And as Vladimir noted, we've seen all of those tools accelerated in recent weeks. And I think perhaps Belarus was more of a warning than many of us realized, and perhaps a playbook that Putin was also watching Lukashenko deploy and refining elements of it to be deployed in Russian society. We obviously see journalists now designated as foreign agents. We have 18 of them designated as individual foreign agents inside Russia now. As Vladimir noted, it's potentially treasonous to call a war, or to report on casualties or deaths of Russian soldiers in Ukraine, or to just highlight a video of civilian parts of Ukrainian cities being shelled indiscriminately by the Russian military. Just as they have been in Belarus now for quite some time, our websites in recent weeks have been blocked in Russia, and censorship is now becoming the norm. I'd note the only difference between the two and the tactics when they implemented the blocking was that the Kremlin at least gave us a heads up of 24 hours, where they sent us a very polite letter actually listing the stories that they felt we needed to take down if we wanted to keep our websites active. The Lukashenko regime did not go through those niceties, and the result obviously was the same. We've also seen the same sort of intrusive targeting of people's own personal devices. We've seen video of young people on the streets of Moscow having their cell phones examined by riot police to see what websites or what apps they're using. And I'd highlight all of this just to note that this is not even just returning to the Soviet era. In some ways, I would argue it's even more extreme, certainly with our own history. Even in the final years of the Soviet Union, what was then Radio Liberty had as many as 100 freelancers working across Russia with really next to no harassment at the time. Gorbachev even declared at one point that he was a listener to our broadcasts. We were obviously invited in then several years later by Putin's predecessor, Boris Yeltsin. And now we see the extreme act of essentially outlawing the truth, going well beyond even the situation that we as journalists were experiencing in the Soviet Union in the late 1980s. And the tactics we see them now deploying the Russian forces in Ukraine are even more concerning. We see the targeting of journalists in areas where Russian forces try to capture towns, working their way down a list of high-profile journalists and civil society activists that they are seeking to imprison and to silence. And we've personally experienced that in other Russian-controlled areas in recent years. We've had journalists detained for years in eastern Ukraine in prison camps, in horrible circumstances, being tortured. We have one colleague, Vladislav Yesipenko, in Russian-occupied Crimea, who was detained roughly a year ago and testified in open court that he was tortured by the FSB and Crimean authorities, all for doing nothing more than reporting about what is actually happening in Crimea. So to conclude, what can we do? Well, we're obviously continuing our broadcasts. We're continuing making news and information available to Belarusians, to Russians, to Ukrainians across all possible platforms. We need to work more together between the United States and Europe to support independent media, to support and fund circumvention technology, which Vladimir was noting that if we could do it with radio frequencies, we can certainly do it now with advanced technology. And we are certainly using a lot of that circumvention technology, but we need to stay one step ahead of the authoritarians. I would urge everyone to continue to campaign and fight for those brave journalists like Ihar, Andrei, Alech, and Vladislav Yesipenko, who have been detained in Belarus, in Crimea, who are being detained and persecuted in Russia. And I want to thank Žygas and all of my Lithuanian friends who have never been shy about this and have adopted journalists behind bars, who have spoken out about their cases, met with their families. We need to keep public attention focused on them so that when we get to the point when we could perhaps have prisoner exchanges, that journalists are included in those. And we need other governments to speak out and to take a stand. We also need to continue to work to fight disinformation in our own societies. And we've seen disinformation, including about the war in Ukraine, continue to fester in the United States and in parts of Europe, spread through social media. We need a vibrant and independent press, challenging government officials, investigating corruption, debunking conspiracy theories. These are all key to winning the battle for truth that we are facing. And I just end by saying, despite the pessimistic picture I painted and our colleagues in detention, the challenges we're having in Russia, the fact that we've had to suspend operations at our bureau in Moscow, as Vladimir noted, we are here at Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, still seeing glimmers of hope, even in recent weeks. I talked about the Belarusians who continue to come interact with our content despite the risks, continue to send us information for us to then verify and share with others. And we're seeing the same thing inside Russia. We're seeing people, millions of people, continue to come to our platforms despite the fact that they are now blocked. So they actually take work to interact with those websites. They need to use a virtual private network. They need to go to our mirror site, which is changing on a regular basis. But our audiences in Russia continue to be at record levels in the last several weeks, even after the websites have been blocked. And they continue to send us tips. They continue to share information about topics they want us to cover. And so all of that, I think, goes to show that people, even in Russia, despite the indoctrination, despite the numbing of decades of state propaganda, they're still hungry for the truth. They're still willing to take risks to be able to access the truth and engage with the rest of the world. And so I just end on that optimistic note that these are not the actions of a cowed public. We need to continue to redouble our efforts and to support them and to expand the circle of those willing to live in truth in places like Belarus and Russia in the months and years to come. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jamie, very much. Jamie, really, on behalf of everybody who's here, I really want to convey the very deep admiration that everyone has for your journalists, many of whom you mentioned doing their jobs, again, at great personal cost and with significant personal implications. Again, there's a tremendous amount of respect from everyone in this room for your team, and I hope you'll convey that. Thank you. I want to turn quickly to Ms. Nino Evgenidze, who is Executive Director of the Economic Policy Research Center based in Tbilisi. Yes? Excellent. Thank you, Nina.
Thanks a lot, Julie, and thank you so much, my dear friend Žygis Pavilionis, who is always like a pioneer to organizing and bringing all freedom fighters all around the world here in this country to uniting these forces and to fight against this rising authoritarianism, and it's really beyond the borders. If several years ago he invited me in this kind of panel, I will think that he out of his mind, you know, because we Georgians, you know, that were always the front runners and the first reformers and the best making the environment for foreign direct investment and everything and combating the corruption. But unfortunately, I really have this kind of feeling that I'm sad because I feel that all our international partners were talking about the invasion of Russia of Ukraine in 2014, and everybody forgot mentioning the Georgia, because the first victim who was Georgia in 2008, and it's a direct link what is going to Georgia right now, and why I'm bringing this issue here to remind you. It's not a polite way, but we have to be reminded, and I understand, and we, how to say, getting these apologies from the most part of the Western, our partners, that, for the last 14 years we are telling you this, that next gonna be Ukraine, and if we're not gonna to stop the Putin right now in Ukraine, it's gonna be more like countries who will be victims of the Russia and the Putin's regime. And I strongly believe that the fate of Georgian freedom, of course, and other countries, Belarus, Ukraine, of course, and Moldova and some other countries, and Vilnius or some other states, Poland is being defining in Ukraine right now. And I strongly believe, again, that whatever it takes, as long as it takes, we should stand for freedom, and we should stand for Ukraine, because it's really very important for all of us. And why I'm so grateful for the Žygis Pavilion is because the current Georgian government, they don't understand why Žygis is fighting for Belarusians' freedoms, or Georgians' freedoms, or some other countries, or Russians, and organizing and bringing all friends all around the world. Because for them, when you, decide to be a part of the state captured by the Russian oligarchs, Bidzina Ivanishvili, who runs informally this country. And unfortunately, all these years, the last 10 years, West were very comfortable to being partner of the Bidzina Ivanishvili's government, because they are not asking, they're not pushing about the occupation of Georgia, and they managed that the all Georgian long-standing friends like Žygis, David Kramer, or many, many people all around the world, they distancing themselves from the Georgian government. And, in this different situation, if it's not war in the Ukraine, we will all thought that, guys, it's your internal polarization, because these political parties are not strong, they are all of them weak and so, but no, this is not the case, because after 2008 war, Russian, and especially the Putin's regime, they found that with the tanks and the weapons, you cannot own the Georgia. You need some more the ways where is the plant, the government is supporting the Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration in in their official speeches, but they're not doing anything to support the Georgia's real Euro-Atlantic integration. And the last couple was that shameful reaction of the Georgian government to the war in Ukraine demonstrated once again that the risk of this kind of allowing the state capture, which is going in Georgia and by oligarchs and informal groups, is very important issue, because I don't know why the West was so naive thinking that there is Western style oligarchs in the world, because if you go to the oligarchic system, and kleptocracy is a very special Russian totalitarian model of the 21st century, when with your wealth you own everything. And gradually, it's not only one day happened this to Georgia, it was step by step, every single year, was getting very bad, and whoever Žygis was one of the first, together with the David Kramer, who put this alarm, and he was attacked by, I don't know. It's cynical at the same time as well, and after they were so disgraceful, and they having this immoral statement, Georgian government, against to the war in Ukraine, and they were also undermining the US and the European sanctions, using the language that sanctions doesn't work. This war is going to be over in 2 days, and you will see, and we are the wise government who is not joining the sanctions, and so no one expecting from the Georgian government joining the, like, you know, the sanctions economically or whatever, because everybody knows that in 40 kilometers from Tbilisi there is a Russian forces, but at least, you know, you can keep like your mouth silent. Otherwise, you know, it was so embarrassing that the thousands of Georgians last 15 days were standing in front of the parliament of Georgia, and they're protesting because we strongly believe that, and also the last poll was from the last week, that 87% of Georgians, they feel and they think that war going in Ukraine is a Georgia's war, and we have to fight for together and help them. And the people started organizing themselves, you know, organizing the humanitarian aid, organizing the volunteers, and 500 Georgians are fighting right now in Ukraine, you know, and unfortunately 3 of Georgian heroes yesterday died in defending Mariupol and some other cities as well. And because we strongly believe that if Ukraine is going to fail right now, it's going to be end of Georgia, it's going to be end of sovereignty of some other countries as well. And it's going to be victory of Vladimir Putin, and why we need, and our first, like, you know, the demand from the Western society is to help the Ukraine. And it's not only words, you know, that to ensure these no-fly zones for over the Ukraine, because it's very important. Even if you look to the history, what's happened in Georgia, without any weapons, for 5 days were fighting for their freedoms. And we did not have anything at that time except like a moral support, because after that came the US support and only some Eastern European countries, Baltic countries, and Poland, and some other countries who really understand what is the main cause and main purpose why Putin is doing this. And what's what should be the outcome or the resolution of these problems? What is going right now in Georgia? We strongly believe that. Civil society organization, and together with the Georgian young generations, who are very brave and dedicated to defend the freedom in our country. I mean, in 2008, maybe you didn't provide us weapons, but maybe it's time to act right now and just include this one mad Russian oligarch into the sanction list who is undermining Georgian democracy and flirting with the Putin's regime. Not only flirting, but they are collaborating with the Putin's regime. Otherwise, how the ordinary Georgian customer has a list of the people to allow the 30,000 Russians to enter to the country and some Russian dissidents not to enter to the country. How they have this information if they're not cooperating with the Belarusian security services, and they are officially cooperating with them, that not allowing the Belarusian freedom fighters to the country, because before it was the heaven for them to escape and to get some the energy and go fight back again. And I mean, I don't understand where this last couple should be dropped, because for the West, and if you mentioned about the Iron Curtain, what is going right now, Vladimir Putin is trying to build this Iron Curtain, and if you look to the map, this Iron Curtain exactly goes and cuts the Ukraine and Georgia, and without Ukraine and Georgia, there is not going to be Europe fallen free at peace. And I think it's time really to act, right? Time really to support the Ukraine, and with supporting Ukraine, it's going to be like a domino effect, I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure and hope that Ukraine will win this this battle for sure. But also, if you want to complicate these issues and not to flirting with these oligarchic or kleptocratic regimes, you just put them into the sanction list, because you do not need too much evidence what they're doing. You know better than anyone else what they are doing and how they are supporting the, like, you know, the Putin's regime. They are accepting the oligarchs who are in the country, who are under the, like, sanctions of United States and the European Union, and you can, like, you know, discover this with the financial, like, instruments and everything. And I think it's enough, like, a reason to put them as well into the sanction list until it's not too late, and until they're not going to invite Russian troops to defend their oligarchic, like, you know, the government in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina. We very much appreciate the perspective from Tbilisi, and I can assure you that there isn't anyone in this room who forgot about 2008. It's very much, I think, on everyone's minds as an important part of this playbook that we're talking about. I want to turn to one of my colleagues. There is a special group of ambassadors who are not allowed in Belarus, and Ambassador Nicola Delacoste is on that list. And I'm so very happy, Nicola, to have you here today and to be able to hear the perspective from Paris. Such a strong response as the presidency right now, and so very much interested in your comments.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Ambassador Pavilionis. We had so many very important speeches today. I didn't prepare something comprehensive because the hour is going quite quickly. But as you said, we are a few ambassadors here in the room who used to or were supposed to serve in Minsk, and it was not possible for the reasons that we all know. I will be very brief. The president of Radio Free Europe, I don't know if he's still with us, but mentioned disinformation. Disinformation is really a threat. It's a threat to our societies, maybe even more when you are a little bit far away from the conflict zone, because it's easier to play with that kind of things. Misinformation, disinformation intends to destabilize the EU countries, EU member states, and the EU itself. So we really have to be very, very careful with that kind of threat. Alexander Lukashenko is a scourge for the Belarusian people, but it is as well a challenge for all of us. So we have to maintain pressure on Belarus, pressure on Russia as well, as we've said this morning. Europe is changing, but the EU is changing very rapidly as well. I think this is maybe a little bit more optimistic, if we can say so. The European Union now has shown that it is ready to assume a more geopolitical stance. It has been immense progress in a few weeks. We had our German colleague a few minutes ago. I think France is making big changes as well, and the European Union altogether. So we will continue to provide coordinated political, financial, material, humanitarian support. We've already said that we will support Ukraine when it will come to reconstruct Ukraine. The European Commission has presented a €3 billion plan for Belarus, when Belarus will become, and I'm quite confident that it will become a democratic country. So we are serious. We, in the meantime, will increase sanctions on Russia and Belarus if needed. There is absolutely no doubt on this, and the EU has been extraordinarily united, which is very important. Last, because we have little time, there will be no diplomatic recognition of any sort. Of course, I've heard about red carpet diplomacy and so forth. Let it be sure, as far as the EU ambassador, there will be no new EU ambassador. I think so in Minsk. We are under the auspices of Vincente Kalinowski. Kalinowski very often recall the ideals of the French Revolution, and you mentioned them, Ambassador Pavillionis. Many of his friends, fighters, democracy fighters, found heaven in Paris after the crushing of the appraisal. Now these freedom fighters coming from Russia, coming from Ukraine, coming from Belarus, we have the responsibility all around this table to help them, and this is a common effort that the EU is taking, and we will continue for sure. Thank you again. Thank you for convening all of us in beautiful Vilnius.
All right. So also in our special club of ambassadors that Lukashenko can't live with is Polish ambassador to Belarus, Artur Mikulski. I want to tell everybody, I told him we're going to run out of time. I know it. I feel it. So the challenge for Artur is to end with a bang.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie, so much. I think it will be brief, I hope. But first of all, of course, once again, thank you, Skimantas, for inviting us all together here. You created, the community of right cause. So thank you so much. And this is obvious right now. After 2 years, we have seen results, fruits. I mean, we are together, we are united. And this is extremely important. And thank you, Julia. This is absolutely great to cooperate with you and with Nicola and with Asta, with Asta. But there are more exiled ambassadors, as you know, from Belarus. A few words. This is, of course, a very sad time when we are speaking, being here in this comfortable, wonderful, hospitable conditions. People are dying, of course, right now, and the fight for something which is, absolutely obvious. I mean, this is so fundamental right, just to be free and to have a right to live in their own home. And unfortunately, have to protect this. So, but still, agreeing with many thoughts here, being pronounced, this certain expectations were raised here to be more vocal, to be more united, to be more effective, and this is absolutely understandable. But at the same time, speaking one of the last or the last, I would like to be a little bit more optimistic, because the way we have already gone recently is quite, it's a huge distance to compare what kind of thinking was the most important in our minds, in the European minds, like a month or 2 months ago. So we already have passed quite significant way, and let us go to be more and more united. I would like to say that this the very idea of Kalinausko conference forum is extremely important, because usually is just pinned to the point. This is absolutely right point. Without identity, there is absolutely nothing. And if there is no this strong identity of Ukrainians, they would not fight for their freedom. And this is why I think this is also important for our Belarusian friend. I'm really happy that precisely this figure was chosen to be like an important symbol, because this figure was a freedom fighter, and they need this type of symbols. They need to recall their roots, because Significant part of Belarusians were aware of this all the time, but still there were some of them who forgot about this legacy. So let us not forget about this legacy, because it depends on if you realize what kind of roots you are, it will shape your vision of the future. If you have this healthy fundament, you will have also a healthy vision of the future. All nation with a right to be free and to live in an independent country. Saying this, I would like to pay tribute to many Belarusians who suffer enormously, and all of us know, all of us have friends who are right now in jail, who suffer enormously, and we have all the time remember about them. And I would like to say that just in these days, the day after tomorrow, I think, we'll have already anniversary of one of the person I know very well, Angelika Boris and Andrzej Poczobut, who were imprisoned a year ago already, being active members of Polish minority in Belarus. Polish minority in Belarus is an integral historic part of the society and is on the right side of this struggle. So hopefully the changes will come, and we will have all this, our heroes, because they are real heroes. There's more than 1,000 prisoners of conscience, political prisoners. They are real heroes of Belarus. Promise to speak very briefly. So just to say that with this a little bit a ray of hope, it is unimaginable for me personally, and I think for all of us here, that somebody who triggered the war in 21st century in Europe after the experience of the Second World War, cannot go unpunished. It's unimaginable to happen. So he and his accomplice, they cannot be part of the future solution. I know it's a very bold vision maybe, but let us be bold, let us be brave, and let us dare to dream and to implement these dreams. And about means which are right now undertaken by our transatlantic community, everything is underway. Changes are very rapid, as Nicola also pointed out. And we are expecting, as you know, these days a summit in Brussels, and then President Biden is coming to Poland. So there are a lot of, I think, bold visions, proposals. Let us see how everything will develop, because this is absolutely our duty, yes, to be with Ukrainians and to really help them. And one thought: if we are really hesitant, to be more involved out of fear, I think it's of course I would appeal to try to prevail this fear, but I would say that this is to a certain extent justified. We are all humans. But if we still hesitant to be more helpful to Ukraine because of something deeply rooted somewhere, some kind of stereotype that this is the land of others' responsibility, Russia, it will be a huge mistake, not saying that it's stupidity. We have to finally learn. It's not the right of Russia to be there. This is right of Ukraine to govern their own country. So So the last word. I'm deeply moved by the words you used, Vladimir. So I would like to say that at the end, also Żyje Belarus, Sława Ukrainie, Swobodu Rosji, and I would say za wolność naszą I waszą, which is also a slogan extremely valid, famous in Poland for our freedoms and yours. Thank you so much.
So again, example of cooperation between Washington and Vilnius. I take over. Look, I would like to propose the following. I have a debt to two people in this room. Can you briefly present, in 2-3 words, your ideas? Young and ambitious Lithuanian who is trying to make that Belarusian turn to Europe possible, but he will join us for the dinner. So I would like just him to introduce it, and then you talk with everyone during the dinner. And then Vincukas Večorka, kuris kalba lietuviškai, okay, Vincuk Večorka, who speaks a lot of languages, including Lithuanian, just also please present yourself, few words, and then you please continue with us in the dinner. And, that is a way to save the precious time, and I will conclude in 2 other sentences after you make few sentences as introduction. Please.
Žygis is irresistible, you know that, so we cannot say no to him. Madam Ambassador, sorry for that. Very shortly, my name is Vaidas Ogunas. I'm from Education Institute. Actually, the idea that we came here, and the idea was to discuss that around the table. But as usually, there are a lot of people to speak, so I'm just dropping a few ideas that we can discuss during the dinner, and that will take most probably 2 minutes. So the Russian invasion to Ukraine also changes the situation with Belarus, what we believe, and the status quo is not anymore the way it was. So for these unusual times, we most probably need to take some unusual steps, and it's the point of no return for Belarus as we see it. Because if Russia eats that, that's it. I mean, we've seen a lot of situations like that. So if we are not doing anything, and I mean it's also the Belarusians and the Lithuanians and the Western Europeans, they shouldn't, they have to stop saying that we care about what's going on in Belarus. Because it doesn't matter how many important meetings we will have and how much money we will spend, and we will send the reports to the capitals that's been spent. So that will not change anything, and it's just justification for ourselves. So despite of this repressions and informational blockade and the exodus of the elite, what I consider, we still see a lot of Belarusians who are keen to the pro-Western, pro-European values. And therefore, they're very different. They're young, they're old, they lefts and rights, but what unites them, it's this like Western civilization, what I would call. They still believe in the values. So, but very few actually of them are active in politics for a long time. Maybe they've been there, but not anymore. And I talk to them like every day, and basically what they say they're not extremely happy with the politicians, with the leaders who are posing their own, setting their own agenda. They want to be kind of elected, so that's why they're not taking the steps, the concrete steps that a lot of people would like to say. And what are the steps? They're just very, very simple. I mean, we had this Sąjūdis, you see here on this wall. I mean, the 90s were defending our country. What ignites that? Sąjūdis or the national movement. So we see that pro-Western, pro-European people, that's quite a lot of them. We see them, the ones who basically can oppose the Russification of Belarus. So, I mean, some people say that do not divide society, we still need to work with everybody, but I think this is the moment we have to stop, you know, and we have to make up our side. I mean, there's no other way just to fight for our countries, what Mr. Goncharenko has told. So basically, I think we have to start with to work with these Belarusians, and it's our choice now. I mean, are they going to help them or leave them alone? So that's it. Thank you so much.
Agree very much, and let's continue that discussion during the dinner. And now, Vinsuk Večorka, I speak with him Lithuanian. It's so difficult to speak with him now English. You did it 30 years ago, so what's next now?
Taip, kalbėjau lietuviškai, bet šiandien gal angliškai, atsiprašau.
Yes, I can speak Lithuanian, but today I'll speak English.
I'm the veteran of the movement for national revival, national liberation of Belarus since Soviet times. Actually, I'm the journalist of Radio Liberty. I wanted to react to the discussion on the second panel here. All of us had noted that President Tsikhanouskaya had definitely located geopolitical aspirations of the Revolution 2020. Why it is so important? Before its truth, the young leaders, young political generations of democratic Belarus deliberately avoided such statements, and there was an explanation, in my opinion, no justification. I belong to another generation, I only observe, but explanation. Maybe the first motivation was the attempt to postpone possible invasion of the eastern neighbor in case of victory. And another argument was electoral one. Unfortunately, one or two generations of my compatriots have grown under Lukashenko, having only one face on the TV screen. So that was why they needed some time to reorient their views. And these 2 years, not 2, a year and a half, and especially last 2 weeks, were the cold shower for all who had illusions that it is possible to remain neutral, to keep counterweight, not to make definitive geopolitical choice. And being a veteran, I resemble the evolution of the generation of 80s, which in the beginning of 90s, the active part of Belarus society clearly understood that it is possible to survive only being again returning to our space, to the space of our close neighbors, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Poles, all Europeans in full accordance with Kalinausko's covenant. So now I observe a very similar process in the next generations. Of course, I realize that there is a lot of Belarusians who remain passive and who still have in place of their brain the content of TV propaganda. But they are passive. It's impossible to imagine in Belarus something similar to Führer's speech at the stadium, even if people are forcibly transported to this meeting. Lukashenko does not take this risk. He realizes that something may happen. So that in these absolutely tragic circumstances, we have a sort of bloody vaccine for Belarus' European future.
Thank you so much, in so of those wise words. And, well, let me conclude in 2-3 words. Well, if you stayed the whole day, you can commit your lives to freedom in that region for sure. To suffer it all, so I'm quite sure on that. And, mission is clear: destruction of Putin regime and democratic Russia, Ukraine in European Union, and European Belarus, and sanctions to Bidzina. A little subnote. And first of all, thank you really for everyone who took part in that event. Thank you for my young students who did the event, 2 men, Simonas and Laurinas. And the only request they have, and I have, actually, for those last Mohicans who left in the room, can we have a family picture in front of that nice, podium of Kalinowski? And then please go down the stairs, and we have buses in front of the parliament or at the third entrance. So where most of you entered the parliament, but you better, take our lead, and we will then go to 2 buses. We have a wonderful dinner at...
Jiggies, we can only do the family photo after we say thank you to you.
Okay. That's okay. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, interpreters, and thank you, interpreters, of course. Thank you so much. Sorry for staying so long.